Hey Joel, how you doing? Glad you came through. Welcome to the Sugar Love Show, where we have fun, fun, fun. Grab your friends and dance along. Join the party all night long. Love you for a ride. Buckle up, hold tight. We're gonna ignite. Shake your body to the rhythm. Let the music take control. When the beat drops, you better lose control. We're gonna make memories, create an unforgettable night. Forget about your worries. Let's spread the love and shine so bright. Welcome to the Sugar Love Show, where the energy is high. We're gonna dance the morning light. Feel the music. Hey Joel, how you how you doing? Glad you came through. Welcome to the Sugar Love Show, where we have fun, fun, fun. Grab your friends and dance along. Join the party all night long. Get ready for a ride. Buckle up, hold tight. We're gonna ignite. Shake your body to the rhythm. Let the music take control. When the beat drops, you better lose control. We're here to make memories, create an unforgettable night. Forget about your worries. Let's spread the love and shine so bright. Welcome to the Sugar Love Show, where the energy is high. We're gonna dance till the morning light. Feel the music, let it flow through your veins. Come on, everybody, let's have fun, fun, fun. Hey y'all, how you doing? Glad you came through. Welcome to the Sugar Love Show, where we have fun, fun, fun. Grab your friends and dance along. Join the party all night long. Get ready for a ride. Buckle up, hold tight. We're gonna ignite. Shake your body to the rhythm. Let the music take control. When the beat drops, you better lose control. We're here to make memories, create an unforgettable night. Forget about your worries. Let's spread the love and shine so bright. Welcome to the Sugar Love Show, where the energy is high. We're gonna dance till the morning light. Feel the music, let it flow through your veins. Come on, everybody, let's have fun, fun, fun.
Hey y'all, how y'all doing this beautiful, beautiful Friday night? Hopefully you guys have enjoyed your day or enjoying your day, depending on where you're at. Who up in here? We got my girl Nicole. What's up, Nick Nick? Hey, boss Jackie. Hey, Lakeisha. What up, Chance? How you doing, my brother? And Jackie says, Copyright disclaimer under the Section 107 of the Copyright Act 1976. Allowance is made for fair use and proposed teaching, education, research, criticism, news, reporting, commentary, and scholarship. Right? So, I need for us modern women, right? Us modern women to be more traditional like grandma, right? Just like grandma. Ooh, say what, say what, say what? Yeah, girl, you know what's up, and you know what I need. And just put that in there so I do not forget. I know this street's been hot. Yes, Jaguar have been in jail, been out of jail. these YouTube streets been hot, hot, hot. So everybody been looking at a summer something, right? So now I don't have to explain what happened. I'm quite sure y'all been seeing it everywhere. My girl been locked up. Hey, Summer, my girl been locked up. Now she back out. We don't know how long she gonna be out, but that's it. Now let's get into grandma. You know what? Y'all better stop playing and get back like to how your grandma used to be. Hotter than a baby's butt with a diaper rash. Ooh, child. Ooh, child. I don't know which one we're going to start first.
Hi,
Some
look visible.
stuff
The wireless company.
may overlap because maybe they're using the same videos. I don't know. It might overlap. I don't know. This is not the one I wanted to start with, but this is the one I want to start with. I'm going to put you in 1 second, Lakeisha, as soon as I get back in there. Hello, beautiful queen. How are you?
Hey Queen, how you doing?
I am good, thank goodness. Thank goodness. Now, are y'all ready to learn how to be more traditional like your grandma? Because I'm gonna learn y'all today because we've been out of order. You hear me? Y'all young people been
Out of
out of
order.
order, and this is what's destroying the black man black woman relationship. It's destroying us, right? They taught us, so we got to go back to being traditional because we out of order. Let's start with learning how to go back into being traditional like grandma. Let's go.
Leave my father's store for 3 weeks. He camped outside.
So when I was 20 years old, my family took a vacation to Mexico City to go visit all of our extended family. And my great aunt Eva took us around the town. We were on, I think it was a trolley. Yeah, it was a trolley system to get out to go see La Basilica in like downtown area, like the big cathedral that has the Virgen thing. And she's pointing out all these really cool landmarks, giving us a lot of history lessons. And then she's showing us really beautiful things like, oh, look, this is where your great-grandfather had this business. This is where we used to play when we were growing up. This is where your grandmother went to school. This is where our lemonade stand was growing up, because that's what my grandfather did as a side business. And that's the window of our house that your grandfather kidnapped your grandmother through.
What?
What? My grandfather was considerably older than my grandmother when they met, and she was 15. My great-grandfather said, hell no, you guys can't date. That's terrible. Which is why I never accept the excuse when people say, like, it was a different time. No, it doesn't matter what the time was. People knew that was terrible. And in response to that rejection, my grandfather and his best friend conspired and broke into their house, kidnapped my grandmother, and left my great-grandfather a note saying, if you think you can keep us apart, just know that I can have her whenever I want. And then my great-grandfather relented and said, sure, get married. She was 16. I think my grandfather, he was 26 at the time. And no one's ever told us this story. If you listen to the people in my family talk about their marriage, you would think it was the greatest love story ever told. Or really horrific. Thankfully, my grandfather changed his ways. Unfortunately, my grandmother had a very difficult life. They had a very hard marriage. She had 9 children, but like 13 pregnancies. And she died at 45 of a stroke. He completely reformed. Everything changed. He became what I imagine to be just a much better man, because I don't even recognize who the man is in some of these stories that I hear about him. He was the most precious man of my life while he was still with us. And I'm forever grateful that he got himself together. But like, oh my God. I mean, what's more romantic than a little kidnapping?
You little victim. What the fuck?
Okay, so my grandma was about 16 when she met my grandfather, who was in his early 30s. She agreed to marry him because she was at risk of experiencing sexual violence in her own home. She then proceeded to be pregnant for about 9 years straight, got a little break, and then popped out 2 more, 11 children total. My grandfather wanted 20, so she had to get her tubes tied in secret. My grandfather later had a brawl with the doctor who did the procedure. All my life, my mom didn't reveal a lot about her parents, but about 2 years ago, she was finally able to admit that my grandfather was an adulterer. He had many children out of wedlock, including one that's my age, who was born like shortly before he died. And also the other day she said, well, I guess my dad did beat my mom.
And I met him, and he wouldn't leave my father's store for 3 weeks.
My whole family tells the story about how my grandma and grandpa met and how it was the cutest thing ever. It wasn't until I was an adult when I realized how creepy it was. Essentially, my grandma was 12 or 13 and my grandpa was 18 or 19. And one day my grandma was playing jump rope with her siblings and her friends outside her house.
Did you hear the age? Did you hear the
I
age?
heard age, and it's making me sick because it's bringing up my own family trauma. So I'm trying to brace myself.
Oh, my baby. Let me send you some hugs over there.
Okay.
I'm glad you felt it, my baby.
Thank you.
Remember, this is all about awareness to all this. Hey, Captain. Oh, wow. Hey, Captain Obvious. Where you been? Where you been? But good to see you. And, hey, Pokemon. What's up, Larry? Hey, Nay, my baby. Now, this is for, I think we are out of order. We are out of order. The nerve of us to want to decenter ourselves because of all these beautiful, beautiful grandma stories. So being that we out of order, I'll just let the story come together. And so far, grandma was just so happy. So happy. Right? Y'all out of order. Y'all need to get your asses back in the kitchen and stuff and make them babies.
And submit.
And some more. I know. That's when we want that little part because I want to make sure y'all heard.
Her siblings and her friends outside her house. My grandpa used to stand kind of nearby and watch her play because he thought she was so cute. One day he got the guts to walk up to the front. It wasn't until I was an adult when I realized how creepy it was. Essentially, my grandma was 12 or 13 and my grandpa was 18 or 19. And one day my grandma was playing jump rope with her siblings and her friends outside her house. My grandpa used to stand kind of nearby and watch her play because he thought she was so cute. One day he got the guts to walk up to the front door of the house, not my grandma, but to the house, knock on the door and asked if her parents were home. And her parents had passed away already, so she was being raised by her older brothers. Her brother answered the door and my grandpa was like, hey, I like that girl out there. I would like to marry her, please. And her brothers, who were having a hard time paying for the mouths to feed and everything, were like, yeah, one less mouth to feed, absolutely, you can have her. And even though my grandparents were together for 50, 60 years, I don't remember, they were together their entire lives. They passed away in their 90s. They were relatively happy together.
Well, he
My
was in
grandma
his
used to always
90s.
say, when your
He was
grandpa came
12.
to me and said, I've asked your brothers and they're okay with me marrying you and I can have you now as my wife, she always used to say, I cried so much. And then eventually, I really fell for your grandpa and I loved him. Like, that's not okay. Who thought this was a cute story?
Grandma, you little victim. What the fuck?
My great grandmother was one of the most kick-ass people I've ever met or heard stories about. I swear to you, I get my F off energy from this woman. So when she was a teenager, that's when her family is like, you need to start courting, we got to find you a husband, because all she had was an 8th grade education and they really wanted her to marry somebody wealthy or with status. So she was courting this man and this man essayed her. And my great grandma, she fought back. Like, that's the story, is that this man was groping, doing his thing, chicken wing, and she shoved him out of the carriage. He fell into the mud. The family was so embarrassed. They're like, you need to go apologize to him and hopefully you could win his favor back. And my grandma's like,
You hear that?
no, absolutely not. So then she meets my grandpa and falls madly in love. So my
What?
grandpa was born in 1900. She was born in 1905. So they end up getting married in 1924. He's 25 years old. She's 19 years old. He served in World War I, and all he was a lowly farmer. Not only that, the family that he came from, he ended up inheriting the land.
You do your thing, and you do it well. Now, it's
Sure, trying to remember the exact story. His mother died in childbirth, and so he was like adopted by these as like a farmhand. So her family was just like, Clara, you cannot marry this man. And she's like, I'll do what I want. So she was married to him, and he ended up dying in 1949, which was really sad. He was 49 years old, and they had 7 kids. So this is where I'm like, I love this woman so much. So first off, she married who she wanted and just told her family they can go get bent. Then after he passed away, a woman back in the late 40s, early 50s with 7 children who had a bunch of farmland and only an 8th grade education, obviously she's going to remarry, right? Absolutely not. Her quote is, any man that wants to marry a middle-aged woman with 7 kids wants to use her son as workhorses, her daughters for their own pleasures, and steal her land. And I'm not interested. This woman lived to be 100 years old. Like, one of my favorite things is I have a 5-generation picture with me holding my oldest daughter and her and my grandma and my mom. And it's just amazing to see. But I just think about that like all of these stitches are so just depressing and awful. And I love so much that I have this strong ass woman in my family, because my grandma, her daughter, her story's not great. My grandpa was predatory, just like all the other stories we're hearing. But my great grandma, man, like that's like, after my divorce, when I became single, I kept thinking about how hard that had to be for her as a single mother in the 50s with 7 kids, with all of this land, trying to make it work, trying to raise these kids on her own and adamantly refusing to marry. Because her thought was, I already married the love of my life. I'm good. She had 25 years with this man. 25, that's all she had with this man. And served the rest of her life. It feels like a sentence, yeah. Living. She spent the rest of her life with just her children, her friends, and she was content.
Now remember, she had almost 25 years with this man and damn near 70 years by
Right.
herself. Right? Damn near 70 years by herself. I'm still looking for this invisible wall that we're supposed to hit. I'm still looking, but ladies, this is not about you. I just want to get you modern women back in order. Okay? Y'all, I don't know who y'all think y'all are. Getting education, the education and living your life. No, get back to how grandma was living. Let's go.
One of the other quotes that she used to say that always cracked me up is she said, never trust a man. They would screw a snake if they could get so low. Now, she's obviously not with us anymore. She died in 2005. But I really wish I could have thought to ask her more about why she took such a strong stand, because that is just not common for that age of woman to be so like verbally like, don't ever trust men. Men are trash. I mean, that's what it is. It's that her generation's equivalent of men are trash. So yeah, there's a positive story with this trend that's going on because most.
You mean back in the 1900s, men were trash? They wasn't worship. Listen, they would get back in order, women. 1900s, right? These men were some good men. They were good men. Providers and all this other stuff that will make a woman think, if I bring another man in this house, you're gonna think you my son's dad and think that you're gonna sneak into my daughter's bedroom. Cause that have never have went that never happened. It never happened according to these people today. These things never happened to women, right? They was all good men. Now let's carry on.
Most of the stories are negative. Also, my great grandpa was known as being an absolute gem as a human. He was just the kindest, big-hearted person. That's probably what my grandmother fell in love with. That's all.
And I met him, and he wouldn't leave my father's store for 3 weeks.
So when my grandma told me the story of how her and my grandpa met, I was like, oh, so everyone's just gonna, I'm probably gonna get yelled at for this video. Anyway, grandma was walking down the street with a friend. She was probably 14, 15 years old. She got married at 16. So my grandpa pulls up and he said, what's your name? And he won't leave her alone. And she lied and she said, my name's Ellen. She and her friend leave. They keep walking and he kept bothering and wouldn't leave him alone, but she just let it go. Okay. He goes all around town asking everyone, who's Ellen? Who's Ellen? She has blonde hair, blue eyes, small, really cute. And he meets her Uncle Ben. Grandma, mom was a widow, okay? They had no money. She was working as a seamstress. Grandma had to drop out of school because she couldn't afford to pay for books. Okay. So they end up getting married. And at the wedding, this is the what still bothers me. Grandma's family wasn't invited. It was just his family. And it was in a town that was pretty far away from where her family lived. I mean, not so much today, probably an hour and a half. I don't know why they chose that town. She wore a blue wedding dress. Yeah. And this is the same grandpa who got the neighbor pregnant. Fun times by all.
Grandma, you little victim.
So my papa on my dad's side was a milk boy, and he would deliver milk to my grandma's house. And they said the first time that he saw her, he just fell in love with her. Grandma did not feel the same. Apparently.
Now, hopefully you guys are tuning in to the ages of grandma and grandpa.
Yes.
Right? So this is part of the being like your grandma. You know, y'all women are out of order. Go on back to being 13 and 14 and waiting for grandpa, right? Because the nerve of y'all out of order. Go back and be like grandma, right? But hopefully you guys are listening to the ages. And number 2, hopefully you guys are seeing how the family sold them off. Like sold their kids off, their daughters off. Same way they do for a goat. Here's a goat. Okay, I got your daughter. Here's a goat, right? Like the goat ain't going to be there for so long. Or the goat could be one good meal, but you sold your daughter off for one meal. Well, let's go.
According to family lore, she repeatedly told him to go away. She was like not interested. I think she was in love with somebody else at the time. But my papa, bless his heart, did not give up that easily. So he pushed forward and kept annoying her until she eventually conceded and went on a date with him. And they got married not long after that. Now, I'm not saying that there was no love there because I think they loved each other very much. But I am saying that grandma used to save money all year round. She would like squirrel it away in little holes in the house, so that at the end of the year, she and all her friends could go get like lit in Vegas. So my cousins and I are not convinced that she would have gotten married and had kids that young if she would have had like more options. Now, my papa on the other side, I would consider him a victim. This is my mom's father. My grandma was madly in love with him, but he didn't even notice her. She was not a blip on his radar. So she used to put on like the skimpiest bikinis that she could get away with for the time and crawl up on top of one of the chicken houses that he would have to like walk by on his way to work and just and
Thank
just
you, Julie.
pose. She claimed that it was because she wanted to suntan up there, but it was specifically to make Papa look at her. And that doesn't sound like he was a victim. Like that just sounds like some girl flirting, but you haven't met her. Like if you talked to her for 37 seconds, you would. That poor man was a victim.
Oh, you little victim. What the fuck?
My grandma used to tell us the story about how she met my grandpa and she was just walking home from school one day and this man in his truck was behind her telling her how beautiful she was and he would follow her home every single day. She was 15. He was not in school.
And I wanted you guys to also listen to how they pick them up, right? On their way to school or at the playground.
Or after school, because I've seen weirdos looking for girls when they get out of school too.
No. We're not on this generation. We're talking about they want us to be like grandma. So we
Right.
want to, right. So we back in the 1900s to, but remember none of these things never took place. Every grandma story is a happy story. So
We
we're
back in color purple.
right. We listening to all the happy stories, right? Listening to all the happy stories that you modern women better go back and be more traditional, like your grandma, right? But every story has damn near the same thing, right?
Until she finally said yes to marry him. And my 13-year-old self was like, oh, he knew and he loved her. But my adult self is like, holy shit, Grandpa, you're a predator. And no wonder why my grandma was such a bitch all the time. I would be too.
And I met him, and he wouldn't leave my father's store for 3 weeks.
I have this family member that every time he would get up in church and tell the story about how him and his wife met, he would say that he was picking his daughter up from the school bus and he saw this little girl on the bus and he knew that that was his wife.
What?
I'm going to give away this incredible 4,000.
Commercial.
It's like, holy shit, Grandpa, you're a predator. And no wonder why my grandma was such a bitch all the time. I would be too.
And I met him, and he wouldn't leave my father's store for 3 weeks.
I have this family member that every time he would get up in church and tell the story about how him and his wife met, he would say that he was picking his daughter up from the school bus and he saw this little girl on the bus and he knew that that was his wife. Yeah, the age gap is crazy. But the bad part is nobody in church was like, yeah, grown men lusting after little girls on school buses is wrong. They were like, God really spoke to you. God really showed you. And it took me and my cousin.
So this is our church.
I heard it.
These are our. Now you confess that, and again, we're gonna stay back with grandma and them. Which, if you think about it, we heard a lot of stories in church too. We ain't paying no damn mind when we was young because you couldn't do math when you were young, and this, depending on your age, this goes way back then. Right? They didn't care what time. Don't say the word married. They don't even hear the ages no more. It's like they cut that part out. Right? Only thing, we was married for 40 years, for 50 years, for 60 years. But they always leave out the age bracket until you're old enough to do the math. Right? Sometimes you don't do the math until one of them pass away and you look at the year they were born. Then you're like, oh shit. Right? Because nobody real, because mama always go, how old is you? 21.
Right.
21. They'd be 50 years old, 21. Oh, and that's why they always sit up there and they would say to women, oh, don't tell your age. That would be one of the reasons why we never thought about that. Like, why women don't say their age.
Dang,
right?
Sugar. I never thought about that either.
They already trained you. Don't tell your age. That was embedded.
And I'm the opposite. I love to tell my age.
But the majority of women, because they try to make you think it's a vanity thing, but in all reality, because whomever you've been with, if you do the math, it's a peditorial thing. I know I said it wrong, but it sounds good to me, right? But that's another reason why grandma didn't want to let the family know the age. Like I said, you didn't realize the year until one of them passed away. Then you seen the year on the thing, like, oh, some people still let it pass because at that point they already not mommy and daddy. Remember, this is about grandma. This grandma and grandpa. Nobody don't want you to think that way about grandpa because he's your grandpa. So they don't want you to do the added and subtraction. They don't want that. So they taught you as you got older, don't never tell anybody your age. Has nothing to do with, oh, because if they think I'm young, I'm gonna stay young. Why is that a woman's secret, right? I'm just saying. Well, now we know why. The one time on Big Gun Man asked me my age, I told him I was 22. Oh Lordy. We talking about a family member, not a stranger, Nick, but
Nick said I'm 22 forever.
Girl, I'm 21 forever. What are you talking about? Nick a year older than me. She's a year older than me.
It's years to realize that's disgusting.
Grandma, you little victim. What?
So one day, my grandma comes to me and she's like, I think I'm gonna die soon. I want you to know my life story. And I'm like, okay, this is never a good way. This is never a good way to start a conversation. So she has a very, very lenient upbringing. Tries to join the Air Force and doesn't work. My grandma cannot iron. My grandma cannot fold. My grandma cannot walk in a straight line, apparently. So cool. She also meets an airman while she's there. Right? I don't know how that works, but just unreliable narrator, maybe? I don't fucking know. Anyway, this man is pursuing. This man is fucking, we have to get, like, I love you, want to marry you right now. Those of you who, like, know the military, they're like, that tracks. That's a ponytail, I want a bun. So they get married, and right away, grandpa is like, gotta have a kid right now. BT dubs, my mother's dying. We need to have a kid right now. So my grandma goes, okay, cool. So she's just really, really trying to get this woman to like her, to have a kid with this guy. And then they have a kid, and they have a kid right before his mother dies. She gets to see my dad. Yay. Then she finds love letters under this man's bed. I don't know if it's their bed. I don't know. It's just, it was like 1950? No, it was 1964 or something. I don't fucking know. So she finds love letters. She finds love letters to a dude. And she's just like, I don't know what is going on. I don't know what's happening. You love me. Why are these love letters to somebody else? And he's like, actually, I just really, really wanted a kid so my mom could see I had a kid before she died. By the way, don't knock it till you try it. So my grandma tries it. My grandma becomes a lesbian. Right? And years and years later, tragedy, she finds the church, or the missionaries find her, and they're like, cool, there's this really cool place called heaven that you could go to. We could get you in, but you can't be a homosexual. So she and her lesbian lover decide to advertise out the extra room in their home. So they have a constant chaperone, so they're not gay, so they can go to heaven. And it's so sad. And then their chaperone dies. Because at this point, I'm like 12 or something. So everybody's kind of older. But yeah, the man that ruined my grandma's life, that made her a victim, I'm blaming God or the church or missionaries, because fuck all of them. Thanks for coming with me on this wild ride.
By the way, watching that back, I didn't get to blame my grandfather, but I blame him too. He used my grandmother as a walking uterus, so fuck him too.
Emma, you little victim. What the fuck?
So I would never have guessed this was going to be my first actual TikTok that I put out there. But my grandmother got pregnant with my mother when she was 15 years old. And the man who got her pregnant was an older married man who was the foreman for a oil field. When he found out, he made an arrangement with her parents, her father, that he would find a man that worked for him to marry her and then be the father of her children. So she was essentially sold to another man that worked for my, I guess, biological grandfather. She was 15. She married this 20-something adult man that worked in the oil fields. They did go on to have 8 more children, 9 in total. He was a raging alcoholic, beat her and the children. I found this out much later in life after they had both passed away from my mother, who did end up leaving home at 16 because she was fed up with raising her mother's children, because my grandmother had to work to feed the children, because although my grandfather worked in the oil fields, he spent most of the money that he made on alcohol. So she ironed and sold eggs and cleaned houses, etc., while having 9 children. So learned all this from my mother. Found out her mother, my great grandmother, also had a child at 15. Had my grandmother at 15, but married another man who was willing to, I guess, take on that responsibility. So we definitely romanticize the good old days, but they definitely weren't good for everybody.
Grandma, you little victim. What the?
My grandmother was 14 to 15 years old when she got pregnant. My grandfather was around 20, 21, 23, 22. I'm not sure. It bounces back and forth. I have no idea. All I know is she gave birth around the age of 15. She had gone on a petty date with him. Not even like, oh, I want to go on a date with this guy. This guy's asked me out. No, I think it was a double date, and her friend wanted her to go on a date with her and this guy's friend, which turned out to be my grandfather. And she ended up pregnant. I'm not sure if they dated a little bit before the pregnancy happened or like right the first date. But my grandmother's mom said, I am not raising a child. I'm not raising another child. Had enough. You're going to go marry that man. My grandmother did not want to marry him. Not one bit. She downright refused, but ended up marrying him anyway, because what was she going to do? She was about 15 years old and ready to pop. He didn't allow her to drive, didn't allow her to have a job. Her job was to cook, clean, and take care of the kids. She had her second son when she was still in her teens. The third son, which was my father, came out when she was in her 20s. And he was an oops, just like the first one. An oops. They stayed together up till my grandmother passed away in 2020. My grandmother didn't know life without a man who treated her horribly. He was abusive. He did drugs. Eventually, he turned to the Lord and thought he was the best thing ever. No, not the Lord, not Jesus. No, himself. He thought he was the best thing ever. Thought that the man was the best thing that ever happened. Towards the end of my grandmother's death, towards when I started sticking up for her, because I was in my 20s, I could see it. I knew it was happening. They were no longer the happy little grandparents that I knew as a child that they would put on when I was.
Yes. Like when did it take your grandchild to turn 20? Like remember, she is the daughter of the third son. The third son. So how long did they let grandma get beat up from the kids and the other grandkids? This is ridiculous. But women, you have to be more traditional like grandma. Traditional like grandma. Are y'all listening? I want because y'all out of order. You're out of order. But isn't that crazy, CC? Like, damn. Like, what
It,
shit?
I haven't even talked to my aunt in some month. Well, no, since my bio, because that's my bio's father's sister, and just her telling me stories about my grandfather, because I research my family history with my elders, and just by her telling me what my grandfather named, he has 3 daughters named Beverly. My aunt name is Beverly. I have an aunt out here whose name is Beverly, and then the other sister Beverly is out there in Mississippi or wherever. My aunt told me that my grandfather would pay older men to, have her. He would sell her to older men, and that's how she got with her husband that she's with now. He was my grandfather's friend. She didn't just meet him off the street or nowhere. He was coming into the house. He was welcomed by my grandfather. I mean, yeah, my father's father. So that would be my grandfather. Yeah.
Right? Yeah. But can you imagine, though? I don't want to imagine. But she's 20 at that time. And, well, damn, grandma was getting beat since she was 15. Nobody did nothing. Nobody. Bad enough she's 15. He a grown behind man beating up on that little girl, because, as they say, we are out of order. At that age, they're easier to mow. So they say. This is what they say. This is what they say, ladies. You're easier to mow. So, he didn't have to really beat her because he mowed her at 15. Violence never took place, according to these fake these stories that they want to tell us that we're supposed to go back to, right? So we're gonna keep on, us modern women. We want to keep listening to all these beautiful traditional stories that they want. She said a farm accident. We want to keep on listening to these stories, beautiful stories about traditional grandma. For all the ones that, oh wow, grandma and to the last breath, grandma suffered. To the grandkids had to step in. What the hell? I got 2 uncles and stuff for. But even who? Let's carry on.
Around. And I would tell him where to go shove it.
Thank you,
He did not like
Julie.
that. He told me I'm going to hell. I told him I would see him there. Sadly, he is still of the living. Why, I do not know. Why are old people like this? Why was this such a normal thing back in that day?
Normal?
These older men going after young teenage girls. Or even just, like, the last one I heard was like an 8-year-old.
Damn.
A man in his 30s going after an 8-year-old.
She got a menstrual.
That is disgusting.
Get storage that puts you first with CubeSmart Self Storage. Rent online and move in today.
Depend keeps you drier than ever.
back in the days, like I heard this on another channel, but with these stupid men that want us to be like our grandma. Grandma be minding her business, right? Being a child, not being a woman, not being a teenager, being a child, just going to school. And a lot of times when they married the daughter off, right, they had to put the white sheet down, right? A white sheet under her. So if it doesn't spot, and grandma got beat up, because that
Yeah.
in their mind, in their mind, grandma wasn't a VJ. Not to mind you, everybody does not spot, right?
Right.
And two, it's so many predators that's out. We have been victim shaming women forever. Forever. They never cared that young girl, she's already young, that you married off. What if something could have, she's tainted because somebody took advantage of her. She's still a child. These are all the things, grandma, that you women are supposed to study. As I'm showing this, you guys better study and get back in order. I don't know what's wrong with you. How dare you tell your daughter to go to school and go to college and stuff? You better go back and marry her off. Mm-hmm.
And a lot of times, young ladies or women's hymens don't even get broken during those intimate moments.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. So, but they did that, right? But that's where the white sheet coming at. I don't know why you couldn't just feel, you can't feel it, damn it. You ain't see nothing red there. You had to feel like you had to
They
embarrass
might
her on
be
the
a
white
part of
sheet.
the itty bitty ditty community. So
Jesus. And this young lady right here is still traumatized. And it happened to her grandmother. And she is still traumatized. And you wonder why, hey, Miss Pinky, we wonder why some women feel the way they do, right? Because they took on not even mommy's trauma, grandma's trauma. And they vowed never. And you know what? That is their choice. That is their option. That they have every right. That's how much men traumatizes the whole family, that it trickles down. Like even she's trying to figure out, why did God take grandma and then take grandpa? Right? She says she's still amongst the living. Hey, Koja. Yeah, it is beyond crazy. But I just want you ladies, because you ladies are out of order, and I don't appreciate the stuff y'all say here. So I'm trying to educate you so you can get back to being a traditional woman like your grandma. Y'all too modern over here. Nerve. So we're gonna get you back in order.
Grandma, you little victim. What the fuck?
No, but it's actually crazy to me how even like in modern times, straight people absolutely like program this as like normal behavior. Like I will never forget one time I was like at my youth group Bible study or whatever the fuck, and one of our leaders was talking about how she and her husband got together, or maybe it was like one of my friends was talking about how her parents got together or something. And it was like they had been dating, and then they, I guess, got into a fight or broke up or something, and then she blocked him on everything, and she wouldn't pick up his calls, and she like, just totally took herself off the map, like gave every indication that she wanted to be left alone. And they're like, but then he found her anyway, like basically stalked her, tracked her down, and found her anyway. And now they're married for 30 years. And I distinctly remember, even my teenage brainwashed self, I was probably at 15, and I distinctly remember saying, that sounds
really creepy. And I got jumped. Like, the grown adults that led my youth group were like, no, it's not creepy. It's romantic. She was playing hard to get, and he was proving how much he liked her. And I was like, okay, if you say so. But even as a kid, I was like, what the fuck? What? What?
Go out with me. Grandma, you little victim. What the fuck?
So my grandmother met my grandfather when she was 18 and he was in his mid 30s. And he had already been married before. She was his third wife, and he had already had 3 children whom he gave up for
Damn, still
adoption
30.
when his wife left and he couldn't take care of the kids. So he meets my grandmother. They have 2 kids together, and then they start having multiple affairs throughout, both of them tit for tat. And my grandmother becomes pregnant, and my grandfather's like, you can keep it. It's fine. I'll raise it as my own. But the postpartum gets bad enough. She gives that child to her sister. Then they end up getting divorced, and my grandma meets her second husband, who was a Vietnam vet. And he put on a good show up until they got married. And then it turned out he was a massively disturbed and abusive individual.
I don't mean to keep stopping it, but I'm glad when they make the key points that we talk about all the time. When they like, you got to learn how to vet better. And I keep saying it's hard to vet because you don't know when their mask is going to fall off.
Nope.
It's hard to vet. If it was that simple, a lot of women would not be in abusive or bad relationships. If nobody don't just meet you and smack you up and all this other stuff. Now, if they from the streets, guess what? The same way you can assume a good guy is so good, he could really be bad. So because you're somebody on the street, that don't make him a thug or pook. He could be a good thing. But we don't. The point is, we don't know.
No.
Angela, I've been seeing Angela everywhere. The point is, we don't know. And I specifically say, sometime a man keeps his mask on until you said the word "I do,"
or until you have a baby.
That's the second one. That's the second one, right? Or there's no particular order. But again, when they try to come in with "you picked them," that's not who I picked, right? That's not who I picked. I had to check. My grandfather was 8 years older than my grandma. Right? So, Eva, as soon as you get married, and you always hear this thing, that's not the man I married. Women say that all the time. And then again, you have these women, these men make you think, I'm going to be the best father ever. We're going to live happily ever after. And as soon as that baby come out, dun, 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 the mask is gone. I mean, it's other things, but something else. Oh, I was watching. I'll probably play that tomorrow. When a girl went to when she got, I don't know if she married a guy, didn't marry the guy. This ninja waited 3 years, because he was trying to get his green card. He waited 3 years to show for the mask to fall off. So you would think that you would be with somebody for 3 years. They're gonna kind of sort of stay there. 3 years later, here you go, a whole new person. So how much time?
Their end
Go ahead,
game
sis. Go ahead, sis.
Can you hear me?
Mm-hmm.
It depends on what their end game is for that supply, that certain supply. If their end game is X, then they may get that quicker or sooner than later, maybe not, depending on the woman. If it's finances or if it's a longevity of finances, because some people are with people that have lots of money, or some people think somebody is going to get an inheritance, or they do a life insurance policy.
Yeah, or you are what you call a strong woman, right? And they have to that it takes them time for them to get you where you want. So for all the strong women, baby, after 3 years, he got you. Cause you figure he ain't changed. I know, Nick. I have to exit the show. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm cut off in a little bit, but shit, it's hot. It's hot. It's hot. I'm telling you, boy, Dick would me like it ain't nothing, right? Like it ain't nothing. But we love you, right? So for them strong women who's about something, who's going to school, they will make you think that they will make you even let you finish college. They'll wait till you start your new job, and the minute you get a good job, that's when the mask slips.
Acting a fool all over the place.
And how many women you will hear say, "I lost everything," and they got to start their life over. You never know when the mask is going to fall off. So I mean that. Remember, it can go both ways. It can go both ways. But today we're speaking upon women, grandma, not women. Think about the perfect relationships that grandma had that we supposed to go back to doing. So hopefully I'm convincing you. I'm trying to convince you to go back to grandma and get back in order because you women here are out of order. Dang it, says the court.
He ended up making my mom cut ties with her biological father in order to be adopted by him. And the dynamic was quite a difference because my grandfather was deaf and this was a hearing man. And so there was quite a big difference in the fighting styles as well. So anyways, she leaves him and now she's in like her mid 30s and living her best life and decides to become a man maker of her neighborhood, which she was very proud of. Maybe she still is. I don't know. But she told that story with a lot of pride. She becomes the man maker. Then she's set up. Somebody's like, hey, there's this guy. He's newly divorced. He's great. I've worked with him. You should meet him. He had been like a volunteer cop because I think you could do that if you had military training. And he was also a long haul truck driver. So like literally their first or second date is he's like, I got this shipment to pick up in California. Like he either had to fly out and drive it back or he had to drive out and get it, whatever. And she just goes. Like she just goes and they go driving across the country. And mind you, she still has 2 kids and they are in their school age. And she
Hi, we're Visible. We're the wireless company with nothing to hide.
is off across the country. So they start living together and dating when my mom is in like junior high school age. And when she's 17, my grandpa at this time is apparently working at a factory part-time. He brings home my dad, who is 21.
It's really sounding familiar now, right, Lakeisha? Here it go. Mama, junior high school, and you bring these men home to your daughters. Uh-huh. Mm-hmm.
There's a 4-year age difference between them. Not bad, but still. Brings him home unannounced and it's just like, I think you guys should date, or like you'd be a good pair. And either he had already crashed my mom's prom the prior year, or he did after they met and they had been dating, because my dad was a massive alcoholic. And so she meets my dad. They go on their first date for Valentine's Day. And he either crashes her prom after that, and then at some point they have a party they go to, and my dad just starts pouring Everclear into her drink to the point where eventually my mom is just drinking Everclear. And they both would tell this story And there were no morals, there were no lessons with this story. It was like this weird,
I think that was
cutesy
Nene who
party
said that.
story. You know, like my
I
mom
forgot who
might
said
roll
that,
her
but I don't
eyes,
think
but
that
my
was him.
dad thought it was funny. And probably does to this day. And so he spiked her drink. And then, like, my mom cuts off the tap because it's a sin. They shouldn't have started. They need to get married first. So while my dad is driving up the hill in town, he throws a ring in her lap and he goes, "You wanna?" And they get married 7 months after their first date because my mom cut off the tap. That was specifically explained to me, by the way. Specifically
Hey,
explained.
sis.
And then for the rest of their now 42-year marriage, I have listened to my father bitch and moan about the lack of intimacy and just what a raging bitch my mother is. And like, luckily my dad stopped drinking before I was born. But like, has just, they don't get along. They've never been respectful to each other. They're not nice to each other, and it's not a nice experience to be around. And it's one of the reasons I'm no contact. Like, you couldn't leave a room. My mom couldn't leave a room without my dad turning to one of us and just under his breath going, "What a bitch," you know. Or even if I have guests or people over, you know, it gets really embarrassing at some point. He's tried to divorce her multiple times, but in fundamentalism, he's got it in his head that if you have to get the woman's permission, and if you don't have permission from both people, you can't get a divorce. So he has to have like her blessing. It's weird. Definitely not a cute meet cute. None of the stories throughout were cute or like amazing, and like everybody told them with fondness, like a great deal of fondness. So fast forward, and my uncle, my dad's brother, meets his wife in the Philippines and brings her back with her son. And I all of a sudden have an aunt that is just 4 years older than me. And she gets here and she kind of starts talking to my mom about how her perception of my uncle was a little bit different, and he's a little harsher. He's a little more argumentative. He's not as easygoing as she thought. All of these things, right? And my mom explains to her, and it's just so casual and like uplifting. She's like, "Oh yeah, I was like that when I first got together with, you know, he, like, his tone bothered me a lot. I was so sensitive. I cried a lot. Like, especially our first arguments, I would just fall apart. I'd just break down. But, you know, I've gotten used to him. And, you know, it's just, it doesn't bother me the same way anymore. And you'll get used to it." One of the worst pieces of advice I have ever heard in my life. And like, they have their own dynamic now. She doesn't put up with a lot of shit. Like, she puts her foot down.
You know what? That is the absolute truth, right? They tell you back in the days, when you go to the people who you expect to help you, that is what you always get. "Oh, you get used to it," or it's all right. No, the F is not. This is why when women get beat up today, nobody cares. And it's sad, right? We have to care though. We have to stop with the victim shaming. We was not in the relationship, so we don't know what damaging things that man said to her to make her stay, right? That is the worst advice ever. And we have heard this advice. Well, we haven't heard it, but we have heard, well, some people have, depending on where you're from. When they come up, have breathing problems. Uh-huh. They always want you to put up with somebody's ish. But that's part of our lesson today. You know, us modern women have to go back to being traditional women, like grandma. So that's another rule. Put up with the ish. If he's alcoholic, get beat up. This is what we're learning here, right? And this, remember,
If he
we
a
have,
womanizer, just put up with it. You'll get used to it.
and you can have the baby. Don't forget the other one too, who
Oh yeah,
courted her as a little girl, then got the
Mhm.
neighbor pregnant. So listen, I'm trying to learn you now. I will go back with a life insurance policy. Exactly. So I'm trying to learn you, modern women. You are out of order. Out of order. I will not stand for it. This is the problem in our community. You're not traditional. Dag it.
At him, and he wouldn't leave my father's store for 3 weeks.
Okay, it's strange that this is even coming up on my timeline because I just got into like a Facebook debacle bait with this misogynistic man a few weeks ago about this very topic. So I shared a post that was saying like it doesn't matter if you have children or investments with a person. Like if you're miserable, if you guys are just not it for each other, like you should leave. There should be nothing that makes you just stay with a person when you're clearly miserable. Um, and I referenced it with a story from my grandmother, well, my great great grandmother. And I captioned it saying, you know, I learned this from my great grandmother because when my great great grandfather passed away, like she was like visibly not distraught, like at all. And it was weird to me, even at a young age. Like everybody in the family is sad, crying, blah, blah, blah. And she was just like nothing. I don't know if she was crying privately. I don't, you know, whatever. But as far as publicly, sis had no emotion to it. And I was like, man, you should be crying more than anybody out here, but whatever. So eventually I asked and I'm like, you know, grandma, what's going on? Like, are you okay? You know, da da da. And she was like, your grandfather passing away was the happiest moment of my life. And I was like, this just turned dark. And she was like, don't get me wrong, I loved him very much. I grew to love him, but she was like, he was a very mean man to me and to your grandparents and to my other children. And I was very young whenever we got married. He was in the military. I was very, very young. They forced me to marry him. I did not want to marry anybody. I did not want to have children. He forced me to be a stay-at-home mom and have kids. That's not what I wanted to do. So really my life was taken over by somebody else. So I was not happy. But I grew to love him and I was like, ew, like that sounds terrible. Like you were
Me,
forced.
grandma.
Who knows? I mean, her parents probably sold her to his family for a freaking cow. Like who knows? Because I didn't want to even get any deeper into that dark story. But the guy legitimately commented and was like, well, it couldn't have been that bad because you said they stayed together for all those years. Do you understand? Like back then, like women didn't have any rights. Like she couldn't have argued with her dad and be like, no, dad, you can't sell me for this cow. Like I'm staying home at 12 years old. Like she was a kid. There's nothing she could have done about that. Then once she got older, like,
what do you do?
This is all she knows. She did not, they weren't allowed to work. They didn't have any like education, life skills. What other was she going to do with like 12 kids?
Damn.
Run away and go where?
Damn.
You know what I mean? So like, yeah,
Well,
you can yourself. It's a victim mentality to yourself and just sit in it because you have no other option. And like a lot of our grandmothers, if you really sit down and talk to them, went through this, like, and that's scary because a lot of our families would not be like here if it was not for that. And that's crazy to me. Like, if you've ever seen Color Purple and the Mr. and Celie like scene, that's not just like a made up, you know, emotional touch. That's really what they were doing to women back then. And it was on both sides of the track. It wasn't just like, you know, it was.
Shopify Point of Sale makes it easy to start and grow your retail business. All the
This was really happening to women. Like we were bought and sold like animals. Like we still don't have the rights. You know what I'm saying? So it's like It's a little scary, but y'all really need to have conversations with your grandparents because grandma's probably been with granddaddy for like 60 some years and never even liked him in the first place. He's probably like the weird older guy down the street that was like watching her play with her kid friends, like Jacks and stuff on the sidewalk, and he was like, that one's cute. Let me get her. Just saying.
Grandma, you little victim.
So I've seen a lot of these clips, and on the surface, when I compare my grandmother's story to those, in the very beginning, it doesn't look too bad. So my grandmother was legal age. A lot of these girls in these stories are 13, 14, 15. My grandmother was 20. But the thing is, my granddad was 40. And his mother-in-law was 39. So he was a year older than even his mother-in-law.
Damn.
Or at least that's the story we were raised with. See, my parents raised us as Mormon. And one thing that the eldest community is pretty big on is genealogy. And for some reason, I don't know if my parents thought that part wouldn't stick with us or what, but it did, at least in my case. I'm not, huge on it, but, occasionally I like looking and that kind of stuff. And when I went looking, I found out that my granddad was actually 26 years older than my grandmother, and he was 7 years older than her mom.
Damn.
I don't know, 26 sounded worse than 20, 20 sounded okay. I don't know what the cutoff was. But I did also find some info that even my dad may not have known. So apparently grandma was not wife number one. At the minimum so far, I found that she was wife number 3. Wife number 1, he married when he was 17, and she was 37. So we had a flip of the age group there. He had one child with her, which we were never told about. But my dad definitely knew of her existence because he named one of his children after her. I don't know if he ever met her or anything along those lines. He never told his kids about her.
You got
he
2 kids the same
sister.
name?
Now, the next wife, I don't know if that was before my grandmother. I believe it is because there's a lot of years in there. But I'm pretty sure it was before my grandmother. It was in Florida. They had 3 children together, and he abandoned them. So he took off, left the kids behind, left her behind, went back home, eventually married my grandmother, had 3 more kids. As far as I know, my dad does not know about those 3 kids in Florida.
Yes, he do.
They know about grandpa. They know that he had other wife, had other kids. The person the oldest, who would have been my brother, my dad's brother, ended up, working as the man of the household and taking care of his siblings. And apparently has very, very strong feelings about my granddad that are not very pleasant, that he's passed down to the rest of the children. But so grandpa and his brother were both wandering men. They were both musicians. Grandpa was a yodeling, singing blues cowboy. So he was really popular in California, Mexico,
he had
Texas in the 20s and 30s. Friends of Bob Hope, the music, the radio scene, all that kind of stuff for a while before he went back home. But so there's no telling how many other families there are out there. Because like I said, he was 46 when he met my grandmother. He had a lot of travel and a lot of times for friendships under his belt.
If you stayed this long, you truly like this.
Hopefully.
Girl, what if you stayed as long you truly like this? I know that African woman did not say that when that is running rapid in Africa. I know she didn't fix her lips to say that at the end.
No. I cut it off. She was saying basically like the show, not what's going on.
Oh, okay.
Hey, East Dad. Can't imagine. Oh, thank you. Can't imagine how many times he messed up. Yeah. Mm-hmm. But again, I don't think you women are listening. I think you guys are too modern. I think you guys, you want to decenter men. I think something is wrong with all of you guys, and I want you guys to get your lesson. So I'm trying to help you. Right? I'm trying to help you. Don't say I did not try to help you. Because y'all are very out of order.
Shooting with Karen Millen.
I'm trying to help you so you don't end up lonely and hitting the wall, being a perp wife. Don't be a 304, because be a wife, you get the house, you get the home, even though you're going to cheat with the 304 anyway. But it don't matter. You got the house, you got the home.
He would throw rocks through my window with notes that said, "Please go out with me." Grandma, you little victim. What the fuck?
I was stuck with this crazy man that I had the baby for, and he told me, he said, if you don't marry me, I'm gonna kill you. So I was like, I ain't trying to marry this man because he has already been slapping on.
How old are you? 22. I had 6 kids by the time I was 22.
Go back and watch the original video, but she's talking about how a lot of our grandmothers' love stories are really stories of predation and non-consent. Her video is exactly why we hear so many men say, why can't I have a relationship like my grandparent? Your grandmothers didn't get married because they wanted to. They got married because they had to. And while you watched your grandfather be happy as a clam doing whatever the fuck he wanted, your grandmother was taking the girls of the family aside and warning them to never, ever depend on a man. Telling us to make sure we got an education,
That's
be
right.
financially independent. This is Homer Peel kissing his 12-year-old bride outside a courthouse in Tennessee in 1937. This is still completely legal today. It doesn't happen very often because in 1974, women won the right to have a bank account, credit card, and paycheck issued in their own name instead of their husband's. It was only 2 years before.
You hear that? 1974. Remember when
the year I was born.
Yeah, remember I did a celebration on that. I said it makes 50 something years that we were able to get money. So I believe it was 50 years. That's the 50th anniversary, right? So anything before 50 years, grandma was stuck. Grandma was stuck. She was stuck. Anything before then. But you let these men keep telling us that, and I want you guys to learn, because I don't want you guys to hit the wall. I don't want y'all to be stuck. Yeah, 74. I showed y'all in the big old when I did the celebration. If y'all was here, I said today I like the special announcement. It's been 50 years since we were able to get our own money. That's right. Don't take it. Don't take it. Don't take it. Don't take it. So I'm only trying to help you guys. I'm only trying to help you. I don't want y'all to be bitter. Nothing like that. You know what I'm saying? She got married at 64. Well, she wasn't able to hold a bank account yet. Not yet. Not yet.
Before that, in 1972, that it became illegal to bar women from higher education. Of course, grandma never said anything because she was socialized to.
In 1972, that'd be, depending on what month it was, that'd be 51 or 52 years ago. We were able to go to college. Damn it. Stop listening. Oh, no, listen to these men, because this is what they want.
Center a man in her life and be self-sacrificing and self-silencing. But men never see that because men aren't socialized to see women's pain and struggle. They're socialized to be entitled to it. But we know because we were part of the pull aside conversations, because our grandmothers knew that relationship that men.
Well, actually, is that I don't know what part you came in, but it was some black women telling their story too. And you're going to hear some more black women tell the same exact story. Right? You're going to hear the same exact story. Is that grandma was stuck. I'm sorry to tell you, grandma was stuck. And if it was just 50 years ago, when we were able to have a bank account and people was able to give us money, that was only 50 years ago. So we couldn't even work. If we did work, we had to give the money to the man, right? So we couldn't advance as of 50 years ago. So yeah, no. Hold on. Is that we got to do receipts here, right? You got to do receipts. Now, I'm quite sure these grandmas are not lying, right? Number one. Number two, what for the black man, there if the white woman didn't have no rights, what rights did the black woman have? Remember, women itself wasn't able to be in possession of money. So as of 50 years ago, right, we couldn't even go to college up until 1972. So you will have to explain, right? She had the right to work, but we was working since the slave ship. Is different when you don't, you got to hide your money in the walls and stuff. You can't put it in the bank. So, right? I was born in 74 and I heard enough in my life to know I ain't talking out the other side of my neck. There's no disagreement, baby. All I know is the facts here, right? Like, remember, I the minority and the majority is two different things, right? As far as the majority, it's not like the black man was holding the black woman back. There was no place for her to go, right? Where was she to go? Over after 50 years ago, where was she going to go? She couldn't walk over. Like, even though if he didn't hold her back, he knew there was nowhere for her to go. Where is the black woman? What good job she's supposed to have had in the 1900s? Like, a lot of our grandparents was born in the early 1900s. Mine was born in the early 1930s, right? So you will have to tell me or get me to understand what was we doing. It couldn't hold us back, and I'm saying you said it couldn't hold back, but according to the law, what was she to do? Okay, you said we. I believe you're talking about a minority, not the majority. Because I could do plenty of interviews, right? I could do my own interviews and catch some of these old women before they kick the bucket. But the men were still in control of the money. If the men were in the household, let's correct that. If the men was in the household, they was in control of her. She was considered his property. He was able to do what he wanted with her. No, we ain't talking about the white woman right now. We're talking about the black woman, right? So these will be facts. These will be facts. We were our men property, even in slavery, which I have showed you guys. We were still considered, modern black men are out the house, not back then. I mean, email me your receipts. I'm showing receipts. All these grandmas can't be lying, but you can email me the receipts. I would sure enough play it. I would definitely play it. No, it's not about agree or disagree, because I'm not giving. These are grandmas that's talking. These are grandmas that's talking. It is a fact that women didn't have a bank account up until 50 years ago. So that's not about agreeing or disagreeing. That is a fact. It is a fact that if you add up how old your grandma was and how old your grandpa was, it's a fact that they were 15 and 16 years old and he was between 21 years old and over. That would be a fact. It would be a fact that he went to the playgrounds and sought her out. It's a fact they went to the school. We just have to accept the truth. That's not my opinion. These are facts. There was no jobs for the black women like that he didn't have her back. Well, where was she going? It's not a fact. Okay, bring me the receipts, East Dad. Bring me the receipts that when the black woman had a bank account and can use her own name and she was not the man's property. Please, my email is in the in my what you call it, whatever you call it. Right? Bring me all the jobs that we held 50 years ago and beyond. What type of jobs we had, the bank, the money, how many were married, how many wasn't married. So bring me the receipts. I will show it. I will show it. My point is being held back, not bank account or building. He's that. I'm out of this. Okay, I hear you. I hear you. All right.
Pedestal was good for them, but it isn't good for us.
Grandma, you little victim. What the fuck?
Why is this always so true though? Because I was not super close with my dad's side of the family. So I didn't know the story of how my grandma and grandpa on that side of the family met until it was my grandpa's funeral.
Did
So
I
I
say
can't remember who
funeral,
made the
Keisha?
speech, but it was like one of the family members, and there's like all of these there and older people, and they're like, oh well, he first saw her when she was 15 and he had a crush on her, and he knew he had to wait until she was a little older, so they didn't actually get together until
I
she
got
was
you. You too.
17,
You have a
and that
beautiful
would have
day.
made him like 23 or 24. And everyone's like, oh, what a sweet love story. And I was like 20 or 21 at the time, sitting in the audience just like, what the fuck? Like, this is weird as hell. You little victim? Like, this. It's like terrifying.
Women are not the way they were back in the day. What happened to our grandmas? You know what happened to your grandma? Your grandma was trapped in that marriage with your grand.
Let's listen to a couple short clips from this elder's love story.
Now I'm stuck with this crazy man that I had the baby for, and he told me, he said, if you don't marry me, I'm gonna kill you. So I was like, I ain't trying to marry this man because he has already been slapping on me before then. I was like 19. Anyway, so I had to deal with him. So as time went on, I went on and got married because I was afraid for my life. Yeah. So anyway.
Did you hear that beautiful marriage proposal? He said, if you don't marry me, I'm gonna kill you. She got married not because she was head over heels in love, not because this man was so good to her, but because she was afraid for her life. And I promise you, this lady probably got a grandson right now on the internet talking about why isn't anybody like my grandma?
Exactly.
So the next time a Dustantian from the region of Krustyville
Not the Dustantian
gets up in your face and has the nerve to say, why aren't you like my grandmama and my mama? And why can't you treat me the way they treated my granddaddy? Go ahead and send them this video. I'm gonna tag it in the caption.
This older lady literally just said that she got married because she was afraid for her life. Imagine being married to someone that you are literally afraid for your life. But then again, you're sleeping in the same bed, closing your two eyes, going to sleep next to this person. Imagine this, right? But yes, that was back in the days. But a lot of men are talking about, oh well, where are the good women? You know, like my grandma, and you know, my grandma and my grandpa been married for so long. Where are the good women? There's no good women nowadays. Da, 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 da. Sir, your grandpa was probably cheating on her the entire marriage. He was probably raising his hands on her. He was probably, you know, impregnating so many people in the neighborhood that she didn't know
See,
about. She probably didn't even find out that she had stepchildren in the neighborhood, children that your grandpa.
just remember, I don't make this stuff up, right? Remember this this I just do commentary, right? I just do commentary. That is it. That's all I do is commentary. So there is no need for a debate because this is if we're all in the same age bracket, give or take a year or two, up or down, we're still in the same generation, right? So which means we are born around the same time. So obviously it cannot be the majority if all of us don't have the same story. It will have to be the minority. If the majority is saying this and somebody is saying something else, that would be the minority. All of us can't be crazy. We're all born around the same time, give or take a year before, a year older, a year or two older, or a year or two younger. We're still in the same generations. All all of our experiences cannot you cannot invalidate all of our experiences. I can't invalidate if somebody it was good, but if all of us seeing the same thing around the same time, so that would make it the minority. If all of us see, if all of us could say, hey, our grandparents told us this too. All our grandparents, everybody in here is saying the same thing. So who would be lying, the minority or the majority? You know, sometimes I've known a lot of grandparents, and we have always spoke upon the minute I said I have seen women who looked sad, and I know a lot of elderly ladies, they did not come to life till after the husband passed away. And everybody was thinking that they was going to go downhill, blah, blah, blah. They flourished. That is a fact. It's not about agreeing. This is not my opinion. These are facts.
Where the other way around, if the woman, the wife, the grandmother should go before the grandfather health disintegrates, and he usually goes right after the grandmother.
Mm-hmm.
Because he was a good for nothing, so he didn't know how to he didn't know how to go to the doctor. You know, he probably didn't even want to go to the dang on doctor. And he probably eating everything that he wasn't supposed to eat when she was looking after his diet.
See, this is a problem that we're having, right? That we don't want to tell the truth. We don't want to hear the truth, right? Now, I'm not taking away anybody's truth, but I'm not speaking on what I think happened 50 years ago. 50 years, I mean, I was walking around that time. I was walking, running around. I was a toddler. But even who, that's when they was able to get their bank accounts, right? So even if somebody has a good story, it's a good story. So if we can agree to the good stories, we have to agree to the bad stories too. And we have to accept the fact grandma wasn't happy. We got to accept the fact that if, like I said, a lot of grandkids don't think about it until sometime it's the funeral. Then you start adding it up the numbers. Or somebody slip and say, oh, she was just such a cute little girl when I met her. And then, well, how old was she? Then you start adding it up. See, we got to tell the truth. We can't move forward unless we tell the truth.
Exactly. And we can't heal until we tell the truth.
Right. So, it's not about who's right or who's wrong. It's about bringing them facts. Show me the facts. Right. Show me the facts. I even showed you guys, even in slavery. And they say that women, the black women is the white man's whatever they call us. They best what is that they say? Enemy or something like that. Whatever some of the nice stuff they say about us, right? Then they say they out to get the black man. We got to protect the black man. But right both during slavery and after slavery, if they didn't like you and beating your women was against the law, right? DV has been against the law. Why I never got arrested? Y'all saw the same video that I saw, right? They said the black woman, uh, she ain't was all the way human or something like that. So even in slavery, y'all were allowed to do domestic violence. So if the white man really, if we was really out to get you, knowing that the white man want to get you anyway, you was never arrested for that. They turned their heads for that. I showed you proof. Proof. A lot of black women, especially born in the city, right? When you were born in a big old city, you think I was blind? I didn't see what was going on? You think I didn't see who had a mommy and daddy and how many single parent households there was? To say why, I don't know. I'm not even putting the blame on nobody. Hey, Miss Leo, because I don't know. But what I do know is when it comes down to grandma stories, I've always been around senior citizens. Always. I've always was the one. That's how we got our little change back in the days. I don't know how y'all did it in y'all states. But our states, the store, we had our penny candy stores, and then it was stores like right on the
We
corner.
had candy houses.
Right, but it was a cost of just a penny, right? So we used to always go to the stores for the elderly ones so we can get some change to go to school tomorrow and get our little penny candy because they always give you a tip. Come here, baby. Cause you go, oh sure I go store for you, right? Cause we knew they was gonna give us a quarter. That's 25 candies, right? And then who else is old. If you go to the store for a couple of them, you made you a good $1 or $2 for school the next day. So what happens is they start to talk to you, right? They start to talk to you because you start asking them questions. And these stories are not new. So I know for a fact, all of them wasn't lying to me in the 70s. They wasn't, I guess they all was. I've never heard, oh, it was so happy, it was beautiful. I love having 13 kids. The best. I love having 9 kids. Beautiful. I love having 8 kids. I've never heard of it. Not saying that it does not exist. But it's a lot of people in the inner city. A lot of people. I have really never even seen videos where they're so happy. I'm just so glad I had all these babies. I would see them talk about having these kids, but you would never hear them say how happy they were. I'll wait for the video. Matter of fact, I will look for the videos. Not saying that it doesn't exist. Some women probably were happy to sit home and have all them kids. You know, they didn't have TV, they didn't have internet, they didn't have nothing else to do but take care of them children. That was it. Besides work out in them fields, take care of them kids, and whatever. As the kids got older, you put them out on the field with you, and some of them took care of other kids. But after that, yes, exactly. So all of us cannot be lying. So all of us ain't lying. Especially all of they, and by the we was only going to the store because their children will still be considered really old, right? They couldn't even send their kids to the store because a lot of them was like 80 years old. Their kids themselves was like 55, right? So it ain't like, well, they could have sent their kids, no. And then a lot of their grandchildren, being that times has changed, have moved out and went to college and stuff like that. So they use the younger kids in the community to go run to the store for them. And again, what comes with that is history. They tell you this is what happened. They guide you. All my information I got was from elders. I didn't get it from no modern nothing. They would tell you, if I had another chance, I would have loved to have did this with my life. I would have loved to did this with my life. And like I said, the early, even the early 20s, 1920s, the end of the 1920s to the beginning of the 1930s, my grandmama sure ain't lie. My grandmama had stories. So all her siblings, and that's the Southern people. These are Southern people. Remember, everybody starts off from the South, then they go off to East Coast, West Coast. A lot of us started out from the South. I'll send me the receipts, or let me find the same way they found these videos of people telling the stories. Find me some videos where the women over 50 years, not now, 50 years and back, are so happy. Anybody, bring me the receipts. And if women were so happy, there would be plenty more videos of them telling us how happy. Do you honestly think that if people talking about grandma and grandpa, and you still got grandma and grandpa that's still living, do you honestly think it wouldn't be more videos of older women telling us this is the way to go? Besides a bunch of people that's younger than me telling me how we are supposed to be like grandma and grandpa. Where are the videos to back this? I hear the argument forever. Where is the receipts to back it?
Jackie said there aren't any.
Mm-hmm. If they out there, well, let us see it. Show me where the grandmas that's still living. Remember, it got to be 50 years and over, not being a 50-year-old grandma. I mean, as of before 1974. Before 1974. So that would be up from the 1900s. Tell me them stories where it was a beautiful thing to be 14 years old and to be a mama. And they are so happy. They're 15 years old. By the time you're 18, you got 3 goddamn kids, and your mama said, take them. I will wait. If you guys are correct, and I'll wait. But I don't know how old a lot of people, I'm not even talking to East Dad. I'm not talking about him. I'm just speaking in general. I ain't gonna have nobody younger than me where I got it straight from the cat's mouth. What most of the people in our ages got it straight from the cat's mouth. Why would I let somebody younger than me try to tell me something different? But when I was 8 years old, well, no, we went to the store a little bit younger, about 5 or 6 years old. Remember, the store's right on the corner for us. And we heard it from 70-year-olds and 80-year-olds out of their mouths themselves. It wasn't no pass me down information. They told us this information themselves. Why would I let any of these manospheres or red pillars convince me differently and tell me about grandma when they don't even know no grandma? Where your grandma at? That was born in the 1900s, the early 1900s, the 1910s, the 1920s, and the 1930s. I will fucking wait. I don't want to hear what. Well, this is what they told. No, we heard it straight from the cat's mouth. This is what it is. And they push them young girls to the side. They told them young girls to the side. The grandmas that y'all want us to be, they told their daughters on the side, get an education. We didn't do this on our own. We didn't just think of this ourselves. This what our foremothers told us. If I'm lying, tell me I'm lying. They said, get your own money, hide your money. Why you think women started hiding money? It's a reason why women started hiding money. It's a reason why a lot of women did not tell their age. It makes no sense that even their firstborn don't even have their accurate age until you find they hid their ID and they hid
like,
their ID
big
and
mama
everything.
is.
By the time you found out how old was grandma, it was on her obituary. By the time you find out how old grandpa really was, even though grandpa said it, but it was a stop it. But we don't want to tell the truth. I remember I think I remember being black. I think so. When I look in the mirror, I look like a black woman. I think so. I'm gonna put that on a check. Okay. Over 50. Check. Okay. So I don't have no type of information. None. I don't know how that go. I maybe I'm confused. I'm confused. Are you confused? Maybe we confused here. Maybe we wasn't really living. We didn't know nothing. Right? We didn't grow up nothing. Right? We ain't seen nothing. We ain't seen nothing. We ain't heard nothing. We just telling a straight up lie.
Had while she was with him.
I'm a fast forward it because it was double.
She was 16 when she got married, when she wasn't, because it was arranged by her, my great-great-grandma.
Children at his death. You know what I mean? So yeah.
Yep. That's another one too.
Sir, just make it make sense, okay?
Me, grandma, you little victim. What?
So that's like nothing. This is my grandma. She got married at 13 when her husband was 19, but she lied on her wedding certificate saying that she was 16 when she got married, when she wasn't. Because it was
Grandma was 13, right? And then they say, well, because you black women decided to join with the feminists. Us joining, little do y'all men realize, Us joining with the feminists really benefits you. It didn't benefit them. It benefits you, right? Because now we can vote. That makes the woman vote count. A lot of the black men got in office because the black woman was able to vote. Okay? Y'all benefited, right? Because all this other bull crap, right? And then we were able to get real jobs and help you with your income to take care of the household. So all the strain would not be on you, right? So we was able to file taxes, which benefits you and your kids. So a lot of things really benefits the black man because women were still giving their money to the man because he was head of the household. We were not able to fight for our rights, but we had to be free. So us, when the women went with the Caucasian women, it was really you are the one who benefited, really not us. Why you think they always say we need the black women vote? Black women go out and vote more than men. If you in the community, I'm gonna take some pictures. I'm gonna take pictures. I'm not gonna show their faces. I'm just gonna show you. Even in the community meetings now, it's more women. Every cause is more women than men. Every PTA meeting, there's more women than men. Every time laws are being changed, there are more women than men who vote. Y'all may not understand that, but you guys benefited. So things had to be by law. It ain't like we got the law changed and we rolled with the Caucasian women. No, we got the law. But did y'all forget too? We fought for y'all to vote too, right? There are no causes, no women causes, no black women causes that only benefits the black women that a black man has fought for. I will wait. I ask these questions. I will wait. Give me a cause. Us rebelling had nothing to do with the black man. Us wanting rights as a woman had nothing to do with the black man. I mean, it had nothing to do with the white woman. It had everything to do with we needed these rights. But you guys still benefit. If you go back into a time capsule, and for all the Pookies and Ray Rays that's out there, if them laws wasn't changed, who was going to take care of the kids? Remember, y'all the ones say we made bad mistakes. Ain't that what y'all say? And we should have vet them and all these other things. That's what you guys say. So how will we be able to work and keep money in the bank and take care of them children? Women work too. Not every woman was on public assistance. A lot of women worked their ass off. When you guys went away to the Army, Navy, Air Force, Marines, the black women did not have a leg to stand on. Did y'all forget that? When y'all had to go to the other countries and fight the wars and stuff, we needed these rights. Because while the Caucasian woman was able to be at home because money was being sent to her, they didn't even pay the black man. We didn't get the same benefits of the Caucasian woman. We needed these rights to hold down the household, but we don't want to tell the truth. If you got a bunch of women here saying, hey, this is what happened, sometimes it doesn't hurt you to listen. You don't have to have a comeback story, because then you will be calling them liars. You'll be calling me liar, and you'll be calling every woman here a liar when we were alive. Like certain debates I don't have to have. I was alive, right? I was alive when I spoke to my mama. I was alive when I spoke to my grandmama. It was right out the cat's mouth. This is what happened to us. We have seen numerous videos where you see how the black women were treated. So we wasn't held back from what? We didn't have no opportunities. From slavery, I done showed you the videos when it was wet nurses. I done showed you enough videos where you can see in time that it was only a small window where they was married, and a lot of the women were not happy. If you don't believe me, go into a senior citizen place right now. Go to a nursing home. Find the oldest woman there. And as she's telling you the story, you do the math yourself. And I asked her, well, how was you? How old was you? Well, how old was your husband? She's going to tell you, because she ain't, in her mind, 70, 80 years done passed. She's not thinking back then. I was a baby, you know, and some will tell you the God honest truth. I would never let somebody that was born after me tell me something that I know. I don't even know why a lot of these women debate these men when you don't need them to validate anything, especially people that's younger than you, who don't never had the pleasure to speak to somebody that was born in the 1920s and 30s and 40s and 50s. A lot of them, their information come from people who were born in the late eight, you can say the 70s, the late 60s, 70s, and 80s. That's the depending on how old you are, that's where your information come from. The rest you get in is hearsay or whatever they decide to put in the book. And if you're going to speak upon black people, you can't say 1 minute the books are not true and the books were doctored, but when it comes down to the black man, the black woman, the books are not doctored then? Y'all talk about the school system and how they got the books all screwed up. So why isn't, so the books could be screwed up then too. But when you hear the stories from the mouth themselves, I would not be my age letting none of these young people, the Frisch and Fret, whatever the hell these people names are, they can't tell me nothing. That's why they talk to these young women. Cause y'all could debate the bullshit. I'm not the one, because I know. I've heard these stories. Us women have heard these things. If it was from a godmother, somebody down the block, a next door neighbor, none of these fucking stories are new. They got to do their own research and just ask questions. They got these history lessons. Okay, show me. Don't tell me, show me. If the majority is saying this is what it is, then that's what the fuck it is. That doesn't negate the good stories, but that's in the minority. The majority is saying this is what it is.
It was arranged by her, my great great grandma. So that's a little oof. And then her up here was my 6 times great grandmother. She got married at the age of 11 in 1758.
Look at that shit. In 1758, grandma got married at a fucking 11 years old. 11. So if that was a Caucasian woman getting married at 11, can you imagine how old imagine how old they was taking the young black girls? If they did their own women like that, and during slavery, can you imagine the age bracket for us? I told you, a lot of young girls back then got their menses at 8 and 9 years old. Back then, once you get your menses, you are considered grown. So if they married the 11-year-old in the 1700s, when it was still slavery, can you imagine what they did to the black little girls? If they violated the Caucasian woman, what the hell you think they did to the black girl? They had to put a ring on that. Can you imagine the torture, which I have shown you guys that too? Imagine the torture of the young black girls. At that point, black man couldn't do nothing. 1700s, the black man couldn't do nothing. The 1800s, the black man couldn't do nothing. The early 1900s, the black man couldn't do nothing. But what was you going to do about it? What was you going to do? I'll wait. What you going to do? Even if you was married, they're going to pull your wife out. Your wife got to go. You got to sit there and let her go. What you going to do about it? I'm trying to figure out, when was we mistreated and y'all black men said, enough. That is my wife. I'll wait. Maybe within the 50 years. I give it 50, 60 years. Maybe. But if they violated their own women, what the hell you think they did with us? I don't want to imagine. Exactly, Angela. Exactly. The only way we're gonna move forward is to tell the truth. Man, I'm not pro women and anti man. If a man is saying, hey, I would never stop him and go, no. If I never do that. I'm not anti or pro any. I'm for the truth. I'm talking about the truth. This is the truth. Grandma, 1700s, 11 years old. Imagine what they did to the little black girl. Who got more of a body? Poor little girl got a little curve. Why they just as, you know. They father, a lot of their fathers sold them. They don't want to talk about. They talk about us as a black family. Talk about all the time we were sold. the black woman was sold. And not the fact that you wasn't sold too. I'm talking about when you sold us. When y'all sold us. When y'all sold your daughters. Y'all done gave that woman so many babies. They were selling the little girls off. Why we don't talk about that? The black woman never sold the black man. But y'all damn sure sold our asses. Shh. And you can't say, no, that never happened. They sold their own daughters off. What the hell you think they did? What the hell you think they did with the black woman then? Some places it still exists. Here's a goat. Here's a goat here. Thanks for the goat. All you had to do is bring that man a goat. God damn it. They sold us for, after they got the milk or they got hungry, not 2 goats so they can make more. One goat.
To a man who is 23 years older than her. And in this photo, she is 98. So this was early 1800s. Really unfortunate. So, and then this is my grandma, and this is her mom. Well, her mom got married to my great-grandpa who just died in 2014. But he pulled her out of college to have 11 kids with her. So, you know, my family's a little bit messed up.
Father's store.
Okay, I'm gonna tell you about my grandma. My great grandma. Oh, goodness, I got too many stories. I got too many stories because all the men in my family are pervertidos. I mean, it's just a whole long history of it. So I was raised being told my great grandma was on the loose side, and she got herself in trouble, and she ended up with like 9 babies, and then that's all I knew is that she chased after a bad man, and we.
And isn't that one of the main stories too? Oh, she loose. She loose. She loose. Right. The man gave her 9 babies.
That's a wild woman. What Mr. Father said, and I heard she got that nasty woman's disease.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. See, the thing is, that's how I'm gonna get to homeboy. Thing is, some men know the truth and they tell it. And them the men we respect, right? Because whatever happened, happened. It happened already, right? If you're a good man, a good man, it never applies to you, ever. You don't see good men fighting for, nah, they just stay to their business, right? There's a plenty of good men out there. Mm-hmm. But them the ones that the truth is the truth. And the sad part is because of this gender war between the black man and woman, it's like they can't even tell their story the way they want to. Because it's unbelievable when it comes from us. So a lot of Caucasian women have to tell the truth, right? But it is what it is. It is what it is.
We didn't talk to her much. Like, we were not really allowed around her. And I never understood why. I found out why this past year. My mama was talking about her. About how a 29-year-old man was up on her. And she ended up pregnant. At 13! At 13! My mama was sitting there calling a 13-year-old little pregnant woman. A woman's our girl. Ain't a woman, it's a girl. I thought, oh my gosh. See, the family, just these.
It's 2031.
hard to break. But my mom was sitting there calling a little 13-year-old baby loose. She was a baby. And I stopped. And this is me and my mom walk. We walk every day, a couple times a day. And I looked at her. I was like, Mama, he had to have been laying up on her when she was 12 to get her pregnant by 13. 12. I said, your granddaughter's 12. She's 12. Are you gonna let some grown man, 29, almost 30-year-old man, over twice her age, walk up to your granddaughter and lay on her and then blame your granddaughter?
Mm-hmm. Tell it.
If I said lay on around your granddaughter, she wouldn't even have a clue what that means. And I educate her thoroughly and she still wouldn't understand because she's 12. There's no such thing as being loose when you're 12. You're a child. That is it's illegal, or it should be illegal. And back then it wasn't illegal. But what did happen was the whole town chased that man off because nobody likes it. Nobody likes it when grown men do gross things. But then my mama turns around and says, yeah, but she chased after him. She went with him and then she married him and she gave him 9 babies. And I said, Mama, her mama kicked her out. Because back then, if a girl got pregnant, she was shameful.
Mm-hmm.
She wasn't given home, board, food. She couldn't earn money.
Duh.
Unlike my mama's mama, who had a job even though she had no bank account, so she had to give her husband all her checks. She
You hear
at least
that?
could work a job. My great grandma couldn't even do that. She was 13 and pregnant. And my own mama, I said, Mama, you got pregnant at 16, and at least it was with an 18-year-old, so y'all were kind of simpatico. And then your mama kept you, and then his mama kept you. You weren't on the streets. Your great grandmama was on the streets. What was she supposed to do? I know how hard it was for you at 16, still trying to get through high school. When you had a roof over your head, and you had food. Can you imagine your granddaughter on the streets at 13? Seeing the blinds fall from her eyes from all that she's been taught.
Mm-hmm.
It was wonderful to watch. And we still got a lot more talking to do because she still sees her mama as a bad person, and her mama's also a victim. Her mama is a toxic cycle that has been in every level of the women's lives in my family. But we got one down. We got one woman's story broken down to where it wasn't her fault.
And again, we have to keep having these discussions because this was done to women, right? And again, if this was done to the Caucasian woman, can you imagine what was done to the black woman? And at that point in time, black men didn't have no real education. A lot of our great uncles, they had 3rd or 4th grade education. And them kids kept coming. How in the world he was able to take care of them kids? I'll wait. I'll wait. You can't. I don't care what nobody say. Anybody tell me 1 minute you jumping rope, you jumping rope, playing double dutch or whatever they used to play back in them days, and now all of a sudden you a mama, right? You a mama. Can you imagine the pain of giving birth? Do you imagine what shock that does to a fucking 13-year-old, 14-year-old, and a 16? Do you imagine the shock that child body goes through? Cause nobody want to call grandpa a pedo.
Nope.
Nobody want to say grandpa was a pedo. Add up the ages. Let the math. Every time it comes down to a women's struggles or whatever, they 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 come up with something with it again to make the women look bad. Shoot. At that point in time, black men, even if the black men was working, they was jailing a lot of y'all too. For just looking at a Caucasian woman, y'all was getting jail for everything because that was their trick amendment number 13, right? 13th Amendment. Did y'all read it?
Nope.
Did y'all truly read y'all 13th Amendment? What does it say? I ain't gonna say it because y'all gonna look it up. I ain't gonna give it to you. Read your 13th Amendment. So what do you think the black women had to do? Because they had a plan for y'all, even though they had the women going too. Well, we kept having them babies in the hospital labor room. My mom told me, I bet you think twice about opening your little baby. My kid's 16 years apart. You ain't got to remind me. Hello. Hmm. 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 I was not playing. I was not playing. Remember, everybody pregnancy is different. My pregnancy was smooth sailing, but that damn labor, shit. Please. And then I seen some people, they be in labor for days, just women being pain for 2 or 3 days. My God. But like I said, a lot of these problems that we're having, and they
Oh, they're definitely violating our 13th Amendment.
Huh?
I said they're definitely violating our 13th Amendment.
They forget that when slavery banished, why you think a lot of y'all, somebody gave me life? Why you think they gave you life? That's free labor again, right? That's free labor again. Who you think filled the jail cells then? Now and then. So how many single mamas was out? They had laws put into place because now they still want you to work for free. So even if they thought you littered, that was a reason to put you in jail for a long time. Them jails was filled because they had to get them roads done. Okay? They still needed you black men to work for free. And one of the best ways was for it to do it was to put you in jail. Because they wanted y'all to think that y'all was free. So they gave you the impression you were free. But plan B was key. Now, if they go to jail, they guess what? You still belong back to the state. You may not belong to the owner, but you might still belong to the owner if he got something to do with the jail, right? If he got something to do with the plantations and the roads and all these highways and all these things. I've been working on the railroad. There was people in jail singing them songs. There wasn't regular people. That was jailbirds making up songs. Okay, so slavery is still legal if they label you a criminal. No, slavery is not legal. But the thing is, you now belong to the state. So you're not a slave no more. But typically you're still a slave because you're still doing the same work that you were doing for free. So the work never stopped being done for free. One minute you belong to a master, the next minute you belong to the state. So that was their way to keep you being enslaved without calling it slavery. But they don't want to talk about that neither, right? Well, these days it's pipeline to prison. But back then, you didn't even get a chance to get to the pipeline, Jackie. Right? You didn't even get a chance to get to the pipeline. The minute they say y'all free, next thing you know, them same cops that they got to go look for you if you ran away, now them same cops was looking for you. They was making up shit, right, to put you in jail, right? That's another reason why mothers kept their sons at home. That's why a lot of mothers were scared to, after a certain time of night, a lot of mothers, that's why a lot of them poor mothers look they're really old for their age. Because if they sons, before the lights go out, and they sons are not in the house, they are, what's going through their mind is crazy, because their son might not never come home again. Might not never come home again because they done picked him up. Because they had to fill the same way they got to fill them jail cells. Back then, they had to fill the jail cells too. So it was a lot of free work that was still being done. Who do you think was home with the kids? Who do you think was home with the kids? Again, if we could not was able to vote and make certain things legal, there was no man there to handle it. No fault of the man, but that's just the way the system was. So because of the different systems that was opposed on us, it was really hard for the man to be home in a majority or head of the household in majority, not the minority, but the majority. So every which way you turn around, majority of the time, Black women have been single mothers. From slavery, we single mamas. They moved into the plantations. After slavery, they found you doing the slightest thing, or you just they happen to just see you. They didn't even have to plant nothing on you. All they did was say you did this, and the other guy said, "Yeah, I saw it." The next thing you know, you in jail, life. People think that movie with Eddie Murphy made was it? No, that was how it was. To get more free labor out of you. People may not like how mothers treat their sons, and you need to make them a man. My mothers was always scared. They was always scared. The fear that a lot of mothers feared for their sons, a lot of fathers did not know that fear because they had already A, moved into another plantation, or B, now you're in jail, or they hung you, right? So the woman was fighting like crazy to hold on to her son and hold on to her daughter, because she knew once her daughter get her mints, they're going to come get her. And even if, you would have, back then, it was hard not to say you got your menstrual, because it ain't like you could take off a day from work. No, you still had to work. You had to still put a rag on. And then they wasn't so nice to give you anything for a pain reliever. So you're in a lot of pain. So they would know. And then they also went to check. Yeah, but people They don't want to call grandpa a pedo. Because then men will have to keep admitting the atrocities they have done to women. They will have to keep on admitting that.
She was a victim. And I'm so happy that we are having these conversations and sharing these stories and freeing women from the burden of labels and accusations and guilt and just that should never have been ours to start with. It wasn't hers. He should have been in jail. He should have been in jail. Not fathering 8 more children. Jail.
Grandma, you little victim. What the fuck?
No, but for real, grandma was a victim. At least my grandma was. I don't know about your grandma, but my grandma was a victim. And let me tell you how. So, my grandma, she married before she was 13. She married a grown ass man, some 30-year-old man. Okay. I mean, I know who he is. I just don't feel like naming him. But she did not marry that man for love. Like, she did not love that man. She married him out of spite. Out of spite, you say? Yes, out of spite. Growing up, my grandma's household was really messed up. It was a messed up dynamic.
Yeah, I showed
She had
this
a
one
dad.
already.
That dad had a really good job working at a railroad company, but he was selfish. So selfish. All the money that he made, he would waste it on alcohol and waste it on other women. He was married and he had kids, he had responsibilities. He did not take care of them, which pressured my grandma into having to help her mother survive. So my grandma's mom would make tortillas, and my grandma.
And I met him, and he wouldn't leave my father's store for 3 weeks.
One thing my grandma never did was glamorize her marriage to my grandfather. Family might be mad for what I'm about to say. They always mad. My granddaddy was knocking my grandma's head between the washer and dryer on a regular basis. He would have conversations with me. She's like, hey, keep an ace in the hole. I feel like so even though some grandmas do glamorize how they met and were together like 80 years, there are some grandmas that still tell the truth because they
Thank
don't
you.
want their granddaughters going through what they went through. Then, when these men wonder why women aren't like how they were back then, it's because the women back then were victims. And they told us, those women told us not to be victims,
Thank you.
not to settle.
Thank you.
And we listen. I do think on the other side of that coin might be like where the pygmies come in. My grandma was together 80 years up until granddaddy died. And up until granddaddy died, he had a whole nother family. And again, buzzing that head through the washer and dryer.
Mm.
For 80 years?
Grandma, you
She
little
said, no, you
victim.
didn't.
What the fuck?
Oh, it's my time to shine. Picture it, Pakistan, 1930s, early 1930s. My maternal grandmother had been orphaned when she was 9. Her parents had been very prominent, wealthy, well respected in the Muslim community. They came from Hunza, which is like the lower Himalayas, from the Burusho tribe, which is one of the protected indigenous tribes of Pakistan. Anyways, so she gets treated like Cinderella and thrown from relative's house to relative's house and horribly abused and mistreated and exploited to the point where she was deaf in her left ear from being hit with a hot frying pan. So my great grandmother, she goes to a davat at somebody's house, like a religious gathering, and she recognizes my grandma. She had been friends with my other great grandma. So she starts asking questions and everyone starts getting uncomfortable. And, my grandma's family's trying to play it off like, we're doing our best by her because they were evil. And they had, stolen all of her money and treated her like a slave. But my great grandmother, she was a very educated woman. She was a Farsi teacher. She taught Persian. And she thought quick. And she was like, well, I had an agreement with her parents for her to marry my son. And they start to panic because my grandfather was 21 at the time. My grandma was 12. And he
Grandma
already
12.
owned 3 rubber factories. And he was a very successful businessman. And so they're like, but what about our daughters? We don't have a dowry for her, but we have one for our girls. And my great grandma bought my grandma. She was like, oh, no, I don't need a dowry for her. I'll pay you her hukmed. Hukmed is like it's like a financial gift given by the groom to the bride so that she enters the marriage with financial assets, because the Quran has the world's first prenuptial agreements put in place to protect women. By the way, but so she buys my grandma and takes her home. That day, she was 12. She slept in my great grandma's room until a year after she got her first period. And then she was officially married to my grandfather. Dude, he taught her how to read. He taught her, he hired tutors to come to the house to teach her Quran and to teach her math and history and everything else. And because of what she endured, I'm talking starting in the 50s, he told his daughters, you go to school for as long as you want to. You pursue education until you want to get married. So they became doctors and professors, and my mother was a journalist, a liberal arts degree in the early 70s in Pakistan. Like, are you kidding me? Like, he was that guy. And yeah, it's like traumatic and it's fucked up, but they had 8 kids who lived, one who passed in infancy, one who died as a child. And my grandfather would read my grandma the newspaper really loud because she was deaf in one ear. And no one ever raised their voice at her again, unless it was, because she was hard of hearing. And it's incredible to think that somebody who was basically destined to a life of servitude and suffering ended up a mother of 8 children who became diplomats and doctors and surgeons and delivered babies. And one of my aunts, she brought the first ultrasound machine into Pakistan because my grandfather built her medical practice and sent her to Austria, where my uncle, her brother, was a diplomat at the time, so that she could learn on the newest technology and bring it back to her practice. Like, she ended up having a beautiful life. And God, I'm so fucked up. Sorry. But yeah, that was my grandma.
I don't know how that's a beautiful story, but if she say so, right? At 12 years old, right? Married off with kids. I don't know how that's a beautiful story, but if she say so, I'm glad that they didn't oh, this one I got to show this one, but I'm really glad that they didn't do the same thing to their kids. But I don't know how that's a beautiful story. But if she say so, that she got hit in the head and now she deaf, right?
I think
12 years old with a kid, but
right. I think that because she said that her grandmother had this education and all this stuff, right? Because of as the effect, the after effect of what they did to her and what they made her do and all this stuff. So they used her grandmother as an object for whatever they desired her to do. She is trying to take the positive side, being the education and whatever she saw besides the actual story, and I don't want to say glamorize it or romanticize it, but just try to take some positive from that horribleness.
But it's still kind of crazy because she also stated I'm all fucked up at the end, right? So she's trying to figure out herself, is this a good story, bad story? I don't know, right? Because she still looks awfully confused. So as she's telling the story, so she's trying to say, listen, it's fucked up, good, bad, bad, right? So only part I think the good part will probably be as the mother told them, listen, go get your education, whatever. We're not going to marry you off, because she was sold off, right? And then they get mad because till today that men pay for women. Shit, y'all always paid for the women. What the hell? You always paid for that. That was how it was supposed. That's how it always was.
Wife, and now I'm a single mom. It all started back when I was a teen mom. I was 19 years old when
Remember, a trad wife means traditional wife.
I got pregnant I was not married. When our daughter was like a week old, we just eloped at the courthouse and made it signed, sealed, and delivered. We were married. I was married to a military man, and my job was to be a wife and a mom. I wasn't supposed to have any time or any thoughts about doing anything other than being a wife and a mom. I love my kids very dearly, and I do not regret my decisions to have them. I do regret my decision to pick the partner that I picked to be their dad and to be my ex-husband. I had very low self-worth and self-esteem and thought that I was only good at being a wife and a mom because that's what I was shown growing up.
I understand that being a stay-at-home mom can be incredibly rewarding and fulfilling, and I won't discourage anyone from making decisions for their family that they think are for the best, but I also think that it's
Your partner is doing.
Want to know why secret beats degree?
That you bring it up and you have the guts to have the hard conversations. That is one thing I definitely messed up in my relationship, is that I let my husband at the time make all the decisions. I basically had no voice. I don't even know if I would have been able to speak up, because after we were divorced, when the kids went to go live with him, because my kids went to go live with him and I paid him child support.
Damn.
I would say I had no say-so on how my kids were raised. I learned that very quickly, that my voice and my opinions on my girls did not matter, and that I should just fall in line with anything he says to do.
Why is trad wife content suddenly blowing up? Because people my age that were traditional wives are getting divorced and realize that they threw 20 years of optional, available, could have been energy into the workforce, into their future. They threw that away doing laundry and watching their kids. Now, don't get me wrong. I wouldn't trade staying home with my children for anything. However, I would have insisted on some sort of investment into my future, either by way of a 401k, an IRA, a home in my name, or I would have had to have some sort of side gig where I could have put that on a resume if anything happened to my husband or our marriage. And so people my age, women that are in their 40s and 50s, that have raised their children, who have been traditional wives, are coming forward and talking about the realities of that. Because someone like my grandmother, who couldn't have left her husband no matter what, because she went from high school and her parents into being a stay-at-home wife and mother, she could never have left, ever. And so I, being 51, I am like one of the first or second generations of women being traditional stay-at-home wives who are coming out and saying, don't do this to yourself. And so trad wife content is becoming super popular right now, because what's happening is the trad wife is glamorizing staying home and being a homemaker and a stay-at-home mother, which again, there's nothing wrong with that, as long as you talk about the fact that if your husband dies, you're screwed, like triple double screwed. I have a family member that if her husband died or left her tomorrow, she would be a stay-at-home wife, broke on her ass with 4 kids and no way to support herself. Or if he died, she's completely screwed. And for all of you out there that say, just marry a really good man, that's great and all, but what if you're sick of this really great man? What if he dies? What if he becomes like incapable of going to work? It's not that trad wife content is extremely popular right now. Everyone's being mean. What's happening is that we are the second generation of women coming forward to say, quit being so goddamn stupid and protect yourself. 50% of marriages end in divorce. And while he's making $100,000+ a year, you have no skills, no career, no resume, nothing except for kids and a dog and God knows what else. You'll be living in an apartment while he's got his new 20-something in his penthouse or the family home. So good luck.
Listen, there's a lot of people in my life who think that I am an absolute party pooper, because when I see young couples getting married, instead of just saying congratulations, I have to sit down and talk about financial autonomy and making sure that the female is supported in the relationship as much as the male is? And how are you going to co-raise those children together? And what's the exit strategy? And that's not a particularly romantic thing to ask a young couple when they're about to tie the knot. But I really wish that somebody had had these conversations with me. When I was 20 years old, I got married to a smoking hot Mormon returned missionary, and he promised to love me forever, not just till death do us part, for time and all of eternity. And he was a liar, but I didn't know that when I was 20. So I dropped out of college and gave up my job and had the babies and stayed home for 24 years of my life. And if you're new to me and you don't know what happened, at age 44, about 6 years ago today, I caught him picking up a 19-year-old escort. How do I know she's 19? Because that's what he had typed into the Google search, 19-year-old escort Phoenix, before he chatted with somebody on, I think it was Backpage, arranged a meetup, which I had caught on his phone and followed him up there the next night. 2 days after, my husband abandoned me and our 4 kids for a 19-year-old escort. I went to Trader Joe's to buy myself a bag of groceries, swiped my card, and it was declined. I should have had a ton of money in that account, and it was all gone. It was gone. My name had never been on one of our homes. My name hadn't been on our vehicles. My name wasn't on the Mercedes that I was driving at the time that our marriage ended. He was able to evict me from the condo that we were renting together because I didn't even exist on the lease, not even as a roommate, not even as a pet. He just canceled the lease. I was just some weirdo living in the condo that Jake had canceled, and so the apartment evicted me. I'd always kind of thought in my head too, like being a homemaker gives me a lot of skills that I bet would translate into a job. So I right away put together a resume, talked about all of the work that I had done in our family businesses, and went out and started interviewing for jobs. And there was not a person in this entire world who wanted to hire a 44, 45, 46-year-old who had been a stay-at-home mom since the time she was 20. So my first and actually only job that I had after my divorce was $11 an hour, working as an assistant in an elementary school classroom 4 hours a day. You did the math, $44 a day. The only reason that my rent is paid this month is, first of all, my TikTok followers are constantly supporting my content. And I have 3 separate jobs: sales job, furniture flipping business, and I'm still working my Mormon essential oils MLM. I work 7 days a week. I have no retirement. I live in a family member's guest house that they could sell at any moment. I've only existed in the credit world for about 4 years, so I can't finance anything. And it just kind of pisses me off that I went into my marriage thinking that I had a 100% success rate. I didn't have an exit strategy. I didn't have any way to support myself if things went south, and here I am. So I've been living this out on camera for the past 3 years, and I don't plan to go anywhere. I'll keep you posted. Let's see how it ends. Would have been better if I had made different decisions in the beginning, and I wish that somebody had told 20-year-old me that a man is not a plan. Never has been, never will be.
So reason number 1 for not being a trad wife is the biggest one, and that's the lack of financial independence.
I like the part she said, I wish somebody would have told me a man is not the plan. Hey, I'm going to put that on a t-shirt.
Oh, yes, definitely.
That's got to go on a t-shirt. A man is not the plan. Okay. All right now. And they probably like, oh my goodness. It's these are Caucasian women. It's black women and Caucasian women. Same damn thing. Right? You get she said a man is not the plan. Ooh. Ooh, in case I forget, Keisha, remember that for me, please.
I'm putting it in the notes as we speak.
Yeah, put them suckers in the notes. I'm gonna forget all the way. And why did the woman stay? She could leave at any time she wanted to leave. Really? Really? That's why the good grandmas told you how to hide you some change. Right? Them was the good grandmas. Bad grandmas didn't teach you that. But the good grandma, and they're mad at us and call us independent. You can say what you want to say. Our grandmas this, our grandmas and mamas did this and now. It's what you do. Right?
And they
And
will
again,
always slide us money. They'll slide us money in our hand and put that up for a rainy day. Because they couldn't really tell us, because sometimes Pawpaw be in earshot. Pawpaw won't say nothing. But Pawpaw
and then again, men, that benefits you. So if we don't break up, guess what? We're gonna go into them holes and get that money when it's a really rainy day, or you give it to your kids. But either way, it benefits you. It's gonna either benefit me or it's gonna benefit you. Right? If we don't break up and we happily ever after, then hey, we got money saved. Whoopie do. Right? Right? That's just like when men say, I want a prenup. I'm not mad at them. If you want to protect your assets, I'm not mad at you. But they get mad at us when we want to protect our assets, or at least have some assets or something. It's an argument. That's even like when I say we need to separate ourselves. But when MagTow says it, right? When MagTow says it, or the men say it, it's okay, right? MagTow stands for men going their own way. I'm gonna find a little video with MagTow. I didn't say nothing that the man didn't say already. I didn't say anything that a man has not said already. And I didn't get mad when they said that. I never did a video getting mad at them. They got every right to feel that for whatever they feel, and they don't want to be bothered. I would like to be friends with a MagTow person. Any man that's a MagTow, please be my friend, because we don't want nothing from each other, right? You don't want me, I don't want you. We can now just be friends, right? We can literally sit down and have a cup of coffee. I'll pay for mine, you'll pay for yours, right? You ain't doing nothing for me. We could just literally sit down and just have a simple conversation, a man and a woman, because neither one of us want each other. We ain't bothered with each other. There are men out there who thinks the same way, and I have did that video before. Nick will remember, but I'm gonna show it again because it looks like, oh, we need to separate. I'm not the first one who said that. I have said it, and then I heard a MGTOW, but men was been saying that. But it's okay. Men say, I ain't dealing with you women no more. Y'all not messing up my money. I'm tired of you coming at me for my money. Blase, 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 blase. And I respected that, because how they feel, they have the right to feel that way. They don't want me bothered. So I'm going to go on the MGTOW sites and say, can we be friends? Why can't we be friends? You know, we can go out, you pay your way.
Why can't we be friends?
I don't get mad for how people feel. But let me let y'all finish this. Now I'm gonna find a MGTOW for y'all.
Being financially dependent on a man for everything you want in life sounds like misery to me. Even if you're giving an allowance, the idea of not being able to buy or do anything financially unless a man gives you the money and the go ahead should scare you. Many people don't even make enough money to live comfortably on one income without constantly making sacrifices and back to school. You're looking at a
no 401k in our names. The difference between you and the people that you're trying to make content for, if it's even women at all, which I kind of doubt, is that
for a limited time, save
These damn ads keep scaring me, sugar. I keep thinking you breaking into ad.
you're not a trad wife. You make money on the internet and they don't. If they find themselves a single mom with no 401k and decades missing from their resume with no current skills, no money in the bank, and not even a car in the driveway, their outcome is going to be quite different than yours with you making money from content. For the 12 years that I was a stay-at-home mother, not working at all, I became completely irrelevant in my field of information technology. The technology advanced and I and my skills did not. I didn't pay into Social Security for those years. There's 12 years missing there. And my prospects in the actual W-2 job market looked like this: working in an insurance or IT call center, making not enough money to be able to feed my children. What if your husband dies? The other thing that you're not addressing here is the fact that this is what makes it quite tone deaf. Many families right now have to have 2-income households. And when you tell them it's better to be a stay-at-home mom and show them all the glamour behind it and how wonderful it can be for your children, your husband, your marriage, you're reminding them they can't afford it. One of the particular things that I take issue with in your content is the way that you tell women what to wear. And you even double down on it and say that your daughter will not be able to wear leggings, and you hope in so many words that your son would want to choose a woman who dresses like a lady. Content like this sets us back about 50 years. There might come a day, Estee, if you have children, where you're home with 3 under 3. Little Timmy is sick. The baby's got colic. The toddler finger painted all over the walls. You haven't showered yet. Dinner is burning, so you're considering dominoes. And you're going to look back on these days and these content if you don't hire help. And you are going to shake your head because, my dear, you don't know what you're talking about. And I say this with love. There will come a day where he will come home from work and the house will not be clean, dinner will not be homemade, and you will not be wearing that dress. If 2020 showed us anything, it showed us what can happen when an entire family has an illness and what happens to mom. I can tell you, I did not rest. All of our children needed to be fed. Dishes needed to be done. My kids needed clean underwear. Messes needed to be fixed. And I can assure you, no matter how glamorous I look on camera, those were some rough days. When I was 6 months pregnant with my first son, I got walking pneumonia. I tried to look nice during that pregnancy, but there was really no way. And my second son, I had hyperemesis gravidarium. I'm not sure if you know what the feeling of being belly out pregnant, hurling over the toilet 4 to 8 times per day would look like, but I'm assuring you it's not going to look like that. The raw and honest experience of motherhood was standing in a shower the night of my C-section, staples in, gauze around me, and all I wanted was a shower. Skin hanging and sagging, my feet so swollen from the spinal that I looked like I had dinosaur feet, while my husband kindly washed my hair for me because it's all that I wanted. When you get older, and if you have children, you might start to understand that the most beautiful parts about having a family and motherhood and womanhood in general are the parts, indeed, that are not aesthetically beautiful. That if you build your bond with your spouse based on what you look like and being presentable and what you can give him at all times, and the appearance, you're shortchanging yourself. Some of the most beautiful women that I know have been cheated on by their husband that, to me, look beautiful at all times and put together. So as a woman of experience, I can also tell you, as an older woman, that the women that I've known in my life that make such a big deal out of having a perfect and beautiful marriage are generally the ones whose marriages are the most messed up. They don't talk about it. It's like they're trying to convince themselves that things are going well when they're not. You base your marriage on how beautiful you look at all times. What about what happens if he doesn't find you beautiful like that anymore and attractive? Because right now, without a backup plan, without a job, completely submitting yourself to this man with no other anything, this advice that you're giving people, you're basically telling them that their ability to eat and take care of their own children will be based on whether he still loves you tomorrow. Good luck.
Content suddenly blowing up because people my age that were traditional way.
Boy, can I speak on this. Grandmother, stay at home. Mom, stay at home. Me, followed right in their footsteps. 1995, got married. 1997, had my first baby. 2000, had my second. 2004, had my third. No career, no education beyond a high school diploma. It is what I wanted. Having no understanding understanding of the consequences that I'm now facing as a result of that choice. All while my now ex-husband made me feel guilty because I wasn't contributing to the financial household, but yet wanted all of the things done at home as a stay-at-home wife does. He wanted both. And I didn't work outside the home. Then later, as my kids got a little bit older and in school, and the youngest one was like Mother's Day out programs and stuff, I would do housekeeping and anything to bring a little extra money in to our household income. But yeah, no education beyond a high school diploma, no effort to make any kind of career moves moving forward. And then fast forward to 2016, we're divorced, and I'm starting at the bottom with no job experience, even though I had managed a household, albeit sometimes the financial part was very poorly. That's a whole nother topic. And raised 3 children. And now I'm 49 years old and I'm struggling financially because I don't have 20 years of work experience on top of the most recent 10 years. So I should have 30 years of work experience. Don't have that. I have 10. Now my job is being eliminated at my current employer. I have 6 months. I have a retention bonus plus severance after that. And then I've got to find something else. In spite of the fact that I have been trying to get out of this company for multiple years because I have been so very unhappy in this role. And even moving internally in my company, I haven't been able to do that either because they want a degree. They want some type of college education on a resume, and I don't have that.
Cleans better with fewer sheets. Charmin Ultra Strong.
Being a stay-at-home mom is both rewarding and extremely sacrificing. My girls, I was always there for them. Got them to school, got them home. They rarely had to ride the bus. Doctor's appointments, piano lessons, sick, I was home. Anytime they needed anything, I was their caretaker. Their dad was there. He was not a terrible dad. He was supportive as a parent. Although when I wanted to go do something for myself and get out and have some fun with my friends, I was always, I got to stay home and babysit kind of thing. No, these are your kids. You're not babysitting. You're parenting. At the time, I didn't have that verbiage. I didn't have that vocabulary because I didn't understand that what he was saying was not okay because it's what I had known all my life. My mom stayed at home. She didn't work outside the home until she was older. Then my dad died at 54 years of age and left her a widow. For the next 20 years, that woman struggled. So whether it's divorce or death, trad wives, we're in this economy, especially. Our parents did not experience the same thing that we're experiencing in the 80s. The job market, things were so much better in the 80s than it is right now. Yeah. So if you're going to be a trad wife, and if that's what you want, and again, that is what I wanted, but it's also all that I knew. And I did not have a college education. And for me to try to work and pay daycare, it was pointless because I wasn't making enough money to justify paying for the daycare.
It's a shame. When you used to look up MGTOW, right? It used to show all about MGTOW. Now in the algorithm, when you look up MGTOW, it shows nothing but women mad over MGTOW. First of all, MGTOW, then they're trying to say the difference between, they're trying to say, well, if y'all could be feminists, we could be MGTOW. At the end of the day, we
don't care.
Exactly. 2 people are deciding they don't want to deal with each other, right? They don't want no financial ties to one another. I mean, for whatever reasons, 2 sides saying, you know what, I'm sick of y'all, and the other sides, I'm sick of y'all too, right? So now they can be friends, right? For whatever reason, right? Now they supposed to be going their own way. Now, you don't have to be MGTOW to wham, bam, thank you, man, and keep on moving. That's a player. So now, if we're mad because they don't want to do certain things, So then that will make you not a MGTOW. That'll make you a player, right? I just want to. And then they got in the videos, if you ever go look for it, um, there some of them are giving manosphere philosophy, but I'm like, that should not be for MGTOW. The MGTOW would be men going their own, but that means they're not dealing with us at all. But the way they got it, like we're really mad. No, what you're doing is making women financial stable. Thank you. Thank you. So we really don't have to kiss your ass now. Because being that you don't want us, you ain't spending no money on us, and you want to be rich. Now that give us a chance to focus on our goals, our dreams, and be just as that puts us more at an even playing field. Because being that you ain't gonna pay for nothing, now we got to really work. Some women may don't want to work. See, it still shows you it's somebody for everybody, right? Because we don't have to. I've been a woman. It depended on the woman and the man. Like we don't have to really stress a man because that unless y'all got some really good discipline, if you know what I mean. If you unless you've got some real
Right.
good discipline,
Uh,
you gonna want a woman, right? So if you got good discipline like that, I applaud you still.
well,
Right?
you know they preaching that too. Semen retention.
Yeah, but that's not majority. That's not because of a woman though, right? Now it's supposed to do like healthy things, but the thing
No,
is,
they're doing it because they're yes, they're doing it the health because of the
right?
health.
Right. It's
Right.
different reasons why
It's
they're
under the
doing it.
guise of that as well.
Yeah, but we don't care.
We
But
don't,
again,
don't-
it's different reasons why they're doing it. But that's some good discipline. But they need that. It makes their bodies better. Stop emptying out your little sacks all the time, and y'all can get more done. That was technically the
uh-huh.
purpose of it,
Right.
right? That's supposed just like if you're a boxer, right? But what happens is it makes the man more aggressive.
Yeah.
So that's bad for us.
Right.
That's why when the boxers go out there and they go to fight, that's why they're so aggressive. It's like, because they got that extra testosterone from not emptying them sacks, right? So, but if some of them decided to do it, to me, is all I keep telling you, we need to really separate and reset. We really need to separate and reset. For some reason, all these different terms, all this giving everybody a fucking headache. It's giving everybody a headache. I was trying to find this old interview that I did because I can't find a good MGTOW. Can't find a good MGTOW interview because they made it all about women. And they saying black women struggling to find mates, or we mad because they're going after the younger women. Well, as we see, y'all always did. So what the fuck?
Right.
You
We do not care. We don't care. We over here living our best lives,
I
trying to
mean,
get the last of the dusties out.
shit. And they mad at little Kim with her 24-year-old boyfriend, so they say, right? They thinking we so lonely and they're making us mad. Y'all niggas lonely too. You got lonely men, and guess what? You got some lonely, you got some lonely. And these women are crazy. These women are crazy. And a lot of times, uh, a lot of women are tainted because of a man, right? Not all the time. But a majority of the time, the woman you get is the from the man, like from basically either what happened to her, things you don't know. But how you get a woman is usually from the not the reflex, the effects of a man, right? Hold on, I didn't even have no music break. I mean, a little music break up in here. I better not get no copyright strike. They're gonna pick this time of night to want to blast music. The nerve of them.
There's no one like me. Look in the mirror, I'm all I see. Can't be nobody else, just gotta be me. I don't pretend, I can't pretend. What you get is what you see. I love all me, that's all I can be. Just me. No imitations, no faking, just my own creation. Originality in all my steps, no need for complication. I shine bright, no need for any embellishment. I love all of me, that's my only sentiment. I'm just me, can't be nobody else but me. The world can try to change me, but I'll always be free. I love all of me, my uniqueness is the key. No one else can be me, just me. Just me. No imitations, no faking, just my own creation. Originality in all my steps, no need for complication. I shine bright, no need for any embellishment. I love all of me, that's my only sentiment. Life is a journey, stumble and fall. No matter how big or small, they've seen your setbacks, but it's about to come back. Feels like the end, but it's just a jump start. Tough times may knock you down, that's a fact, but you rise like a phoenix from the ashes, back on track. Never give up, keep pushing through the pain. You're stronger than you know. Break the chains. This is the comeback. Rise up from fall, stand tall, show 'em all. No matter what they say, you can't be shaken. It's your time to shine. No more faking. No more faking.
I stand on love, principles, integrity, positivity flowing through my veins. Can't you see? I don't match your energy, don't measure up to me. I rise above, shining bright for all to see. I may bend, but I won't fall, I won't break. Through the storms, I'll stand strong, no mistake. I keep my head held high, I won't let it shake. I'll fight the battles, never let my spirit break. I walk my path with determination in my stride. I walk my path with the flow and flow the tide. Keep my focus, never let my dreams subside. With every challenge faced, I grow stronger inside. I stand on love, principles, integrity, positivity flowing through my veins. Can't you see? I don't match your energy, don't measure up to me. I rise above, shining bright for all to see. I may bend, but I won't fall, I won't break. Through the storms, I'll stand strong, no mistake. I keep my head held high, I won't let it shake. I'll fight the battles, never let my spirit break. I walk my path with determination in my stride. I walk my path with the flow and flow the tide. Keep my focus, never let my dreams subside. With every challenge faced, I grow stronger inside.
Little positivity. A little positivity. Hey, my brother and Trey House. It's always good to see you, my brother. I know I better not get no damn copyright strike. I can't believe they out there, and it's almost 12 o'clock, and they just now want this out. Let me blast the music, right? That's New York for you, boy. God damn it. See what they do to men, like when men don't understand, they think that. Now, I think that men and women, my opinion, should, especially black men and women, we protect each other, right? But women, being that because of the history we have here, we sort of kind of protect a little bit different than men, right? Because we had to protect our sons and everything else. So we should be protecting each other, right? So with these extremists, with the extremists, and my programs is about the extremists. It's not about the regular men. It's about the extremists. So I get on women and I get on men, right? Because this the extremists, that's a bunch of bullshit, right? Because they know half of this ish they're talking for the past umpteen many years. It did not make none of us change our minds, right? No video of really a woman said made a man change his mind, and no videos that these men are saying is making us change our minds, right? But these extremists is here to keep us apart, right? I just tell the truth. I know. Please tell me y'all don't hear nothing, nothing that will get me a strike. I'm like, God damn it. I should be outside with them actually, right? Leave bye y'all, right? See ya, right? But in the summertime, this is every night, right? But the extremists, they are being paid for us. Because see, again, it's about the extremists. They have a job to do. Keep us apart. To cause confusion. Because why do regular folks get along? Like if you're a regular old man, why we get along with y'all and y'all get along with us? They don't want that. They don't want that. And I think that's helping, well, probably on a woman's behalf, that is promoting more LGBTQ ABCDE. That's just my opinion, right? If the extremists, oh, stay away from these men, that's gonna make you want women, and then all the men, stay away from these women, that's making you want men, right? Because you're telling them they're no good, no, they're no good, they're no good, right? Because the submission days. I mean, if you want to be a trad wife, knock yourself out, and then you do videos.
Them submission days is over.
Right. But some are doing it, right? But God bless them. But the thing is, you make all the videos about the dysfunctional women, but them is who your husband is laying up at night with, right?
Yep.
You talk about the 304s. That's who your men is laying up with, right? And then they tell you not to do this and not to do that. But that's what these rich men are taking, especially the entertainers. They ain't dropping those stacks on y'all regular girl. They dropping the stacks on the 304s. They cover. They even got the little pow pows that's full of money, and they just shooting it, money flying all over while you're home. So the 304s is 304 men also. If there's 304 women, then there's 304 men. Let them be. Let them be. Cause I like when men talk. Like me, I could talk. I don't have to down a man just to why we just can't have like regular combo. Technically, a relationship is not a group conversation anyway, right? It's not a group conversation. It's a one-on-one conversation. We got stuff all confused. If I'm dealing with somebody, I'm dealing with one person. And y'all tell each other what you guys like and how you want it and how your relationship is going to be. It's not a group conversation. No, nobody's dating the whole. Why is there a group speaking for single relationships? Why are you worried about the next man for?
Exactly.
If you a man, so what are you fixing up the women for him? He's gonna do what he
Yep.
wants to do anyway. And even for the women, you getting us ready for who? These extreme women, you getting us ready for who? Because whatever's gonna be is gonna be, right? But the sad part is, like when I showed the lady making a phone call, the sad part is when it's stuck in these men's head, right? And you don't have to want us or whatever, but we don't come on. That makes you disrespectful. That make you call them all types of itches and O's and all these other things.
The disrespect is just uncalled for.
Then you're telling them to unalive them. I'm like, well, goddamn, then y'all can stay with each other. Shit, no problem here. No problem here. I truly believe, this is just my opinion again, you can't stop a woman really for getting a man. It's like, because y'all gotta, unless y'all got some good discipline, she want a man, even if it's just for the night, she gonna get a man. You can't stop that. You can't. That's human nature. You can't stop human nature. You can talk all the shit you want. Ain't for so long, human nature's gonna take over you. That
Yep.
go for both. That go
Uh-huh.
for both.
Yeah.
Unless you stay away from each other, you can talk all that crap you want to talk. A woman is lonely because she choose to be. A man too.
Yep.
But at the end of the day, I don't care if you're 50, 60 something years old. Baby, if you know how to drop it, you go to the right one, you're going to get some. It has gotten that bad. Here come Keon. Let's go. Damn, they driving, they jamming out here. I'm going to leave y'all. Shit.
Y'all keep on telling yourself that. I don't know how y'all winning. Credit score is low. Cholesterol high, blood pressure high. Shit crazy. So let's get into it though. I saw a video. It was interesting to say the least. I ain't gonna listen to the whole thing. We ain't gotta listen to the whole thing. It's pretty long. We might listen to the whole thing. I don't know. But I gotta really talk about it. I was like, wow, this is crazy, man. The stuff, the level of gaslighting that takes place. What is men's entitlement?
The public offender.
What does it look like? And who has it? Men have it. It looks like entitlement. Do you not know what entitlement is? Go look it up. Go look up the definition while we're talking about it right now. While we're having a discussion. But we're gonna show you what it looks like. That's what this is about. Right? I'm gonna show you what the male entitlement looks like and what it sounds like. Right? Gaining weight? No.
That's why I'm on mute.
The same. Okay. So I appreciate that, Goldie. So I want to talk about this. Men feel very much entitled in relationships to the point. Let me just read it. Male entitlement. Men think women shouldn't leave for any reason outside of cheating or beating, and a lot of times they believe that you should stay, even suffering through abuses like cheating and beating. But most men can understand if a woman leaves and they say, "Well, I left because he cheated." Most men will say, "Okay." Inside they may even feel differently. They may be like, but okay, but what happened? How many times did he sleep with her? You know, they may still try to find something, but no, most of the time, most men will be like, that's fair. Men control divorce / breakups from inside the marriage / relationship, but don't want to do the work to stay together. We don't. I mean, we don't. We're lazy. That's why they're trying to make it harder for women to divorce. So they want. So since men can't control, since men aren't interested in controlling the relationship from inside by being healthy, happy, functioning human beings, they would rather try to control it from the outside with the laws, right? So they'll rather make you stay than just be a better person and compel you to stay with them. Sounds like Christian ideology. Christian, part of it. Christian is definitely, but all the religions are like this. Islam isn't like that. Judaism isn't pushing this. Catholicism isn't pushing this. They're all pushing it. Hinduism isn't pushing this. They're all pushing this stuff. So no, it ain't just Christianity. It's men. Yeah, no, it's just men. It's we had that discussion yesterday. It's just the misogyny that pushes it. It's not the religion is a vehicle, like somebody pointed out yesterday. It's a vehicle. It's a way that we get to the destination. You know what I mean? But misogyny is that's the driving force, right? Yeah, men do this worldwide in every single country. It doesn't matter. Men do this shit worldwide. So let's get into it. I'm gonna play this clip from this gentleman. He talks a little slow, right? He talks very, very, very slow, very slow. But we're gonna try to get through as much of it as we can, right?
All right, so this person commented on my post.
Why did I cut the thing off? All right.
And I would immediately leave any man who spoke to me like that. Femininity should be protected by masculinity, not abused. Like a bitch. All right, so this person commented on my post saying, I would immediately leave any man who spoke to me like that. Femininity should be protected by masculinity, not abused by it. I would absolutely be disgusted by men speaking abusive language. This is why we have what is called locker room conversations, because a lot of times when men talk about things out loud that actually work with women, the women start virtue signaling and saying that it's abusive language and they would never allow a man to talk to them in certain ways. And I'm saying that my question in response to her was, you would leave a good man for telling you to shut the fuck up and sit down? What if you need...
You would leave a good man for telling you to shut the fuck up and sit down? That was a real question.
That's an oxymoron.
You would leave the man.
That is such an oxymoron, right? That is a good, shut the F up and sit down. But you know I'm a good man, baby. Right? Yeah, you can't make this up. You can't make this up. This is why I say I can't deal. I had a friend of mine called me today with 50 million complaints because I always try to help him see stuff the other way. And I said, and as he wah, I'm like, thank God I ain't got these problems, right? I'm like, this is shit. What? What you say? Because I don't know nothing about that no more, right? Shit. But Shut the F up. I mean, I'm such a good man. Now let's go.
And for telling you to shut the fuck up and sit down. Is that a good man? Interesting.
Don't forget, guys, go
To
check
shut
him
the
out.
fuck up and sit down. Now, if you're saying that you're the type of woman that doesn't require such strong language, fine. But telling a woman to be quiet and sit down
That's
is
not what you
not
said.
abusive.
That's not what you said.
And this is a part of the problem that we have in our society now, where anytime a man is speaking firmly to a woman or giving a woman direction in a strong manner, it's being called abusive. And this is also what we call tone policing.
Telling a woman to shut the fuck up and sit down is beyond speaking to them firmly. What?
For a woman to escape the accountability that the man is actually trying to confront her with, she then starts talking about his tone. Look, me, I'm all about healthy relationships. I want people to have healthy relationships. But one of the barriers to people having healthy relationships is virtue signaling, is living a lie. And until people start learning how to tell the truth and have real conversations, things that are healthy are going to be called toxic. The idea
that's healthy
that femininity should be protected by masculinity is crazy. This is what we call entitlement.
So let me get this straight. Entitlement isn't a woman should stay with the man even though the man told her to shut the fuck up and sit down. That's not entitlement. That's not male entitlement. A man expecting a woman to stay with him even though he's being disrespectful and being abusive to her, that's not entitlement. But a woman saying that femininity should be protected by masculinity, that's entitlement. This is top flight gaslighting. This is the highest form. This is crazy.
When somebody says that somebody should do something, it means that they automatically think it's supposed to happen irregardless of what they do. Masculinity is supposed to protect femininity when femininity is feminine. But
that's the point. If it's if femininity is feminine all the time, femininity is always feminine, right?
I don't know.
The fuck
I don't
are you
know
talking
no more.
about?
I don't know no
all
more.
telling the truth, we know that there's so many women out here that have masculine characteristic traits, and they say what? They are alpha females looking for a man to check them. So
I've never heard a woman say that she was an alpha female. In my whole entire long-legged life, I have never heard a woman call herself an alpha female. Stop it.
What's up, women?
Let's say I get in a relationship and I'm with an alpha female, and I now speak to her in a more masculine way. This is not abusive. This doesn't mean that I'm not going to protect her. This means that I met her energy with my energy. Also, men don't mind protecting feminine women. But if I end up in a situation because of something you did, that means that you were not being feminine.
What?
Because a feminine person would not come out of the role of being protected and make themselves the aggressor in a situation. So you see a lot of women out here now, they want to argue, they want to be boisterous, and then they like, no, black men don't want to protect us.
You just started off by saying if you tell a woman to sit down and shut the fuck up. What?
That's what I
How
was
did we
going
get
to
here?
say. Jackie, get out my
How
head.
did we get here?
Get out of my head, Jackie. I'm confused.
How does that work? I don't understand.
I am so confused. Jackie took the voice right out of my head. God damn. Or maybe we on something, right? I don't know. But I was thinking the same exact thing, Jack. God dang it. Oh man. Oh my god. And it's so crazy. All the good men is laying up with their wives right now, having a good time. What women is signing up to be abused verbally or otherwise? Even if the baby women got to understand, if he got some good eggplant, there's other eggplants that's out there that might be even better. We ain't got to put up with this bull crap. Let me tell y'all something. Let me tell you something. To prove, like I said, I come with receipts. I come with receipts. And you got to prove me wrong with another receipt. Women been disassociating themselves. Women been going their own way. Women been separating themselves. How I know? All you gotta do is say to a man is the word rose, right? Rose. They mad as hell. When you that's $1 billion business, right? One of them DDoS, that's $1 billion business. That right? You can't compete with that. And they will always tell you, well, you gonna want real peace. No, if a woman use that constantly, you cannot compete with it. It's $1 billion business for a reason, right? They got all shapes, sizes. They every couple of months they're coming out with something new, right? Coming out with something new. They rather have the battery than the man. And you get to control it, and you can do it the way you want to do it. It ain't gotta wait for you to get back up. It ain't gotta wait for you to come home. It got to the point to whereas they made it waterproof. You could take it with you to the shower, right? You could take a bath with it. It got to the point, to prove my point, they even made underwear out of them. So at any point in time, right? At any point, she could be anywhere she wants her. They even they sell underwear that does it, right? You can't compete. That's how much a woman enjoy a battery than you. It's gotten to the point where even if a woman has a man, she gonna bring her toy with her. She's gonna bring her toy with her
Yes,
because
she would.
that sensation, that vibration sensation, he cannot produce. And once she gets used to it, the less of you she needs or wants, right?
My
Because
ex-husband hated it.
even if they hate it or not, some women they just, and it's not because that's their last choice. After a while, it's the better choice, right? From the women who decides to. I tell you, I do say the word rose. Some women said it snatched your life.
And
I
sometimes
don't know.
it's just a pressure reliever. You don't want all of the added headache. You just want the pressure relieved and gone with your life.
And they even got some that not even a dildo, that a DD, right? They got some that's made. If you ever look into the books, you could sit on top of it, right? They got some look like a thing. What you think of the that you put on the horses? They got some that's made like that, right? Check in the book. They got some crazy designs there, right?
Child, my friend sent me one through Instagram. I said, "Where it's at, girl?" I hunted for it and found it and bought it.
Right. So to prove that women been separating and saying F y'all, it's a $1 billion business, right? Because even if men watch the porno or whatever, after they release, it's done. Women could go on and on and on and on, have multiples on top of multiples on top of multiples on top of multiples. Take a little breather, start over again, where y'all have to get back up, right? But them battery things ain't no joke. So you will have to get to the woman before she get used to the object, because you cannot create that vibration sensation. And once she gets used to that, she's even with you, she's looking for that sensation. You cannot give her that. So you will have to get to her before she either gets one or get used to it. Remember, she's in full control. So you can't get no better than doing yourself, right? I'm just saying. So I don't even know how long these toys have been out, but they've been out many moons. So anytime Rose, I had to say the word Rose, you can't compete with Rose. I done heard women say it done snatched their life, it snatched the life away from them. I done heard some stories, right? And different, I guess different ones, different places have different ones, but the intensity of that a man cannot do. And once her body get used to it, she no longer needs you. Or even if she has you, she still have to have that. Because when she's with you, she's going according to your rhythm. If she has her toy, she's going according to her rhythm. And because of the different settings, you can't keep up with that pace. You can't keep up with that intensity. So women been separated, right? So you would now need to want a companion, right? You will want to be that companion. And it's not the fact that men may think that, well, she can't get the real thing. Baby, you can't compete with it. So your joke is, nobody's getting the joke but you and your homie, right? But the female don't feel bad because the joke is on you. Your homie, like, yeah. She got to get that. She can't get no real man. You better go sleep with your toy tonight. And she like, think I sure enough will. Right? Yes, sir. You're not a woman, so
No
you don't
headache
understand.
started.
Right. You're not a woman, so you don't understand what a woman is talking about. So the joke is not on us. The joke is on you. And especially if they got I've seen some ones that not only, God damn it, not only does it vibrate, it lick it too. I'm like, what the fuck is this?
That's
Right?
the one I
What?
got. It has a suction on the other side.
Oh, God, girl.
Trial 200. I'm telling you, I was
Oh.
like, where's that? When I saw the demonstration, I was like, what? Oh, what?
Yeah, I had somebody come in here before and they had a code. That was a while back. I can't even remember. And I even forgot the name of the company. But baby, they gave a 20. If you put their code in there, I'm like, sure, I don't have no problem. I do it, no problem. And when I'm looking through that, I said, what the fuck? And then on top of that, they got the vibrating plug that don't go in your book, but while that's vibrating at the same time. Man, they don't know what to heaven and back. Where you can't take them, right?
Control it from your phone.
Huh?
You can have on the device and you can control it from your phone.
God damn it. Oh, listen, evil who? I ain't heard of that one yet. It's something new, right? But that goes to show you. But anytime they said, F this, they made underwear out of it, vibrating undies. I'm like, God damn it. That go to show you. This is nothing new. Nothing new at all. And the men, yeah, you may, I got my hand. Well, baby, your hand gonna get tired, right? Your hair don't work as long as a battery. I'm sorry to tell you, right? So, if I'm not mistaken, they making the suction for the man, but it still don't take the place of Rose. I don't know none of y'all names y'all got for y'all little toys because it ain't working like how these different toys are, right? Yeah, Pokemon. Mm-hmm. Exactly, Angela. Carpal tunnel. I know. Carpal tunnel
Jack,
syndrome.
that carpal tunnel.
Carpal tunnel syndrome going on, right? And if you get arthritis, you fucked up, right? If you get the offer. So it's always been a disengagement between women and men where they made female toys. It's a over $1 billion business, right? And you only got to pay for it one time. Now, unlike if you got an addiction to women, you got to keep paying. You got to keep paying to go to them strip clubs. You got to keep paying. That's a lot of money out of your pocket to satisfy your needs, where a woman could just buy one toy and use it until that shit break. So again, the joke is not on us. The joke is on you. If you want strippers, you got to pay for it. If you want different women, you got to pay for it. Right? All these extra things, you have to pay for it. She said, I got one in the closet. Just to, I'm going to have to open the closet. Open the closet for y'all. Hey, y'all ain't been in the closet in a long time. I'm going to send y'all to the closet. What I'm saying, that's just for the, if so, all the money that you guys pay for, I don't know, for to go on the dark web, y'all got to pay for that. The OnlyFans, you got to pay for that, right? A lot of these things, you got to keep paying for it. A woman just got to buy one toy, pay for it one time. And to play some music is for free, right? Certain things for free, right? I'm not saying that women don't pay to see men, but men pay more for the action. Where women paying one time, I don't know how much they cost, but they paying that one time, and boy, does it take you to heaven and back. Where y'all have to keep paying. Again, who the joke is on. I hope y'all do not hear this song. I'm gonna sing it for y'all. Hey. Ooh. Yeah, baby. We got Maxwell on now. Hey.
Damn it, sugar.
Johnny not realize. Ooh. They're gonna get me a strike. Then I'm gonna have to fight the strike to say the sound is coming from outside. And this is every night. It's every night. That's why I said. And it's almost 1:00. And it cut it up more, right? Remember, you got regular hours. We almost 1:00 in the morning. Right? Them old grand night these, they don't make them like they used to. Yeah, that's what I was saying before, Pokemon. So you would think that you would think that they would throw away some of how a lady is supposed to be. Because even though we pay for it one time, if it's if it's always been a over $1 billion business, that means a lot of women are buying it, right? We ain't got to pay for it twice. You ain't paying for one thing unless you like different ones. But if you don't, and you get that one powerful one that do everything, it got to be a lot of women over $1 billion a year.
But even if you get more than one, you're still making let's say you got 3 in your repertoire. Let's say 4. That's still 4 purchases compared to the plethora amount that they have to pay for.
Yeah. So even a 304, you got to pay for that. Even if you're cheap and you ain't got no money, even if it's a bag of Zaza, how they say a 40 in a blunt is what she really want. That's still, you still got to bring something. But if a woman fully, he said an elephant shaped one. Oh my God! But again, that's showing you how a woman could be by herself with no problem and get a better result with a machine than with a man. If we don't get it together, I guess we all gonna be stuck with machine, right? The way we going, everybody gonna have a machine and be like, fuck it, right? It's gonna be what it is, what it is. So if we don't get out of, yeah, that's what I'm saying. It ain't what we're saying. What we're saying has been happened. So women saying they want to separate, it's always been like that. To the point we could work and zant. Remember, they made them into underwear. As soon as you're feeling stressed at work, like I'll be back going back from zant, come back happy, right? Come back. Well, y'all man can't do that, right? No, you can't. She can do that shit all day. That's right, Angela. Mm-hmm.
Man. So women aren't allowed to get boisterous? You just said this is about tone police. He's contradicting himself. Remember when he said that the women will just they just want to tone police the men? What is he doing? If not tone policing. The woman wants to she gets boisterous. Women aren't allowed to get boisterous. People aren't allowed to get boisterous. Only men can get boisterous. What?
I got a family to raise. I got things that I'm doing. I'm not getting ready to risk my life. I'm not getting ready to white knight and jump into a problem that you have because you wanted to be aggressive and start problems with people. And lastly, we talk about,
if you're scary, just say that. If you're afraid, just say you're afraid. Say, I don't want to do that. I want to make it home. Just say that.
I'm trying to sip slow.
I don't even judge you if you say that.
My ginger ale gotta last me to the morning.
I don't judge you for. I'm not gonna shit on you for saying you scary. If you can't do 50 push-ups, I get it. Your wind ain't right. You ain't been training. I get it, fam. I get it. Because a 3-minute fight feel like a 30-minute run at full sprint. Trust me. If you ever been in a 3-minute fight, that shit feel like you was running 30 minutes flat straight, like with all your might for 3 minutes. I know.
Oh, the problem with relationships. Why is it saying that you would leave a man because of the way that he speaks to you from time to time? Saying you would leave a man, that's crazy. This person actually sounds young. You know what I'm saying?
But that's not male entitlement. Why do you need what if she just wake up tomorrow? Why would you want to be with somebody that don't want to be with you? That's the thing I don't understand. So if the woman wake up tomorrow, she just don't like the way you smell no more. She want to dip. Why are you trying to keep her? Let her go. I don't understand why. What are the valid reasons? Like, what are all these reasons?
Because it is one of the things that amaze me is there are so many people out here talking about how hard it is to find a good man, how hard it is to find a good woman. But part of the problem that I see is that so many of y'all leave relationships for the most trivial reasons. You have no endurance. You have no you have no ability to persevere and deal with some hard times. If you meet a man,
What are these hard times? The man putting you through hard times?
I know, right?
What?
I like this. I like
the man
this
putting you through hard times. It ain't even struggle love. He's not even talking about money. He's saying the man
like
putting the woman through some shit, and she should just stay through that shit. Like, what? You can't make this shit up. It's unbelievable. It's unbelievable.
And not to mind you, my other guy
and
on
he's
here,
talking to you in
I'm
some type of way.
showing him too.
Let me say this. I haven't always
Just that I be wanting to go over to DJ Toy, but for some reason we be on at the same time, but I usually catch his rerun. But one day we're gonna go over there and bum rush him. Or I'm gonna start. He said I could use his content though, right? See, these are what you call real men, right? They hear the bullshit. They hear the bullshit. They hear the bullshit. Call a spade, a thing, a thing. There. The same way, what were we watching the other day? We call that girl out? A woman don't have a problem calling the next woman out.
We did.
I think Jackie was rolling her eyes and every daggone thing. Shoot. I'm like, we don't have a problem saying, what? Hold up. We don't have a problem going in on a woman. Right is wrong is wrong. But men, they scared to call men out. But there are some, you know, we go both ways here. I like why you gotta breathe like that. Now they're playing all night long. I'm going to leave y'all. I'm going outside. Damn it, shit.
always been the best communicator. You see what I'm saying? But my wife loved me. So she looked at me and she was like, you really hurt me. Then I felt differently because I was like, oh, okay. I thought she was trying to turn up. I turned up. She turned down. Now we don't have no problems. But if she was just like.
So he's blaming his wife? Sir, can you make this public? So make sure your wife see this shit, please. Because you only got 2 likes on this post. I don't think either one of them is from your wife.
Oh, I'm leaving you because you spoke to me that way. Y'all not gonna have no successful relationships like that. I'm just letting you know.
That's not a successful relationship. If you're being disrespected in the relationship, it's not a successful relationship. If you're being disrespected in the relationship isn't successful. Just because you're together doesn't make it successful.
The solution when somebody talks to you in a way you don't like to be spoken to is that you're going to leave the relationship?
Yes.
Duh.
Yeah.
Duh.
Absolutely. If you want to stay, stay. If you want to stay, stay. That's on you. That's on y'all, whatever. But if you want to leave, yeah, I'm not going to knock nobody for leaving.
You have no concept of reality. And once again, this person sounds young to me because, like I said, everybody knows when a woman is emotionally attached, they deal with a lot of shit that y'all be talking shit online. But if you was emotionally attached to a man, you talking tough now, but you wouldn't be like that if you really felt a certain type of way about a man. You would give him another chance. You would give him another chance. You would give him another chance.
You sound like that crazy. These men is crazy.
Even if I gave him another chance,
we're not.
He's still getting that smoke. Even if I gave him another chance,
No, you're not. No, you ain't getting no smoke. You ain't getting nothing. Nothing, because you're gonna do it again. We got to stop doing that. No, that's it. That is it. If you're going to tell you that, no. Another chance for what? To do it again? All those second chances, I could see if, like, it's a thing that we have problems with communication, or, even though we're arguing, but it's not disrespectful, we just not getting along, or so. I can understand that.
Yeah.
But to come blatantly out, shut the F up and sit down. Like, no, you disrespectful. And then that means you have that manosphere mentality. No, and no. And that's why that lady gone. Right? And he's sitting up there, you should give him that. No, we're not doing that no more. We don't even got no smoke for you.
I was talking past tense. Me now, I ain't talking and I ain't got nothing to say.
All you're gonna see is my dust. That's it. My dust. Pew! What was that? That daggone that damn cartoon. Pew! I'm like the Road Runner. And that's where a lot of women, we have always messed up. Even if I don't mind if a man feel a certain way about me, leave me too. Everybody should be respected. Everybody. If I'm disrespectful, you should leave me too, because you should not be disrespected. The same will apply.
It definitely goes both ways.
Right. So that's why I tell young men all the time, these girls start coming out with their mouth too much. I tell my son that all the time. These girls start coming out with their mouth. Nah, don't go back with them. Leave their asses right there. Leave them right there. Because only thing that's going to happen is you're going to get more heated, and you the one going to end up in jail. We have lost respect for one another, then we want to excuse it. No. And then being that, thankfully, you guys do 50 million of these shows, we've learned your lingo. As soon as we hear your lingo, we are gone, because at that point, you gone. Your mind gone. Soon as we hear that lingo, we can't help you. We can't help you. Because we're not 304s. Because regardless of what you say about a 304, you still going to pay her.
Mm-hmm.
We are not them. We ain't getting nothing out of it. The more you talk about Sexy Red, the more her pockets go up. We are not her. The more you talk about them girls shaking their butts, their pockets are going up. Us regular women, we don't get nothing out of it. Our pockets ain't going up, but our value to ourselves are going down. That's not a good feeling. I don't want to do all that to keep a damn man. I don't want to lose me, lose my happiness, and be arguing with your ass all the time. Nah.
You know what, my ass gonna have the audacity to tell me when this wasn't nowhere on the radar. If you lose you, if you lose yourself, you lose me. And tried to walk away like it was a imp move. If you don't get out of my house, sir, get out of my house right now. Because ain't nobody thinking about losing you or losing myself due to you. I had an ex that thought I had turned to the crack, y'all, and the prostitution because he broke up with me. And I was like, I thought I broke up with you. I had no knowledge you even thought I was on the cracks. But the ego and the audacity to think because we're no longer together. I'm out there strung out somewhere. Boy, please get your life.
Mm-mm-mm. A lot of these men, yeah, that's where all their money go. And it's crazy. I mean, besides like the real sadistic ones and the narcissistic ones, if you're not a narcissistic person or a psychopath or whatever, and you get your kicks out of pain, so it doesn't matter if you're a 304 or a regular person. When they in the presence of these 304s, they get respected. I ain't never seen them tell a 304 sit your ass down. They be like, pop it, baby, pop it, back, drop it like it's hot, drop it like it's hot. You respect them.
Because the 304s is telling them to shut the F up.
Hello. Hello. Them girls, they get to pump up the brakes. They be all up in your face, everything. But for the good women, same way they said for the good men, for the good women, y'all sit your ass down. Why you tell 304 that? Why you ain't
Go
telling
to
her that?
the 6:30
Why?
in the
Right.
afternoon.
Why you sitting up there? You know, her pockets getting big off your money. We got to start undoing a lot of habits. I know a lot of us like used to be. You ain't even worth it. I'm telling you, these men ain't worth it. They're not worth it. Undo your old self.
There
No,
was
because you don't win. You don't win. Like if it was the thing you can win, you don't win. So why give them the satisfaction? No matter how slick your mouth is, you still don't win. That ninja ain't gonna change and you still ain't getting nothing off your chest. Cause guess what? They didn't hear you anyway. Matter of fact, they purposely hurted you just so you can say what you gotta say, so they know they pinched your nerve. Right? They know they pinched your nerve. They know exactly what they're doing. They did it, right? I don't even need an explanation. As we get older, you don't need none of that. You don't need throw all of that you away. I'm not doing nothing. I'm not saying nothing. I ain't doing nothing. I'm gonna send you on your way. Right? Because I keep telling women, you lose all the time by proving you're right. You don't have to prove you're right. That's how you lose. That's how I watch a lot of these them romance scams. A lot of them end up staying because either they need answers. So you'll keep talking to them. And I know you've been doing this. Just like the other lady. I seen the other lady. And she was talking about how the man married, I might show that one, married her for a green card or whatever. But I told you he didn't show his true colors for 3 years. So when she found the numbers in his phone or whatever, she called him and let him have it. Right? But she didn't know how to play her cards. I keep trying to tell people, say less. When you pissed off, say less. Because she's doing all of that. And after I done took care of you, and you ain't going to find no more. No, they are scammers. All of y'all are the same, right? And all of y'all going to take care of him. All of y'all going to watch this. They pick women that do the same exact thing. You're not special. Number one. Number two, if you're trying to get your money back or get him arrested or whatever, the minute you cursed him out, guess what? He ain't never came back. He went with the next shit. But if you would have shut the fuck up and stopped trying to get your lick off, he would have came home that and I would have said nothing. Because the minute you don't say nothing, you have all the control. The minute you want, you just gave them the control. You let them know what you're thinking. Let them know how you feel. You let them know you've been hurt. You're letting them know something. Once you quiet, they don't know what you're thinking. They don't know how you feel.
Right.
So what she did was What? Okay. And all he said is, I'm sorry. Now she's looking for the guy. She's looking, trying to look for him. But now she don't know where he at. If you wasn't trying to let him know anything, I'm gonna show it to you. And I'm like, you messed up right there. Should have shut it up. You would have came home. You would have kept on coming home. Then you could have been able to do what you want to do to make sure he ain't get away with no more, no less. But you ain't know how to play your cards. People gotta learn to say less or say nothing. Because if somebody's purposely doing something, they purposely did it. They don't care how you feel. Their intent was to hurt you and anybody else.
Right.
People don't know how to play their cards. Once you be quiet, you have the power because now everybody trying to figure out what you're going to do. Right? What is she going to do? Right? Or what is he going to do? When you go silent, that F people up. It F them up. Sometimes you got to let them get the last text. Let them get the last text. Let them wait for you to respond.
That, and that was the best wisdom I picked up.
Give them the last word. Because once you leave the last word, it did. They have now cut you off because now you got the last text and they cut you off. Now I'm going to give you the last text. Now I'm going to cut you off. Okay. Now I ain't got nothing. Like these are just tools moving forward, right? These are just tools I'm giving you to move forward because all of this ain't come overnight, right? This ain't come overnight. These are things that we have to learn. And it doesn't even have to be a mate. That could be with anybody. Say less. I ain't got to tell you what the F you did. You're a grown ass person. You know what you did. But when I remove myself, I guarantee you catch on.
You left with your own thoughts about the situation.
Because at that point, either you moved on, so why waste time? Go on and move on, or I don't want you back. Or your behavior, like I said, but thank you to all of these Manosphere videos and red pill videos and even these mammy fair videos. You made it a little bit easier for us because now once we hear certain keywords, we already know take tear ass, right? When they thinking they're telling you something, no, you just showed me to not call you, don't speak to you no more. We know the lingo very well. Thank you kindly. As soon as I hear the word, oh, man, got to teach you. Okay, got to go, right? Woman need to sit there. Okay, got to go. Once you hear any of their lingo, even if you're not dating, it could just be a friend, a male friend, because they want to cut. Goodbye. Show all of
Good
these young
riddance.
girls. Show all these young girls, right? Show all these young girls these manospheres and stuff. So they will learn the lingo and they won't get caught out there. Because it's not the intent of them saying these things to you is not to make them, it's letting you know I'm gonna abuse you, I'm gonna do this, I'm gonna do that. That's what show them when you hear these certain lingo, bounce. All of that take giving you direction. Who the what? Last time, what's that saying? Last time I checked, I was grown.
Exactly.
Last time I checked, I don't understand how we the same age. And from I don't know your experience in life. You don't know my experience in life. What do you think you're going to teach me, right? And if you're going to teach me something, it's a way to do that. Same way if I gotta teach you something, it's a way to do it. It ain't like we cannot learn from each other. We can learn from each other. I don't have a problem letting a man be a man. Be a man. I don't have a problem with that, babe. Do you. But you're not gonna, you could do you by still respecting me. Women want to be masculine. You can't, however somebody personality is, right? You cannot control that. And some people have masculine energy. But if masculine energy was so bad, why does studs end up pregnant?
Right.
Why does a lot of
Because they're
studs,
not getting themselves pregnant.
because at the end of the day, you care about the JJ. You don't care about all that extra stuff you're talking about. If masculine, oh, women got to stay masculine. Yeah, because y'all want the stud, because that's uncharted territory. Y'all always want something new. Y'all want something that's not being used. And if you got a woman at home, she is being used. It may be just you, but it's not a conquest. I don't have to conquer that. It's his already. You don't have to conquer it. He ain't gotta run no game for it. Right? But for a stud, well, that's a job. That's a medal on his back. That stud ain't turned him off. That stud turned him on. Cause he want to be the same shit. That bitch act like she a man, but I got a piece of that last night. That is the best bragging rights you can have as a man. I done turned her back to a woman. And then they brag about how tight it is, right? To the point that he couldn't even pull out. She pregnant now. Why you think men could know you a stud, and they'll still tell you, or they'll know a female that's in a lesbian relationship? Why do you always want threesome for a lesbian relationship? Didn't they say they don't want men? How does that turn you on? They don't like men. Why would you want two lesbians if they don't like men? Explain that. Riddle me that. I'll wait. I mean, y'all want to speak the truth. That is the truth. And a lot of these studs, the only reason why they're gonna let you slide up in it, because they know you're gonna knock her up. And that would be her only way of having a child. So you trying to prove a point, and she wants to be a mother. She still don't want you. But hey, why go to a sperm bank and pay all that money when I can get yours for free? Right?
Exactly.
Right? And on top of that, you ain't gonna stick around. I don't like men, so I don't need you to be my man. And a lot of these studs have jobs anyway.
Mm-hmm.
And then on the I don't know the names of femmies, and I don't know all the names. I'm just gonna call it how it used to be called back in the days. And then the feminine ones, they want the stud, but they want a family. So why go the feminine one to mess with a man too? Why? Because her and her stud is going to raise the baby. So you just use, same way y'all use women for their uterus, they use you for your poop, poop, chip, 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 thing that shoot out. So it's a win-win. So if all this masculinity, you don't like none of this masculinity and femininity is what turns men on. I see y'all sure enough chasing a bunch of masculine women that I mean real masculine, I'm a stud masculine. You still poking them though, right? How did your thing just said, boop, it got hard out of nowhere, right? So vagina turns you on, period. So just shut the fuck up. Shoot, once them lights is cut out, human nature take over. Cut the lights out, and then a woman gonna feel like a woman. So the way she act, you don't care, right? Why would you care when human nature takes over? But let y'all tell it, because y'all be lying. It ain't like we have not seen this all our lives.
You always lying.
Yeah, girl, please. I be like, whatever. Whatever. I be like, whatever. That's all they do. They be lying. That's it.
So at the end of the day, all I'm saying is stop virtue signaling. Stop saying that things are abusive that are not abusive. That's a red flag. Next thing you know,
He is literally taking all the buzzwords he heard, applied to misogynistic men,
exactly,
and trying to apply them to women who want to leave misogynistic, abusive men.
Exactly.
It's almost genius, except for he's terrible at it. But it's almost genius.
You got kids with this woman, and she up there telling the people you're abusive so she can get you out the home and get all the money because she called everything abuse.
Get on what money?
Okay. Stop saying that masculinity should protect femininity. Ain't no shoulds. If you got a man around you that's willing to protect you, be thankful, be grateful, be appreciative. All right.
Yo, they say men kill me when they say protect you. Ninja, up until we still living. But you got women that's living to 90, 99. Well, what protection are you talking about? Like, how do y'all protect us? Right? When y'all gotta go to work. Y'all not at work with us, or you're not in the house with anything. What's this protection that you're talking about? And then that don't mean you can fight. What do you mean by protection? How you go protect her and that man beat your ass? You better hope you got a masculine woman by your side so we can jump this ninja, right? Why you get your ass up? Now you supposed to, a real movement gonna help her, man. I've seen it too many times, boy. Man, stop fighting. That girl jumping all on his neck and shit. Like, no, you gonna have to fight the both of us. Some women don't play with it come down to their men.
Jumped out and Denny's trying to help her boyfriend.
Talk about the feminine. I'm protecting y'all. Who say you can fight? Right? I ain't never seen you fight a day ever. What do you mean protection? Right? I ain't never seen you put them up. I ain't never seen you put them up nothing. I ain't never seen you handle no business. And especially for me, hold up. Because people see you with me, all of a sudden they scared. What if you the punk of the town? Right? I see a lot of men get their ass up in front of their women. What do you mean protection? I don't know what you're talking about. Right? And a lot of women are strapped these days. So I don't know what you're talking about. I know. I've seen that too. I've seen that too. I have seen that also. And if he's switching, I don't want him. He better go 5 Ray. Ninja protection. We just why you just can't say, baby, can we just be companions? Like, it's other ways. I'm like, we going, if a woman love you, she gonna naturally have your back, naturally make sure you good. That's what we do naturally, right? All this other extra bullshit so y'all can dominate. This is overboard. Overboard.
They worse than animals with it.
Yeah. And this is why the black woman. Girl, you don't shut your ass up. Let's go.
He just ended it. I'm glad. That's just how the video ended. He was rambling so much, he just stopped it. He probably said some stupid shit after that and was like, nah, we just gonna cut it here. I mean, What? Come on, man. Come on, man. Now y'all see what I be talking about? Like, you know how dudes be like, all I see on my algorithm is women wilding or whatever. That's what I see motherfuckers like this on my algorithm. So I don't know what the fuck. Our algorithms are off. There's something going on. There's a disconnect between our algorithms, right? I'm hearing these motherfuckers all day long talk like this. I'm hearing Don P. I'm hearing this type of dude. I'm hearing what's his name? Hefe. I'm hearing the King Drizzle dude. Like, those are the dudes I'm hearing, and they got a bunch of followers and stuff like that. So a bunch of other dudes are hearing that too on the other side, right? Only difference is when I hear Hefe, I hear and when y'all hear him, y'all hear a motherfucking crowd cheering and the roar of the crowd, and you hear birds chirping in fucking spring. It shit sound like music to your ears, but to me it sounds like pure noise. Sounds like the Lulu fucking babble. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, I get it. But y'all got to stop acting like it ain't a bunch of dudes out here talking just like this dude, thinking just like this. This dude is married, by the way. So he says this guy has a wife. Free that man's wife, by the way, till she's free. Free that man's wife until she's free, because that's fucking crazy. That don't even make sense.
And what I like about him is he's married too. He's a married man with kids, right? And I guess, I guess he was one of the men. He was like, yeah, I used to do that too. But I don't do that anymore, right? So now he's learned to respect women. So he sees the difference of maybe the old him and now the new him, right? There's nothing wrong with learning from your behavior. Like, this behavior ain't working. So it's not like he's pandering to women. If you ever listen to his oh Lord. Now they're playing Jamaican music. Lord, I better not get in a copyright strike.
I'm about to fly over there. Oh shoot, it's time for me to take over.
Oh, you can hear it?
You said Jamaican music. Any Jamaican music, get me hyped. I'm catching flights. I'll be there in 2 seconds. Child, I don't even be going to sleep in Jamaica because they be playing music. I be up dancing on the patio. Supposed to be asleep. It's 2:00 in the morning.
I'm not understanding this at all. Y'all really got to come from behind that bullshit, man. Stop acting like I'm just making this stuff up, and all the shit that we seeing, we just making this stuff up. We're not. There are more men out here that think and act like that dude than the women that you claim are gold diggers, or the women that are in their 40s and now they're crying about being single, or whatever the case may be. It's 10 to 1. It's 10 to 1, if not more. There's, for every one 40-year-old woman crying about not having kids and regretting not having children or whatever, it's 10 dudes like that telling women to stay in abusive relationships. At least. So if you're not seeing these guys, it's because you don't want to see them. It's because you don't want to see them. That's what I'm saying. Because I get hit with a lot of videos from a lot of red pill content from people, because they don't really. Yeah, I get hit with a lot of red pill content, especially on my YouTube page. But like, I get hit with it. My boy sends me a lot of stuff, and all they're doing is reacting to women videos they found on TikTok of women reinforcing whatever idea they have about women. And I'm like, I'm not saying that there aren't women out there who didn't have children and regret not having children in their 40s or whatever. I'm not saying that, but there are far more women who will tell you they're happier than ever and they feel like they made the right choice and they will make the right choice again and again and again. There are far more women saying that than the women that you're finding that's saying the opposite of that, right? That's what I'm saying. That's the thing that I'm trying to, that's the thing that we gotta kind of like get to the bottom of. But y'all don't want to wake that shit up. Y'all want to keep that shit silent. And you're gonna let that one video of that woman saying that you're going to use that to justify the way you feel about, oh yeah, see, you're gonna end up like her, you're gonna end up alone with your cats and you did it. That and that's what you're using it for. And I'm like, but that's not, hey man, that's just not reality. The studies don't say that, the women don't say that, like that's just not reality. It's just not. The women are not doing bad. And you guys are trying to trick them into staying in these relationships, right? You're trying to get them in the relationship. You're trying to get them to agree to be in a relationship with you, right? Because that's hard in and of itself. That's like trying to catch a fish with your bare hand. The shit, you know what I'm saying? Even if you grab the motherfucker, it's slippery. Y'all trying to grab a hold of these relationships is slippery as shit. Y'all can't do it. You don't got the tools for it, right? So when you're trying to do that, and then let's say you do get the woman, right? Let's say you mask long enough to get her to fall for you, right? Now you're in the relationship, and you take the mask off, and now she wants to leave. Now you telling her to sit her dumb ass down and stuff like that. Now she wanting to leave, right? Now you want to hit her with this. Oh, it's with the shit that old boy was talking about. Now you want to leave? Why? I just told you to sit the fuck down and shut the fuck up. That was all I was saying. You raised your voice at me first. That's the thing. Now you want to end no fault divorce. Now you want to tell the women that y'all trying to do this like Jedi mind trick shit on the women. Like, well, I guess you guys just aren't tough enough. Huh. I guess you're just not tough enough to stick it out. I guess not. Walking away with your hands in your pockets, hoping she followed you, turning around, hoping she walked behind you. I mean, if you just want to leave, I guess if you want to give up on love, I guess. I guess you just don't love me like I love you. All that shit. All that type of shit. Doing everything but working on yourself. Doing everything but working on your temper. Because you know what I found out? I found out that just because your girl or your wife raises her voice at you, just because your girl or your wife gets agitated or aggravated with you, doesn't mean you have to match her energy. And I don't even view myself as a leader. I view myself as an individual. I don't have to let everybody trigger me. I don't have to let you trigger me. Right? I have control over that. I could decide not to be triggered. Something could annoy me, something could be offensive, and then I could literally just decide, I'm not gonna let that offend me. Like I do with my kids all the time. My kids say all types of crazy shit. Kids say the darndest. I got the worst parents on the planet. Kids say all types of shit that if you didn't have control of your emotions, you would react to them. Kids do all types of shit. You see what I'm saying? So the same patience that I could have for my child, I'll have it with an adult because kids are humans. So I'm treating my kids like a human. Why don't I treat my wife like a human? Yeah, she said some annoying shit. I don't got to get turned up. Yeah, she getting turned up. Let me drop it an octave before I get agitated. Before I get aggravated, before I say some shit, now we fighting for 3 days or whatever. Like that be the shit I be trying to like, you know what I'm saying? Like I'm like, why y'all just be, but the truth of the matter is y'all be looking for a reason to turn up. And 90% of the time you don't even have a reason to turn up. You know what I mean? Y'all don't have a reason to really turn up. Just because somebody yells at you, that's not a reason to turn up. You're still an adult. I thought I could have swore. I'm just going on what y'all be telling me, that men are the leaders. I could have swore that leaders don't follow. Leaders don't. Imagine a leader letting everybody trigger them. Imagine a leader allowing somebody to trigger them and control their emotions. Right? I remember one time I was I was doing some dirt. You know, I ain't gonna even hold you. I was doing some dirt. We was moving some stuff around in the city. We was going to the next city over. I'm in the car with a few of my homeboys about 8, 9 o'clock at night. And the police pulled us over. Unmarked car. It was some narc shit. They pulled us over. Long story short, they pulled us out the car. They handcuffed us, had us on the curb. And in the neighborhood I live in, if you know anything about gang culture, a lot of people, a lot of the gangs wear teams, like sports teams. You know what I'm saying? So that's how they affiliate. Yeah, Rolling 20s, Insane, West Coast, Rolling Eddie Crip. Like, it's a lot of gangs, you know, it's a few gangs in my city or whatever, right? So anyways, they pull us over. My homies is one of my homies is from. I appreciate you, Brandy. Thanks for the cash app. Appreciate you. Thank you more. So you know, one of my homies from Compton, whatever. Long story short, the police was trying to get. They was trying to get me to react to them in such a way so that they could put me on a gang injunction, right? So what he did was he was like, "Oh, it's getting cold out here. Let me put my gloves on." This motherfucker pull out some Pittsburgh Steelers glove, which represents Rolling 20 Crip. So he pulled out some Pittsburgh Steelers gloves and put them on his hands. I seen it, but I'm like, nigga, I don't bang. You know what I'm saying? So I'm just standing there, and he was like, "Oh, you like?" He literally doing like this in my face, like, "Oh, you like my gloves?" And I was like, "Nah, not really." And he was like, "Oh, what? You got a problem with the Steelers? Oh, you got a problem?" Yeah, he's like, "Oh, you got a problem with the Steelers?" Or whatever. He's like, "I bet you're a Cowboys fan," that's the hood I grew up in, rolling the 80s. We, you know, they wear the colors is blue and gray. So they wear Cowboys colors, right? And I was like, "Nah, I don't like the Cowboys either. I'm a Niners fan." Fucked his whole head up. He thought he had me. I was like, "Nah, I don't like the Steelers or the Cowboys. I'm a Niners fan." I could have easily reacted to the shit. I could have easily, "Hey man, get out my face." You ain't never had the police flash their light in your face. You just walking down the street, they driving, you know, they got that hot ass, bright ass light, that white light. They just put that shit all in your eyes. You just minding your business. They want you to run. They want to provoke you. They want you to give them a reason to react, right? You don't have to react. If you feel like your life is threatened, you might want to react. But outside of that, you ain't got to react. That's how you treat your relationship. You don't have to react every single fucking time somebody does something to you that you don't like. You don't have to react, man. But y'all be so fucking entitled and your egos be so big, you can't believe when mind you, I ain't even got to the part where your girl was probably warranted. Her turning up on you was probably warranted. I ain't even got to that part. Let's leave that to the side. Because why is she turning up on you? You ever thought about that? Why is she getting excited? Why is she getting agitated? Could it be you're doing something to her? Could it be you did something to her? We'll put a pin in that. So I'm trying to figure out if that's the case, right? You know, she getting turned up. Why do you need to react to that? Aren't you a whole grown ass person? And for you to run and hide behind that as an excuse to say stuff like sit your ass down, sit the fuck down, something like that. You don't think that that's problematic? You don't think that is grounds for somebody to leave you? How many times before? What if they say it to you every time? What if they say it to you once a week? Is that grounds? Like how many times until, you know what I'm saying? Like when's enough? When's enough? Y'all got to get out of this mindset that just because you don't cheat, you don't beat, and you got a job, everything else you do should be accepted, bro. Absolutely the fuck not. That's not how it. That's not how it works. That's not how it works, man. That's not how it works. How many times did I do that with my wife? I don't fucking know. She lost track and I lost track. She lost count and I lost count. Can I hear the point in asking that? Yeah, me and my wife are still married right now. Yeah. I think you're missing the point with trying to like do this like gotcha shit. That's not how it works. I'm saying, hey, two things. You don't have to react as the man or the person that's getting turned up on, first and foremost. Secondly, she could have left a long time ago and she would have been well within her rights. I'm not telling her, I didn't expect her to stay. I'm not telling her she should have stayed. That the discussion isn't. This man was telling women they should stay under those conditions. I'm not telling. I never told my wife she should stay. I didn't tell her that. It's not a matter of it being perfect. It's not about that. It's about recognizing that if somebody wants to leave, they have the right to leave. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if they want to leave. That for whatever reason they can leave. You don't get to tell them no. Oh, you don't get to leave over that reason. Like, what the fuck? No, I didn't know she would stay. Men the oppressors and women the oppressed? Yes or no? Don't make me drop you.
Come on,
answer the question. It depends on the level of abuse, but yeah, I would leave any job.
Okay, nah, but you about to lose everything. You about to go homeless. Would you leave that job?
Yeah, if I got to. If I'm getting abused either way. What do you mean? But most people, but wait. Let's not live in the extremes. Yeah, I know. Let's be logical and let's be logical. I love that you said that. Let's not live in the extremes. Most people aren't going to go homeless if they quit their job. So let's live in the realm of reality where the majority of people live.
So why are you comparing marriage to a job? If that's
because it's a very similar concept. It's a very similar thought process.
No, but
because
people do go homeless when they get divorced.
When? How often?
A lot.
That's you're just making that up. Don't say a lot. How often? What percentage of men go homeless after they get divorced?
Okay, I would say damn near all of them because they end up losing everything.
Okay, so you just make it. Hold on, game. Do not say stuff that you know is stupid. That's dumb. Most men don't go homeless after a divorce.
Do they lose their home? How about that? Let's ask this question.
Do most men lose their homes? I don't fucking know.
Yeah, but be logical. Let's just live in reality.
Let's be logical. I don't fucking know. Do most men lose their homes?
For sure. I'll tell you why they do. All right? Because the judicial system, they get a percentage of anything they give the women. They get put back into their retirement fund. So the judge is incentivized. So the judge is
no. Don't start with your conspiracy theories. I don't give a fuck.
There is
let's
they crack me up with these made up stories.
Like no statistics. He couldn't even Google something.
Yo, they crack me up with these made up. I'm like, first of all, you will have to have the only way, first of all, you don't lose a house. The house, she would be able to stay in the house, but you would have to either have a job or for you to even have a house or whatever, you will have to have a job. You could find someplace else to stay, right? Now, the only way you will go homeless if you're not married and you living up in her house and she kicking you out, right?
Sometimes they take house community marriage community property, so they have to sell the house and
exactly. So I don't know where they make up these these made up things like we don't know reality. That's why I just be listen. I do not sit back and
one time I cleaned for this lady and her ex-husband. She said, "My ex-husband is staying here. Don't clean his room. He's a jerk. He's a pig." And I told him I'm not cleaning his room anymore. So I was like, okay. So I'm in the house praying because first of all, I don't want this man to come home and me be in the middle of it. But you could just see signs of his narcissistic rage all over that apartment, and it was sad because they had children. It was very sad. And the fact that he he did whatever he did, I didn't get into her business about that, but they got divorced and then he had to come and live with her and make her life a living hell.
Yeah. So, and then another reason why they don't go homeless, because a lot of them already got the next bed ready. If you know what I mean, the bed
Yep.
the bed that broke them up, right?
So technically they are not homeless.
Mm-mm. Oh, mm-mm, mm-mm. Bums go homeless after divorce because they don't want to provide. Probably one of the reasons for divorce is perfect. Yeah, but a divorce. Oh, they're gonna take. No, they cannot. A woman can get some of your money, but she can't take all your money, right? She can't take it all. She can take a percentage. But see, the thing is, if they can't get in the middle, they're not trying to give you nothing. That's why one of the real reasons why men don't like to give out child support. It's because they can't work your middle. They don't want to pay for something that they're not getting something from.
Exactly, sugar.
That's the problem. Because every time you ask certain men about money, even if y'all broken up, they take the conversation from the kid and keep talking to you. You want to keep it about the kid. They want to keep talking about to you because
Yep.
they want how that man said they want something on their investment and they want something back from their investment, right? So that if men just like to pay for but whomever they're getting it from, like that ain't my girl no more. Why should I get no? They don't want to pay no more. Even though they know it goes to the kids, that's where they get that. I'll get my kids what they want because they don't want to pay for the household expenses because they're
No.
no longer there. Even though it's their children, that is the reason. The Bible, you may not want to believe in that, but that's why the Bible is the way it is because God knew that if you spread yourself too thin, you cannot spread yourself too thin. That's why it's a household. So the money come to the household. Then it's you pay for the house you win. That's why they want you to be married and all this other because I mean we're doing it the correct way. Right? Life will be
Right.
much better for you if you follow that book. I mean, people make it seem like the information in the book is really bad. No, it's really good. It's got a lot. If
It's
not,
life saving.
it got a lot of good pointers in there, right? It got even if you don't believe in it, it got a lot of good pointers in there that could help you, right?
It's so good that even the elite is using it, even though they're using it for perversion to do opposite of what God's word says. But people, regular people, don't even try to take the time out to even discover what's in there. They just talk against it, you know?
Mm-hmm. It's a big old book, and it's oh, then they stick you with slaves. They stick you with this crap, right? Women's supposed to do it, whatever. And see, first of all, a lot of men ain't marrying women anyway. I don't care how Betty Crocker you are, right? Because a lot of Betty Crockers should be married off. So men are not marrying women containing how feminine you are or how Betty Crocker you are, because then they will all be taken up already. They will be all taken if men was in the wanted to marry, but they're not even marrying you. Why are you worrying about what you should be worried about you getting married? Why are you worried about us getting married when all of y'all are not taken?
Exactly.
And if all of y'all were taken, y'all ain't got no business in our business. Like you trying to help us do
No.
what?
They should be happily married in bliss.
So we got all of these beautiful young women. That's they don't care if you're smart. They don't care if you're educated. They don't care about these things. So they say, right? And then they even beef with you if what's this new thing they saying now? That you'll listen to your boss, but you won't listen to your man. I think that's one of the dumbest things ever.
What?
You ain't heard that one. I probably show that one, but they've been with saying that, but trying to use that as an example, like Ninja.
My boss write my checks. You don't.
I still, to me, the boss. First of all, you will have to prove that the boss tell me to sit the fuck down, right? You have to prove the boss told sit your ass down.
Right.
Ain't no boss talking to me like that.
Exactly.
You will have to prove that you talk to me better than my boss. You will have to prove my boss talk to me and me listening to him and not you. And the reason you will have to prove that he's not talking to me with respect. You will have to prove that he's talking to women disrespectful. But because he's our boss, right? You have to prove that we're listening to him and not you. Because see, I believe at a job, it could be professional, right? Oh yeah, I'm gonna find that one girl for y'all tomorrow. Yeah, Jack, I got you, Jack. Girl, I got you. A lot of these things, it's really. I mean, they just
Me
coming up with
either.
anything.
That's why I was like, what?
They just coming up with anything, y'all. They just coming up with anything. Don't believe the hype, right? They just coming up with everything we do. But like I said,
Shook that wiggin', shook that wiggin'.
It's supposed to be a professional place, right? Because if he does talk to me disrespectfully, guess what? I could sue. I can't sue your ass, right? Right? So, but every damn thing is a problem. And like I said, I'm glad more, man. And I love DJ Tosh. I just love me some DJ. I like him too. I don't even know how I came across this young man, but he's really good. He's really good. Like I said, he's called the public offender. Like he was already on TikTok, but he transferred himself over now for another stream to stream, right? And there's other men out there too, right? Other men out there also, right? And see, these other men, as you see, we listening to him, right? So it's not hard to listen to a man. It's not really catering to us. So that means that we respect him, right? So if he was going to tell us something, we will listen because if you respect us, we will respect you, right? So it's not like because he catering women. Nah, he's that person. You think, yo, you would really want you could sit and chat and everything with men like that. Girl, we got to get hip to the lingo. We're gonna have to hip you to the lingo. I'll probably find that one tomorrow. I'll find it for y'all tomorrow.
There's a conspiracy. That's a conspiracy theory. What you're talking about? You're trying to make a game bread. Hold on, brother. Hold on.
All right, my brother.
What I want you to do is, what I'm asking from you is to tell me, what do you think about that? Do you not believe that to be the case? You said the 80, you believe that. Okay. Why do you think the women are leaving? That's the point.
Because they're not financially strapped.
Huh?
You don't think men are happy in a relationship? So you don't
He
think
said
that men get
financially
unhappy
strapped.
in a marriage, but yet they're stuck. You don't think that happens?
Listen, we gotta get off the drugs or they gotta get off the drugs. So, I can't believe it.
It's a chemical imbalance with them. It ain't the drugs. The drugs say they ain't got nothing to do with it, okay? The drugs say they out of this. They ain't got
oh my
They
gosh.
ain't got no dog in this fight. The drugs say
Oh my God. Help! I need somebody. This is ridiculous.
You ain't seen no fiend,
That
no
can't
drug
happen.
addict
Yeah.
That
fiend
can happen, or does it happen?
like that.
All the time? Not all the time. Not most of the time. I
Well,
think
nothing is
sometimes it
all
happens.
the time. It's never sunny all day. So there, the sun goes
I know.
down.
I don't speak in absolutes. I'm agreeing. It happens sometimes, but it's not the majority. Like most men aren't trapped in their marriage. They can leave whenever they want to. What are you talking about?
But they end up losing.
How do men end up losing?
Okay, I'll give you a perfect example. Kids. Let's just talk about kids. All right. So I married my wife. I got 2 kids. I'm strapped to this work. I'm providing a house. I got them cars. I got her cars. She got Chanel purses. She got all that. And now, if I'm unhappy because she's neglecting me, she's not doing the same thing that she used to do when we were together. When she caught me, right? She stopped. She's relaxing. Now I'm coming home. She's just chilling. She's not putting in any effort, any work. She's not stimulating my
I hear you. I hear
mind.
you. She not living up.
Switch up now. I want to return that. I want a refund.
He said
The
a
man
refund.
can't have a refund, but the
Not a
woman can have a
refund.
refund.
Huh?
Right? So a woman can start over and get her refund, but the man can't get his refund. Where's my refund?
So you're talking about alimony, which is almost never paid out. Only like
No,
10%
I'm not
of
talking
women
about. I
get.
just said kids, Brody. So
Then what do you mean? What does
Thank
refund
you.
have to do with kids? If it's not money. What are you talking about?
So can I not have my kids?
Take
If
them.
you fight for them, yeah.
Yeah. So what happens when we do end up fighting? Remember, the judicial system is incentivized, but so
it's not incentivized.
It
You're
is.
making that up.
You can look this
We've
up.
been
I
drinking.
have looked it up. You're making it up. That's what I'm telling you. You heard that on TikTok.
But I
been
found the opposite. But
drinking.
let's just leave that alone. We don't even have to talk about it. We're just talking reality. All right. So if I get a partner and my partner, and
Wait, Game Bread. Let me ask you a question. Who spends more time with your kids right now? You or your wife?
I don't have no kids, but I do have a wife.
So
God
what are you
didn't bless us.
talking about?
We're
Okay.
actually trying.
Okay.
You
So
know?
in the majority of cases, who spends more time with the kids, the woman or the man?
The babysitter.
Game Bread. Don't make me drop you.
Boy,
Come
drop
Answer the
him.
question.
Logical.
Drop
Are
him.
most women
Drop
stay-at-home
him, please.
mothers?
Hold on,
Drop
brother.
him.
Hold on, brother.
Drop him.
Please don't play in my face.
Yes.
Can you just answer the question? Who spends more time with the children, the mother or the father?
Oh, can I say about my upbringing then?
No.
Can you asking me a question that's
All right, I'm gonna have to drop you, bro.
Drop
I'm gonna
him.
move on to
Please,
Vicente. I'm gonna come back to you. You playing? Y'all.
Goodbye.
I don't got the time today. Go ahead,
No,
Vicente.
not today.
Hey, what's up with it, brother? Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Shit is crazy.
Yeah, I didn't drop
Goodbye.
y'all last time. I didn't know I was on mute. So
Oh,
forgive
okay,
me.
yeah. I didn't know. I should have told you you was on mute. I said you was on mute. But
Yeah, I was trying to unmute it. I thought it
Jesus.
was up to you. That was my fault. Forgive
Nah,
me.
He
you
ain't even got
Go
no
ahead, brother.
kids.
Yeah, so y'all been catching a couple of your lives popping up on my For You
Hey,
page.
pause
So
this shit.
my question was, what's your end goal, brother? Because everybody on this app have a goal for what it is they trying to accomplish.
The man that was just on the radio, on there talking, that was giving all the hypothesis, he didn't have no kids. After all of that, you know what? Let me mute up.
All of that.
I cannot.
Jackie's done. Jackie's done. Lakeisha, I had to look up the word bapping and capping. This man, he said, well, who spent more time with the kids? Homeboy said the babysitter. They didn't ask if they go to school. They didn't ask what that. They mean out of you and her. Right? Oh my God. We better get off what we on. Something is not computing here. Yo, everything they say is hypothetical. As soon as you say to them, show me the receipts or the facts, we never get them. We never get
My
it.
husband was Mr. Hypothetical. Excuse me for losing my voice. My ex-husband was Mr. Hypothetical, and I was like, I'm not doing this with you. You know, like whatever. Let's deal with the facts of what's actually going on in the current, in the present, not hypothetically what would happen if this and that. You
And
just try to stir the pot so you can.
I think as we see, that is how they are wired, right? Because they don't have no facts.
Now one statistic Not one. Not even from back in the day. They ain't had not one from back in the day to current.
That's why I try to tell people. I try to even tell you. I said I don't like to go back and forth. Show me. Like this. I can't waste my breath with these people. I cannot. Even he's catching a headache. Bye.
Yeah,
So
my
I'm
end
just
goal is
curious, what's your
super
goal?
easy. My end goal is to have as many men as possible stop lying to themselves and stop lying to everybody else and be better people. Treat everybody better. That's my end goal.
Yes, I agree. I agree that everyone should be better. I think I support you on that when you say men.
Specifically men. No, I don't talk to women. I don't. This is specifically for men. My message is geared specifically towards men who need to hear the message to be better people. Specifically to men.
Yeah, I can respect that.
I can respect that.
That's a lot of my message too. But I'm a firm believer that a lot of the things that
There we go.
are accomplished in this world that are worth living for is through a woman.
Okay.
So I believe that not only the men should fix themselves, but I think all humans, men and women included, should work on being better people.
What
so
do
when
you
they
want
get
women?
what they say,
What do you want women to be accountable for?
Here we go.
I want them to be accountable for their own happiness, like every human on this planet is.
Okay,
it's
so
not
they're already accountable for their happiness. So what do you want them when you say that they need to work? Hold on a second. Let me help you out. Let me help you. So when you say that men and women need to work on each other, right? What I'm gonna tell you what I'm talking about, and you tell me how this would work the other way. So you're gonna represent the argument for women being better people as a group, and I'm gonna make the argument for men being better people as a group, right? That's what I'm saying. Better people as a group. Okay. So my idea is men have all the power, the economic power, the social power, and the political power in this country and in this world globally, right? And for 1,000 years, if more than that, but let's just go back 1,000 years. And since all of these systems were built by men, right? Whatever problems are created by these systems have to be blamed and attributed to men as a group, right? Maybe not you and me, directly, but as a group, you and us, men as a whole, because we built the world, so we got to take credit, and we got to, credit for the good and the bad, right? So what I believe is that two groups of people cannot oppress each other simultaneously. I don't think that women can oppress men while also simultaneously being oppressed by men, right? So there has to be an oppressed, and I believe women are the oppressed. Do you not agree with that?
I don't agree with the last part, but everything else that you said, I'm on board with you.
You don't think that men are the oppressors?
No, I never said I don't think men oppress. I agree when you say there can only be one person that oppress, and another person has to be the receiver of it. I agree with that. I agree with that. Men also have created this system that we have, so therefore men are responsible for how the system play out. I agree with you on that. Where I disagree is in this system, we have roles that we play. And a lot of work has been played out to make sure that these roles can be erased and everybody get a fair chance. The reality of the situation is that's not the game that everybody is playing. There's a lot more, well, I want things to be the way that I want it to be. Let's use a little bit of the old, let's use a little bit of the new. Not everybody's on board with that.
I just asked you a simple question. Are men the oppressors and women the oppressed? Yes or no?
Say that again, brother. I didn't hear you clear.
Are men the oppressors and women the oppressed? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. Then, and since men and women can't simultaneously oppress one another, right? Since women can't simultaneously oppress men while being oppressed, that doesn't make sense. It's never happened in the history of niggerdom. I believe that it's up to I believe it's up to men solely to fix the problem.
Not niggerdom.
I believe it's 100% on us to fix the problem. I don't think that women need to fix anything, because what can they fix? What would you want women to change? What I'm asking you, Vicente, is what do you if women fixed whatever you think they need to, like, give me an example. I'll give you an example for men. If men stop being violent, I think the whole world looks different tomorrow. Do you agree to that?
Yeah,
I agree.
Okay, cool. Now give me an example like that for women.
Okay. I think if women could make a choice about what it is that they wanted, because a lot of manipulation happens. So if they can
Oh,
choose exactly what they wanted, what position they want to play in the society, that would eradicate a lot of problems as well.
What does that mean, Vicente?
Women want men that provide for them, right?
Nope.
But if women are the providers, then why don't they provide the way that men do?
huh?
No.
No, what?
I don't agree that women want providers. Women want economically viable men.
What is that not the same thing as being a provider?
No, because they're both economically viable. If she makes $60,000, she wants a man that makes $60,000, $70,000. That's not a provider.
Yes. I mean, I don't see why it isn't. Women want
So
men
is
that
she
make
a provider?
more than them.
Wait. So is she the provider too? Are y'all both providers?
It's supposed to be that way.
Okay, then she's not looking for a brother. If you're male funny. If y'all both doing it, if you're both doing it, then you're not providing for her and she's not providing for you. You guys can provide for yourselves independently. So you're not providing for one another financially,
Yes,
at least.
when you're an independent entity, yes, you're providing for yourself. But when you become a union, you become the sole bread provider as a man.
That's not.
It isn't because you want to.
Wait. Who told you that? Who told you that?
It's the way the system is set up. It's the way it's been for decades.
Sir, 70% of married women work, Vicente. What are you talking about? 70% of married women work.
And who's taking care of the family? Who's taking care of the financial needs?
I love that you said that. Mute up, brother. You got a lot of background noise. You can unmute, but just mute up for right now because I don't want to. Because I'm gonna break this down for you real quick. So that's why women don't. That's a big reason why women don't like to sign up for relationships with men nowadays, where that whole 50-50 argument comes into play. You just said it. So who takes care of the family? The women take care of the family. Gain bread. The women take care of the family, right? So the women take care of the family, but they also work just as much as the men do. Fuck how much money they make. If they make $4,000, $5,000, or $6,000, $7,000 less than the man, that's irrelevant. They both work 40 hours a week. Who cares? They both work 40 hours a week. But then she comes home and does the vast majority of the labor inside the house. So that's why women are not signing up to be able. That's a reason why, not the only reason. That's a huge reason why women refuse to sign up to be in relationships with men. For that very reason. To me, that's a very big reason to not want to get in a relationship with a man. And it's super easy to see. And you know, and everybody knows that that's probably going to happen. The men know that that's probably going to happen because you just said it right now. Who's going to take care of the kids? The women. That's what they do. They run the households. But then they also, nowadays in 2024, they also go out and work. They also have degrees. You see what I'm saying? So they're like, why am I signing up to be with Vicente? For us to make the same amount of money, but for me to come home and do all the labor? That's crazy.
Brother, you putting words in my mouth I never said.
What?
You putting words in my mouth that I never said.
Well, can everybody reply, or should I have to wait? Or how is it going?
You could reply after Vicente. Go ahead, Vicente.
Yeah, you putting words in my mouth that I never said, brother. I'm simply making a point that if women are working just as much as men, then what's the issue that the women can be the providers? I was raised to be a provider as a man. I was also raised that anything that happened in my relationship is my responsibility because I am the man. So I get what you're saying because that's how I was raised. What I'm saying is if women don't want to be married, they don't want to be stay-at-home wives. They want to be independent. They want to make their own money. They want help in the household, taking care of the children and all the household duties. Then why is it such an issue that you should provide financial help as well?
They don't have an issue with that. You're just making that up. Brother,
I didn't make it up, brother.
You are just making that up. I just told you that 70% of married women work. I already blew up your argument. The vast majority of women
bills. They're not paying the bills.
Huh?
They're not paying. They're paying their bills.
Once again,
they're not taking care of the man
Vicente,
and the
Vicente,
children.
Vicente,
They're taking care of them and
hold
the
on,
kids. The man is independent.
Take care of himself and
Are
his
you
business.
married?
Yes.
Okay. So you're speaking from a personal place, you're not speaking for.
I provide for my family, and my woman works, and all the money that she makes, she can do whatever she wants.
So you're speaking for yourself. Hold on.
No,
so you're speaking. Hold on. Stop. So you're speaking for yourself. That's what you're doing. You're projecting situation onto everybody else.
That's not what's happening, brother.
That is what's happening. You literally just said
it's a choice. I'm saying that there is a choice, and you're saying that there isn't. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying that you have a choice as a man and a woman to decide what your happiness is going to be and how much you contribute to your household. Society says that the men are dominant. The men need to have women at home and oppress them with financial means. That's not what I'm saying, because I don't live that way. That's why I gave you some insight of how my relationship works, because my woman has a choice. She can choose to contribute to the household however she see fit, because it's her choice of how her.
Yeah, that's not the majority. That's not the majority of women. I know that's not the majority of relationships. Stop projecting.
And that's what I'm trying to say, brother. That's my.
Sir, that's not the majority of relationships. That's what I'm telling you. So what you're saying doesn't apply. I'm talking about the majority, not the minority. Stop saying me. Stop centering yourself in this conversation.
No,
we're not talking about the center.
So you can
I know. Don't use you as an example. You're a terrible example. That's what I'm saying. This is not me talking bad on you. I'm saying you're not. The reason you're a terrible example is because you don't represent the majority. That's what I'm saying. So talk
How
about
do I not represent the majority? I am what the women are saying that they want. They want a man that's going to provide for the family without expectations of their finances being in play.
Vicente. I have to always remind you guys, there is no way in hell you talk to more women about this stuff than I do. Impossible, right? Besides all the studies and all of that stuff, we just gonna live in the anecdotal world. There is no way you talk to more women about this than I do. There's 1,000 people in here, most of them women. I promise you, if we ask them, do they agree with you? The vast majority would say no. So you're gonna say that they all lying?
What are they disagreeing with?
That the majority of women want a man that's going to provide for that, be the sole provider for the house, and not to say want. The word want, I think, is that's semantics at this point. I'm saying that women are not they're not saying I'm not going to be with a man unless they do this. That's not what the women are saying. I also wouldn't mind a woman that made $1 million or $500,000 or $300,000 they could do. Who wouldn't want that? A lot of men don't want that. I know a lot of men are afraid of women who make. I gotta mute you up. You got a lot of background noise. I know a lot of men don't want a woman to make more money than them. I'm not one of those men. I don't give a fuck. You make more money than me, it don't matter to me, because I've been in a relationship for a long. Vicente, stop muting. I'm not muting you to be rude. I can't hear. Your background noise is loud. It's windy. So what I'm saying is that far too many times, or there are way too many women that are saying what I'm saying, which is, I just want to be with a man who treats me like a human being, respects me, values me, helps me out. I want a partnership. I want, you know what I mean? Like, I want help. I want this. I want that. That's what the vast majority of women are saying. The vast majority of women are saying. That's what the polls are saying. That's what the when they get divorced, that's what's going on. Whether the man provides or not, the women are still dipping because that man ain't helping or he's neglecting them. That's what I'm saying. The vast majority of the time, Bill Gates and his wife got divorced, right? It ain't about the money. It ain't about providing all the time. Sometimes people get tired of that shit. Women get tired of being neglected, right? And money can maybe make her stay a long time, because maybe you can make up for it in so many ways. But a lot of times women get tired of that shit too. Okay? That's what I'm trying to tell you. Women, do you want a provider like Vicente? As of right now, 51 votes are in. 96.4% say no. We're gonna follow that. Go ahead, Abdul. I'll get back to you. Vicente. You can stay up here though, brother. I ain't gonna drop you. Go ahead, Abdul. I want to bring in Abdul. He wanted to say something. Go ahead, Abdul. Abdul, you there, brother? You gotta unmute, fam. Abdul, what's good with it, man? You gotta unmute. 2 seconds ago, you was trying to get it in. Now you can't unmute. That's crazy. There you go.
Oh, my brother, relax. Okay. What's up?
Good. What's happening, man? What you want to say?
No, I was just listening to the conversation. Mm-hmm. So, why are you blaming all the guys for everything that's happening to marriages?
Because men are responsible. You guys are up here listening, but not. Why are you up here not listening? That's crazy. You know it's disrespectful, right? The poll is in. 141 votes came in. That's a lot of people who voted. All women looks like. 95.04% said no, they don't want a provider like Vicente, and 4.96% said yes. So yeah, there you have it. So the reason why I'm blaming men is because men are to blame for the vast majority of the breakups and divorces. We abuse more, we neglect more, we manipulate more, we lie more, we cheat more. Who else am I supposed to blame? Abdul, you're muted. Who muted him? Abdul muted. Hey, go ahead, Game Brad. You can respond.
I got you, big dog. So you addressed me when you said they're doing the chores at the house, but the question wasn't that. The question was who spends more time with the kids.
That's
right?
what I said. Mm-hmm.
Right. You brought it back to chores.
No,
right?
I didn't.
Yeah, it was just in this conversation. You said they're coming home, they're doing all the stuff and taking care of the house. But your questions to me was who spends the most time with the kids, right?
To either question, the answer would be the women. That's what I'm saying. It doesn't matter. To the kids, or to the cooking and cleaning and everything else.
We could do simple logical math on that.
I don't need to do logical math. It's been proven 10,000 times. Every single study proves that women spend more time with the kids and spend more time doing the labor in the house. So I don't need your logic. It ain't going to be logical. I already know it's not going to be. It can't be logical if it disagrees with that.
Exactly.
Okay, so can I speak and then you just allow me to go ahead and deliver what I'm trying to do?
Go ahead, man.
All right. So there's 24 hours in a day, right? We can all agree on that. That's objective.
He back.
And we know that women work. Well, my women haven't worked, by the way. Towards 2009, my woman has not.
We don't care about your personal story.
I'm just saying.
I don't care. I couldn't care less about it.
Poll on that. Go ahead and poll on that. Do you want a provider like me? My woman got Chanel purses, Louis purses. What? She drive a Benz. She got an online business she doesn't even use.
Put it up for Game Bread too. Run the same poll. Game Bread want to see if he fares any better than Vicente.
For over 15 years, baby, have you worked in 16 years?
Say what?
Have you ever worked in 16 years?
No.
Okay. All right. So there you go. So for 16 years, put that poll up. For 16 years, baby.
Hold on, sir. I promise you, we're gonna run the poll game, but we don't care. We just gonna do it just for shits and giggles, just so you can see, because you want it. You wanted it.
Foreigns.
Got you. I'm gonna mute you up. I'm gonna mute you up until you want to get back to what we're talking about, because I couldn't care less about your personal story at all.
That's what we're talking about. 24 hours, right? Yep. 24 hours. So we know that 9 of those hours are spent at school, right?
Is this the one with no kids?
Huh?
Yes, sugar.
9 hours spent at school.
9 of those hours, 9 of the 24 hours.
He's trying to go drunk. He can't drive me nowhere in it.
He can't.
Who spends 9 hours at school? What you talking about?
Kids spend 9 hours at school.
Who kids?
Any kids.
What?
So you don't think kids spend 9 hours at school?
Oh my God.
My baby goes to school from 8 to 2.
Well, that's, usually for my school, I don't know how school changed so far, but 4 o'clock, right? All right. So until 4 p.m., that's without extracurricular activity, no football program, no cheerleading, no none of that. They come out at 4, they go in at 7 or 8. That's when you drop them off. So we know they spend 9 hours of school. Let's just say 7 to appease you. Let's just say 7 hours of school. All right. Now let's just talk about sleep. Let's just say they're not getting enough sleep and they're only sleeping 6 hours a day. That's 13 hours a day that they're not there, right? So
well, you ain't got no kids. You got homeschooler. Yours.
The other 10 hours. Only the women or the men and the women?
It's not who's there. It's who spends the most time with them.
That's the question. So
that's not the question. The question is, I'm in my house right now, but I'm on live with you guys. So I'm not with my kids. My wife is with my kid. One of my sons just walked in the room right here. But my kids are like, I'm not with, you know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not with my kids right now, technically. I'm in the house though. Vicente, 149 people voted. Looks like 97.99% said no, they do not want a person like Game Bread. I'm sorry, not Vicente, like Game Bread. Go ahead, Jackson.
Of course they don't. Until they got $50,000 worth of purses. But anyway, so
So yeah, so I don't want to play the logic game. Your math ain't mathing. You're not being logical. And everybody knows that women spend more time with the kids and they do more cooking and cleaning than men do. Let's just be real.
You said spending time.
I just said both.
You understand?
Spending time with the kids and cooking and cleaning. Both. Either.
Woman doesn't get on the phone.
No.
She's online right now. So when she's on the phone, who's with the kids? Is she seeing the kids?
What?
When she's on the phone,
my wife don't talk on the phone.
That's personal experience.
Why are you asking me about my wife then? That's what I'm trying to tell you. Stop asking about personal experiences.
When a woman
keep it general.
When a woman gets on the phone,
stop making assumptions, bro. Not fucking chatty Cathy. Not most women don't even be having fucking hobbies and shit. They be with their kids. Okay. Men be having hobbies. How many video games do you play? How much sports do you watch?
None. I get money.
See what I'm saying?
So none, zero. I don't do none of that. I get money.
But most men watch sports. Most men play video games. Most men do other shit. Go ask a mom. Hey, when was the last time you did any fucking thing for yourself? About 2008. When was the last time you went to brunch and yada yada? Shit, I ain't been to brunch since I was in college.
Man, I don't know what women you talking to, man.
Most women, married women. Married women. Women with kids
that go on brunch.
Women who be with their babies.
You're painting with a general paintbrush, bro. You painting a wild.
Yes, paint with a general paintbrush. Stop painting with the paintbrush that you from your household, brother, because that don't apply to everybody.
But that's not what you're saying. It's not true.
What I'm saying is actually, look, not the lip, brother. I'm telling you that statistically, women spend more time with they spend twice as much time with the kids than men do per week. Statistically, that's proven. And then if you talk about, I just saw the numbers the other day. It was like women spend, I think they spend like 2 weeks more a year worth of hours. They spend two weeks a year hours when you do the hours, right? More than men doing housework. That's a fucking lot of hours.
Again, chores. My women don't do no housework. But anyway, that's my personal thing. But anyway, so you talking about chores. We're talking about spending quality time with the kids. That's what we're talking about. You're bringing it back to chores.
Hold on.
All right, this is going around in circles.
Because he's going around in circles. I think he done had too much of that damn cup. Because you just said she don't work. She ain't worked, did he say 16 years? She drive a Benz. And then she don't do no housework. So if you rich like that, you ain't got no kids. So why be Jesus?
His imaginary kids be in school for 9 hours.
So what do she do but open up her legs? I'm like, what does she do? What does she do?
Right.
She don't do the housework. She don't do this. And she like, yeah. So okay. So hang up the phone, sir. And she sound young. She sound about 16. I'm going to fast forward him because some people just gotta hear themselves talk.
And then they slurring their words and everything.
He understands the question correctly, but he gonna act like he doesn't understand it because he ain't got no kids. So then don't talk about it. Because you wouldn't have to send your kids out nowhere. Your wife don't do nothing. She could hold kids to school.
Exactly.
Or you could pay a tutor to come to the house and do it with your kids. This is ridiculous. Some people just got to hear themselves talk. Everything he's saying, I hate when things doesn't contain you and people got something to say and they're going to fight real hard for something that doesn't. They like to insert themselves in something that doesn't contain them.
Right.
You ain't got no kids. So speaking upon kids does not contain you. Right? Your wife, you the provider or whatever, and she don't have to work, and she don't have to do how. So nothing he's saying contains you. You have a happy household. Why are you on this man thing? Nothing he says suits your life. So obviously, either you So what's the purpose? So how do you really treat your woman? Because if you're containing yourself with this, which has nothing to do with you nor your lifestyle at all. So you just insert yourself on something that's not even your lifestyle. You just said you're married, 60 years, she don't work. You ain't got no kids within all these years you've been with her. So what the fuck, what are we talking about? What are we talking about? That's annoying when you're nothing nobody's saying could resembles your life, your household, no nothing. And no woman did nothing to you. You got the same wife, right? So I'm quite sure she's very happy because you said she's driving Benz and all this. That was
getting bags on bags on bags.
Yeah, she got all this, and I make money. So she happy, you happy. What is oh man.
You don't like being in a formal debate.
Men built. I was raised this way. So that's not the point that I was making. And I only made it personal about my wife because you asked me. I was keeping it in general.
I didn't ask about your wife.
You did. You asked me was I married? And then you said I was projecting everything that I was saying when I was speaking general.
I just asked you were you married. I didn't ask you what's going on in your. I was just curious if you were married because the things you were married. I know.
And then you muted me, and then you started saying I was projecting and all these other things because I didn't realize I was muted.
You were projecting because you literally, after I asked you were you married, you said yes, and then you started to tell me all the stuff that was going on in your, and I was like, yeah, you're projecting. You're like, I don't do that. Me and my wife, and I was like, that's projection. Stop saying that about everybody. You did say that, brother. Come on, man. Why y'all always be trying to lie to me? Like, come on, man.
Bro,
I
don't
can
have
hear
any
you.
reason to lie.
You do. You don't even know. Here's what I'm saying. I don't know if you be lying. I'm sorry. I take that back. Let's not say you lying, right? I think y'all don't really be having a point. And so you get lost in your own point. You forgot all the shit you told me. That's what I'm saying. I'm not no cap. I heard what you said. You literally started to bring up. I was asking you in general what was going on, and you said this is most women want men to provide for them. And I was like, who told you that? And then come to find out, that's how you get down. So I was like, okay, you're projecting because I haven't heard that. That's not what I've heard from most women. I've heard it from some women, not most women.
I've heard it from a lot of women, my brother. I've been in live just like you. I've been talking to him directly, but I've been in live.
I know, but I talk to more. But listen, to what I'm saying over there. That's what I'm saying. But I talk to more women than you about this, like without a doubt. I hear that you be in lives too. I get that. I'm not knocking that. I'm just saying beyond, because y'all don't care about studies and stats anyway. That's what I'm saying. Beyond the numbers and all of that stuff, just what we can observe. I'm saying. It doesn't make sense. What you're saying doesn't make sense to me because the vast majority of women are work in their relationships, right? Yes. There are more employed black women than there are black men. Like, so for a black man to say, oh man, these women just want a man to perform. I'm like, when did that happen when black women always been working first and foremost? Now you fast forward to 2024, all women work, for generally speaking, groups of women, right? For the most part. So what you're saying doesn't make sense. That's not how it gets down. So, it doesn't make sense. They still work, and they're not living off of one income because that doesn't make sense either. The average man makes The average man makes $60,000 a year.
All right, brother.
Let's follow the logic. The average man makes $60,000 a year. Not black man, just man in general, white, whatever. $60,000 a year. Okay, cool. So you mean to tell me, and the average woman make about $55,000 a year, $50,000 a year, let's say, right? Okay, cool. So you mean to tell me that they get into a relationship with one another? This man continues to make the same $60,000 a year. She continues to make the same $50,000 a year, but she gets to just spend her whole check on whatever she wants, and they living off of that one $60,000 check a year. That's fucking dumb. That's not logical.
That's not what I said, brother.
That is what you said. That is what you're saying, though. That's what you're saying. You didn't say it in that way, because go ahead.
You're not letting me speak, though. What I'm saying is, both of them have their individual income. They get together and then they figure out who's going to pay for what. The majority of the time, in general, the man is going to pay significantly more bills. That's what I was trying to say.
That's what I'm trying to tell you, that's what you're saying is dumb. It's not, it's illogical. I'm sorry. It's not reality. It's not reality. Because once again, stop. Listen.
It's reality.
What? No, it's not. It doesn't make sense. Most people.
You're not paying 50-50 or 100.
Oh my God, be quiet, man. Most people in relationships make roughly the same amount of money. Most women who are married don't make 60 grand and their husband makes 120 grand. That's not the case. Most women who are married, their men make within the same, with 5-10% more. Not that much, but like they're not making a significant amount more than the women. They marry and date within the same socioeconomic status level, right? Okay, cool. That's statistically proven. So we could just apply the same logic across the board. Once again, so a man is making $120,000 a year, and his girlfriend or wife is making $90,000, $95,000, $100,000 a year. But they decide that we're going to basically live off of his income alone, right? That means $100,000 to get you how much of a house, right? If you're making that much money, you ain't living in this fucking sticks. You probably living in a metropolis. You probably living in a metropolitan area. So you need another $100,000 earner so you can get a fucking house. You need that shit so you can keep up with the inflation. You need that so you can get a car, so you can have insurance, so you can go on vacation. Nobody, logically speaking, is going, unless the money she's making is $25,000 a year, $30,000, unless it's like that type of money, then I would understand. Yeah, keep your money. Because what is that going to do? Ultimately, even that is enough money. But I'm saying, I could see that, right? She got little odd jobs on the side. You just spend your money on yourself, honey. I'll take care of the heavy lifting. I can see that. But the majority of marriages and relationships, the people who are in them make about the same amount of money. That's what I'm saying. That's logical. That's mathematically, that is statistically proven. What you're saying doesn't make sense based on that science. That wouldn't make sense. $100,000 dude making $100,000 marrying a woman that makes $90,000 and saying, no, honey, you keep your 90, we'll just spend my 100. Where? What planet? Are you serious?
You misinterpreted what I said, brother.
Okay, go ahead. Say it one more time for everybody to hear.
I'm going to tell you, because I'm going to repeat it. I said that I pay the majority of the bills. My woman works as well. She can pay whatever she see fit. It's not because I don't want her to pay. It's because she don't feel forced to pay. I'm not forcing her to do anything, because before I was making the kind of money I'm making now, we still have the same arrangement. She could pay what she wants to pay, what she can afford to pay, and I'll pay the difference. That's what I'm saying. There's realistically, logically, it makes no sense for one person to pay for everything when it comes to the family. It makes sense for that to be split up. I'm a firm believer of the 60-40, 70-30. That's what I feel, because it's helping both of us. I don't believe in 50-50. Because it's not going to work out.
Why are you doing 70-30, sir? What is she doing with the rest of her time if she don't got to make that much money?
She works. She has her own happiness. That's my whole point.
And what does she do?
She does what makes her
happy. Does she not take care of you? Does she not take care of y'all kids if y'all got any? What is she doing?
She's doing the same thing that I'm doing. We're raising our family together.
Who does more of the labor?
What I'm talking about is
who does more of the labor at home? No, who does more of the labor at home? You or her?
I do. So that's personal. I'm speaking in general because we're going to keep it general.
No, personally, you can't vacillate between personal and general. Now you want to do general again. No, sir.
No.
So you telling me, hold on, Vicente. So you're telling me that you make more money than her. You allow her to pay whatever bill. She could put $1 on the light bill if she feel like it, whenever month she want to. And you come home and do the majority, and you come home and do the majority of the labor in the home.
Correct. I am an anomaly. I'm aware of that. That's why I'm not trying to speak from person. That's why I'm not trying to speak from person. That's why I'm trying to keep it general.
That's all you've been doing is speaking from person.
It don't sound believable. I know it don't sound believable.
Bring your wife.
I'm not doing it for her happiness. I'm doing it for mine. Because I like for things to be clean. That's how I was raised in my household under my mother.
Yeah, let's ask.
That's personal. In general, I believe that men and women should work on their own individual happiness.
I want to ask your wife, do you do the majority of the labor at home? Y'all got kids?
She will tell you I do.
Y'all got kids?
Yeah, we have one child together. We have a son.
So y'all got a son. And you're telling me that you spend more time with your son You do who you set the doctor's appointments, you do the school stuff, you on the PTA, like you do all that stuff more than your wife.
Well, when it comes to appointments, we do that together. But when it comes to quality time, I spend more time because I make the plans on what we're going to do. I do what a man is supposed to do. Women want men who can plan things, who can get things accomplished. So when I say, hey, babe, just like I told you, we're going to go out. That's my idea, to go out with my family. Or we could just chill at the house because it's a Saturday. I want to go out and do something fun. And she has a choice if she wants to come or not.
Okay.
I don't force my woman to do anything.
Okay.
I don't even really like saying my woman because she's an individual. I don't own her. I don't control what she does.
So why
That's
you
my
up
whole
here?
point.
Damn it, bye.
She can do whatever she wants to do because her happiness is imperative to her, not me. My happiness is mine. Her happiness is hers. And we bring it together, and it should be a happy, loving union together.
Okay.
That's what I'm
true.
saying.
That's not true. So studies prove the saying happy wife, happy life. So men definitely can affect a woman's happiness and her mood. And when men, you can't agree to what I'm saying if you believe that her happiness is up to her and yours is up to you. So you can't.
I didn't say you couldn't affect someone's happiness. I'm saying it's solely your responsibility to make yourself happy. Everyone can affect your happiness. You can make me be in a bad mood. We just saw what P did to my boy Game Bread and got him in his feelings about some stuff that didn't have nothing to do with him.
Damn it.
Anyone.
No, bitch, I asked you to go sleep over there in particular. So that's what I'm saying. Y'all need to listen, okay? Like, clock the fuck in your relationship. Y'all be talking about this job. Y'all be busting y'all ass on and all this other shit. Clock in with your old lady. Clock in your relationship and actually start showing up. And I can guarantee you that essentially within a week, if not overnight, that shit gonna change, because all that woman wants is to be heard and seen.
Yeah, for the most part. Yeah, for the most part. And that's what I'm saying. I just want to make sure that I'm being as honest about this as possible. Like, of course there are women who ain't settling for nothing less than 10 Gucci bags and a bunch of gold and shit like that. Cool. Yeah, those women exist. They exist. I don't want to, you know what I mean? Like that, that is a real demographic of people that exist. But for the most part, that is not the majority of women, because the majority of women can buy their own Gucci bag if they want one. They can buy their own chains. And men, when they create this, men would rather create an artificial need for themselves, right? That it ends up inevitably turning into a real need. Like in Game Bread situation, oh, my wife ain't worked in 16 years, so now that woman trapped. Because now if she leave, she can't even work.
Yep.
She had a job, and where she gonna work? Chipotle, 7-Eleven. So now she trapped. Now he got her right where he wanted her, and he acting like that's like my wife ain't worked in 20 years. Like, that ain't a badge of honor. I don't give a fuck about that shit.
She got a master's degree. She
ain't worked in 16 years.
She's gonna have to compete in a market. Hold on.
Listen to what you're saying.
I got 3 businesses.
In this market,
if she says I'll leave today, listen, man. If she says I'll leave today, and she wants to have a work history, I got 3 businesses. I'll put her as a manager for logistics. I'll put a manager of sales.
That's still
I will give her the best resume out of every chick in this panel. So no, ain't no trap. She can leave. Man, I'll bring her in right now. And I had this conversation with her. If you do decide to leave, you know how much she get. You know what? She's not gonna have to leave and start over, bro. I'm not like that.
Sir, boy, bye. This man's still on. I thought he went back to the bottle. I thought he went back to the drink. I thought I skipped him out of here.
Face. You see the hand on his face. Like,
God damn it. If she leave, so why she have to leave you for the work? God damn it. Who does this, right? Who does this? She is straight. She got a degree. Nigga, why I can't work now? Why I gotta leave you for you to hire me, right? God damn it. Just when you thought you heard it all, you want to control her. That is ridiculous. I can't take it. I can't take it. No, I can't take. I know. Why if I leave you, I got all these opportunities. Once I say it's quit, and you gonna be like, don't worry, you can work right here, right? Yeah, you can't make this shit up. You can't make. He
He
better
wasn't
put the bottle down.
hiring her, sugar. He was just talking about vouching for her. But even if he vouched for her, she would still have to have those skills at that job, for what he was vouching for her. Because once you get on the job, it's hands on. You can't just be vouching for somebody and
But
they really got the
even
skill.
even if he could vouch for her and it works, why do I have to quit you for you to do it?
Because that's how they are.
Right, that's the dumbest shit ever. Right. Well, if we break up, because we broke up and you leave me, but I'm gonna make sure you got a job. It makes no sense. Like it ain't no real man gonna do that. They're like, chick, you on your own, right? You get it the best way you can. In that case, let me work now. I had to break up with you to work. One of y'all sounding real bad. You are the damn woman. She must be one lazy chick who sit there and just drive around cars and spend your money all day. Like, which one is it? Again, the conversation that's being had has nothing to do with him. Nothing. Like what you're what he is right. It is projecting because for the topic itself has nothing to do with you. You and your woman is straight. You keep letting us know you and your woman is straight. So why are you even on the phone? So that means you are manosphere. So that means she got the cutest of the waist, right? She gotta look good on his arms. But you're trying to front like, well, it's her choice. Whatever do to
He
make
just
her
wants
happy.
a trophy wife.
Yeah, exactly. He want the trophy wife. So just say you got a trophy wife and you the dominant person. Because if she doesn't have to work, that means you have to give her everything. So she has to keep asking you all the time. So bullshit.
He worse than welfare.
I mean, or even if you're just popping her off with gifts, she still depends on you. But if that works for you and her, this conversation right here makes you no sense. Because with this 16 years, she ain't bear you no children. You say you don't have any kids. So why are you talking about school? You ain't got no kids. How long they in school? You ain't got no kids.
That's why he said kids be in school for 9 hours.
I think what he was saying with that part is if you add up all the time together, like getting them up, taking them to school, and then picking them up. Some got after school. So some kids are in
He
school
said
about
that
that
didn't
time.
include after school.
Huh?
He said that didn't include after school program.
God damn it. Okay. I'm on the same bottle he on. I got my hand over my head just like that, right?
She's gonna leave with
Free
some
with
cake.
zero experience.
What does that mean? She's gonna
What
leave
do you
with her
mean? What
cold.
does that mean?
She's gonna leave with cold cash.
Okay,
She
but
don't need your
the long
experience.
story.
Now he gonna give her money, right? But he just got finished saying men lose everything, right? Did he not say that?
He said she don't need the skills. She gonna leave with cold cash.
But I will break up with you right now. Shit, you gonna vouch for me and give me money? I'm doing better off without you, right? Oh gosh, this is when you could tell a man be lying just to prove a point. But let's go.
That's short is y'all make it seem like because a woman started at the bottom with you and she, you mentioned she was 19 when y'all got together, like she don't know no fucking better. She don't. Like let's be for real. Since you think you that nigga, she with you because she don't know no better. She don't know shit else. But if she got the right one,
But she here right now.
well, if she got the right one, ma'am,
She here right here.
I'm not asking that. What you want me to ask that woman? Do she feel trapped? Like, what do you want me to ask her, man? She's sitting right in front of you. I don't expect her to tell me nothing else but what you're saying. I believe that you believe the things you're saying.
These bitter chicks, man. They over here talking about
bitter chicks.
Yeah, they bitter, man. They looking for somebody. Get out of here, man.
Ain't nobody bitter, man. You might need to get offline if you got if this bothering you this much, brother.
Exactly.
This shit should not be bothering you this much.
Thank you.
You brought her up. You brought her up.
I have to agree.
He just made me choke.
Why are you on? If it's bothering you this much and nothing of this conversation contains you, your wife, or your lifestyle, not nothing he said. Why are you taking it so personal? Like, leave. You've been on for an hour and a half, damn near 2 hours, sir. Damn, and it said nothing.
Stop bringing her up.
You brought her up and you said
Game bread. Hold on, brother. Hold on, y'all. Hold on. Game bread. If you don't want people to involve your wife, don't bring your wife up. Okay?
I can answer back though.
Like you can't. I didn't say you couldn't. I'm not tone policing you. I'm not shutting you down. I'm just telling you that you're wrong. Right? But if you bring her up, I'm gonna bring her up too. And what I said was I use you as an example. If it don't apply, let it fly. I use you as an example. I said
use me as an example and say don't if it don't apply, because you're using me as an example. If you use it just in general, then if it don't apply, let it fly. But if you're using me specifically,
no, even if I use you as an example, if what I'm saying doesn't apply to you, let it go. There are certain things about what I'm saying that apply to you from based on what you said, right? So you've been with your wife for she ain't worked, you said, since 2009. So that's 15 years. So your wife ain't worked in 15 years, but she got a master's degree. And if she were to y'all was to break up right now, you would put her as a logistics manager and blah 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 and whatever else you want to say on a resume to do what? On a resume to work where?
Anywhere she wants. She got a master's degree. She's a Navy veteran. She's bilingual. She speaks Spanish and English. And I will make her resume look better than anybody's resume in this chat. I own 3 businesses. She's gonna be the logistics man.
Man, you know what's crazy? The amount of people that get on this app and start talking like they Tony Montana is crazy. Like I be sitting there like
I'm him.
Where do these people be? Where do they be at, man? This is crazy. But hey, I got you. I feel you. So for the majority of women who are in that situation, that's not the case. So if that ain't your wife, then great, brother. You gonna lie on her resume for her?
Don't bring her up then.
Nah, you don't bring her.
Sugar, you at a loss for words?
No. I was right as soon as I went mute to say something, then I was talking to my son. But I am a loss of words. You got her. The man got her at 19. She has a master degree. That means that's 4 years of school, right? And sometimes it's 5 because some colleges mandatory make you take the what you call it classes, right? I forgot the classes you call it. They make you take some classes, then you start, so sometimes it's 5. So I don't know where these 4 years coming at.
You have to write a thesis when you do your master's.
Huh?
You have to write a thesis when you do your master's program.
Yeah, 5-6 years, right? But the thing is, you let her go to school to get a master's for her to stay home. You let me go to school for me not to work for 16 years. So you went through all of that.
Makes no sense.
And thank you. I'm totally confused here. You said that's how you could tell when people are lying. A bachelor is 4 years, another year. But some of them, what's them classes that they usually make you take?
Accelerated classes.
Not accelerated. It could be accelerated, but maybe it's another name that I'm thinking of. But you don't get no credits for them classes on your first year.
The AP classes?
I guess every place is everywhere else is different. But this man he done gave me a straight up headache. Nothing he says makes a difference because this man. So you was wearing for 19, which means she just got out of high school, right? So that would be 18, 19, 20, 21, 22. So you let this woman go to school, maybe 23. So she's out of school. So 11 years she sat on a master's degree. Remember, if he let her finish school, right? That means since they've been together 16 years, and you just let her sit on a master's, where they do that? Where they do that at? You let me. Thank you for letting me go to school just to sit on it because I ain't got nothing to do. But if I do quit, I could work at one of your businesses and you can vouch for me and give me nothing but cold hard cash. Which again, none of this conversation. If y'all good, if you and your woman is good, that what is the need for you? What is you talking about? Sometimes people just gotta have something to say, right?
Her up.
Nice. So don't say nothing.
You don't bring her up.
Say, she just said she ain't got no work experience.
You don't bring her up. Like my good brother Franklin would say, no personals. If you don't want people to use your personal information that you just told us as an example or bring it up, don't give it to us. Because I ain't did nothing but just take the thing you told me and make it make sense. Because that shit sounds crazy to me. Because I live in the real fucking world, Bread. I'm not making up. I'm not out here perpetrating no fucking weird shit. In reality,
So this is weird,
hold on, brother. Please stop talking while I'm talking. In reality, if you, I don't care what your degree in, I don't care how many languages you speak. If you ain't worked in 15 fucking years, that's a problem. Trying to get a job moving forward, a good job. You don't think they gonna check it out? You don't think they gonna make sure that you can do the job? You can't fake everything, brother.
You know they train you on every job. So let's just be realistic, man. I'm a businessman.
No.
You're not gonna tell me stuff that I know that I do for a living. You understand what I'm saying?
Sir, they train.
Doing the live. You know what I'm saying? So
okay, you a nurse. If you wanted to, do they train you?
If I wanted to go up in here and pretend like I've been working for the last 10 years, them people gonna clock that shit while I'm in training.
Quickly.
Exactly. That's not facts though.
That is facts.
That's for a nurse. So that means,
man, here you go making up excuses.
It's a nurse.
Think about the job you're describing. Hold on, Game Brand. I want you to think about the job you're describing. Yeah. Right? You're going to. She's an engineer. So
no. She's gonna be an engineer. That's what you're telling me. She's gonna aim for a job that's engineer.
I'm saying she has a degree in engineering. Cool.
No,
she ain't did it.
She got a master's degree in business administration.
Okay.
She's bilingual. She could work for the.
Hold on, wait. So what are you talking about engineering? No. Fuck that.
No.
So business. Sir, stop, bro. Damn. Stop. I'm trying to help you understand. So she got a degree in she got an MBA, right? She got an MBA. Cool. She ain't worked in 15 years though. She ain't ran your business in 15 years. It ain't like she been studying this shit and fucking keeping up with it. She just got a master's, right? Cool. So you expect me to believe that if she was trying to go get hired at a company, right? And she was going to go in at a high level, right? A high level, because she gonna be good and yada yada. I'm sure she ain't gonna start off trying to make no $40,000-$50,000 a year. She ain't about to go be no manager at Target, right? She gonna try to be in one of them fucking type jobs. 6-figure, 90, 80, 100, somewhere around there. You telling me she gonna just slide up in that thing? And like Kay said, even if they train you, it's only so much they're gonna train you to do. They're going to assume you know the rest of it. They might have to train you. They usually train you for the job specifically, like for that company. They don't train you on how to do the job itself. You're supposed to know how to do it. That's why they're asking the person to have experience already. So that don't make sense. They're not going to
train you in software, in their software.
No, if you come in and you say you know how to work, if you come in and say you know how to work X, Y, and Z, and you know how to work Excel, they're not going to sit down and say, okay, let me train you on how to work Excel. They're going to say, here's a fucking spreadsheet, put it in, make a spreadsheet for them. Here's the information, here's the data, turn it into a spreadsheet into Excel. And then you're going to be sitting there going, I don't know how to do this because I lied on my resume. That's what I'm saying.
No, but you're saying Excel. I'm saying on their software, on their program. Hey, this is how you're doing it. You're gonna start
I have a perfect example. This
is such a waste of time.
Hold on. Before you even do that, you know if
this is such a waste of time.
She's gonna leave with 100K. She's gonna leave with more.
100K ain't shit.
Yeah.
You just said 90,000 a year.
A year.
Let me break up with him now. Shit. Let me break up with him right now. I'm gonna get 100K.
Sugar, I would have been packing my bags as he was speaking. I would have had my suitcases at the door.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
And out as soon as he's done with the live. Pay me my money.
First, and then you're gonna vouch for her. The thing is, you have to get hired first, and they hire you according to your experience. Then they train you. He forgot that part.
Right, because some people come in at a higher level pay level because they have more experience and more degrees and such da 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 da.
Because he's trying to put it out like first of all, they got a who said she got a master's degree in what, right? Because he named different jobs and he said he do this for a living. But yeah, you have to get the job first. So they looking at your history to see even if they want to train you. Because they don't want to spend all day teaching you there. And why would they use how you know they got but I'm saying, how do you know they have their own software? Where they they are using whatever he just said. But at the end of the day, you have to get hired. They're looking at your job history. I keep trying to tell people all the time. It's a millions of people that have degrees. A degree don't guarantee you a job. You're still in the lottery for the job like everybody else. Plenty of people do not have no job, went to college and don't have one because they can't find one. A college degree does not guarantee you a job. You still have to, it's a qualification for a job, but that doesn't mean you're going to get a job because you and being that it is a qualification, you're still in competition with other people who has the same degree that's filling out for the job. It doesn't just, you have one. So does everybody else who's filling out for the job because it's a qualification to get it. That doesn't mean you got it. She's this man. I think he just like hearing himself talk. Then now she'll even want $100,000. Nigga, boy, man, he can keep that. Bye. And I get to keep the bins, the car, and the power butts. I will break up with you so fast. God damn
I'm
it.
telling you, suitcases be at the door, hand out.
A year. That she gonna make that same 100 next year. She gonna make that same 100 next year. She gonna keep making the same 100. She leave with 100,000. That's 1 year of her living. 1 year.
Now, how many percentage make 60,000? You just said it.
Oh,
dude,
Lord.
you just said she gotta. You're not making sense, bro.
No.
You just talking.
Give her 100K.
You gotta. Listen, Game Bread. You talking like Tony Montana. You said she got a master's degree. You said she bilingual. You building this woman up. This don't sound like a woman that's finna go out and try to make $60,000 a year. That's my point. Because she could do that without the master's degree. So obviously, she's trying to make more money than that. And I'm telling you that in those businesses, in those companies, if you don't have experience and you don't know what the fuck you doing, it's going to get clocked. That's what I'm telling you. That's the real world. That's the real world that we live in.
Add her in, but she want to be added. But that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, when she goes in, they're gonna train her on how to do their business. Bro, I own 3 businesses.
Stop saying that.
Management. So I'm not gonna. When I hire somebody, I don't care how he did it in a capital venture company. I want him to do it my way.
That's not what that's not what it's about. I just said.
So now you own 3 businesses, right? But you're gonna send me to work for somebody else, right? To learn their stuff. But I could just work for you. You got 3 businesses, right? God,
Right.
you can't make this up.
Now, one time has he said, my wife works at one of the businesses that I own. She runs that company. So she has hands-on experience. These people, these employers, they don't just want to turn these women away when they come to them telling them, you know, their story and their work history or lack thereof. They want to give them the jobs, but they need hands-on experience.
Well, why do I need to do that if he got 3 businesses? All of that I could do for somebody else, I could do for you. I could do that for you. Fire the secretary, I would take it, right? Well, I mean, if I got a master's degree, why would I hire? Why would I hire? First of all, he's stupid. Maybe it's just me. God damn it, this man got me feeling like I'm on something, like I'm on one, right? Like I'm on one. You have 3 businesses. Why would I hire somebody else that has a master's degree, but my wife have one? So that's taking money out the household when you could just pay your wife, right?
Exactly.
Why would I let her degree? Because you let her, remember, you had her since you were 19. So you allowed her to go to school. So that means, according to you, she's far from dumb, baby. You got that right. We don't trust nothing he said. According to you, right? So I'm not understanding none of this. You're going to hire somebody else to do what she can do, which will keep the money in the house and tax write-offs and all these other things. You can pay your wife and it comes back in the household. I think she just went to high school too, but remember he had that 19 years old. Maybe he meant a master degree high school diploma. A master's degree in high school diploma.
Baby,
Diploma.
that's this degree in the high school diploma. I can't. They done made a whole new category.
Say, he almost made me choke. Like, he's trying to set up a scenario for being a pole pimp. I don't like y'all. I gotta remind y'all, I don't like y'all at all.
Sir, stop. Sir, my company uses ADP to do our time or to do our punch clocks. A lot of people in here, they use ADP. They use the same system that we use at a different company. I use Vin Solutions, CRM system, right? Every single fucking company I've ever worked for use Vin Solutions. Every single company I work for in this business, since I've been in this business for 12 years, they all use Vin Solutions, right? So if I come in and they ask me, are you familiar with Vin Solutions? And I go, yes, I can sit at the computer and go, log in, find it, I know how to work the system. I've been doing it for 12 years. You see what I'm saying? But so it don't matter what the company don't got its own fucking CRM system. They got the same CRM system as Game Bread does, as K Company does. That's my point.
For a living.
I'm in sales.
So you're saying somebody that said, that's the funniest thing in the world, right? Because when you're in sales, the bottom line is she's actually gonna do way better than you in sales because she been listening.
Sir, I don't.
She been what? She been let him finish.
You just argue and argue.
Let him finish, Lord.
You didn't listen to nothing I said.
Oh my gosh.
I'm talking about the software. You talking about how she gonna do better than me? Who gives a fuck?
Lord, I wanted to hear that one. She gonna do better than you. I wanted to hear this with no experience. Lord, why you didn't let him finish? Why you didn't let? I forgot his name. He said his name before too. He said his name before too. But I gotta.
Keon, okay.
Yeah, but he said his real name before too. He said who his name is. I can't believe it. He said she would do better. How the hell she gonna do better than me? She said, oh man, maybe he'll let him finish.
She don't need a master's to do what I do. She don't need to lie on her resume to do what I do. What are you talking about? This shit is crazy. What are you talking about?
I also had another comment before I go, of the gentleman up here that was saying pretty much that men they said women need to take accountability for their own happiness. And I am of the frame of mind that if you partner up with somebody, your life should change like significantly.
I ain't
Whatever
got
that
no
means
snacks,
to you,
no
okay?
nothing. This is
So
terrible.
this whole idea
Terrible.
that
oh no,
y'all have normalized struggle so much, like to hear someone say, "Oh, she was with me when I was sleeping on the floor," and y'all don't want to deal with nobody no more. Y'all don't want to, like, if I grew up in poverty as a child, why would I want to come somewhere and sleep on the floor with you when I already got an apartment? Like, why would I give up certain luxuries to make you feel comfortable as a man? Like, why can't you come to the table already prepared, right? This is what women are saying. We're not saying that you have to be Bill Gates. We're not saying that you have to be this guy making all the money in the world, because it's not about that. We're asking for you, like Public said, to be economically viable, to be a partner, to treat us like a human being and make our life significantly better. Because if our life is kind of the same when you're in it, you ain't doing shit for me that I can't do for myself. So again, when y'all ask that question of that corny question y'all ask women, what do you bring to the table? Like, nigga, what do you, because at this point, you're competing with my peace. You're competing with my peace of life, like, essentially. So you have to find other ways to be viable in relationships, not just financially, because it's not just that anymore. And I think Jeff said it yesterday, that men are now having to think outside the box, unfortunately, because y'all actually have to think about how to be decent and not just make money. Why is that fucking with y'all so bad?
Go ahead. Hold on, wait, go ahead. We gotta go to Oyas. We gotta go to Oya real quick. Go ahead, Oya, and then we're gonna get to Nani. AK, I got somebody. I want to bring somebody. Oh, no. I want you up here, actually. No. I want you to stay up here, actually, for this. Go ahead, Oya.
I'm gonna tell you right now, my chest was getting real tight. Like I couldn't breathe listening to Game Bread, because I was like, what are you saying, sir? Like it felt like you were jumping from puddle to puddle to puddle. Like your point wasn't hitting, and it's just like you didn't have an aim. What's your goal? What are you saying?
His goal was to tell everybody that he makes all the money. He make all this money. He got 3 businesses, like he said, 13 fucking times. He got 19,000 pounds of gold on his neck. His girl got 10 Gucci bags. All this material shit. Not one time did he say she happy.
A kilo of gold.
I just before we move any further, not one time did he say this. Not one time did he say this woman was happy. He said
That's what I was waiting for.
He said she got all this material shit. I ain't never heard him say one time this woman happy, this woman healthy. This like I ain't never heard none of that stuff. She had peace. I got 19 chains and she got 3 fucking Gucci purses. Like, come on, bro. That you think you don't think adults is clocking that type of shit?
Yo, I'm his wife. You didn't raise me up, but I'm very happy. Ain't nothing going on over here. I don't know what the conversation is. I have no idea, but I am very good to go. If he was to leave today or tomorrow, I'll be fine. I don't need him.
I'm happy for you.
What happened? All I hear is that she must be miserable.
I didn't say you was miserable.
Like I
I'm
heard
telling
somebody
you.
say she don't know no better.
No, ma'am. I'm gonna tell you, admin. You can tell me if this makes sense to you.
Sure.
So, y'all married, y'all been together a long time. That's great. Nobody is rooting against that. Everybody's happy for. I am, at least. Okay. Now, me personally, if somebody asked me about my wife and I was to describe her life, the material things wouldn't even come out of my mouth. Right? Like I wouldn't. She got a car and she driving a $50,000 car.
That's why I wanted to speak for myself, because he speaks differently than I do.
Yeah, obviously. I could already
any of the material things, because that shit don't matter at all.
Exactly. That's what we
He's him and I'm me.
Put y'all
I can
together.
tell you why I love this man. It has nothing to do with none of what
Oh,
he
give
said
the
at
stuff
all.
back then.
All
Give
the
it
money,
back.
all the bags, the cars, and all that.
Give
He
it
can
back.
keep it. I
All
don't
right,
need
give it to me.
I love him because he's a very good person. He on here, he do this. I don't know why he be on here arguing.
Tell that man to get off the internet, ma'am. I done told him to get off the app.
The man is a very intelligent man. He's very patient with me. You know, I had my own situations going on. He's very patient. He don't mind helping me through things. He's a good man. It has nothing to do with any of my material things.
Give it
We
to
can throw that
me.
in the trash.
Not he a
Give it
good
to
man,
me. It's not none of that. When I met him, it wasn't that way. We built ourselves up together. Yes,
Now
I haven't
they're
worked.
playing in the ass.
But when he, with his businesses, like he said, mentioned my degrees, they came into handy then. I'm the one that does all the leg work, any work.
Oh,
So
Clocky.
I want to speak for myself.
All right, somebody lying
Clocky.
now.
He making it seem like there
No,
we go.
no,
Hold on, wait.
no,
Say that again,
no,
ma'am.
no,
Say it again.
no,
And I
no.
handle the business.
Absolutely. No, you and your man lying. Damn it, that I don't want to hear your shit neither. He said you don't work, no housework, no nothing. Now,
right?
Oh no. Now, as again, a woman come to save his ass. And they say we need them for protection, but we always saving their ass. And even she said the same thing. She don't know why he gets on there and say the dumb shit that he say because it doesn't contain. That's just like
right.
If I'm speaking specifically about the manosphere, and that specifically say all throughout this thing, manosphere, red pill, so obviously I'm talking about them. Why would a regular man go? Well, not all men. I specifically said red pill and manosphere and them people. So that would exclude. No, I ain't getting no DoorDash. But I found something to munch on though. I'm surprised Nicole ain't catch me. Y'all be ratting me out. But evil, I'm just saying. And that's such a, I'm like, this is where women and men, just like when they talk about 304s or whatever. I'm not one. Why would I come on somebody's panel and speak upon that's not me? I'm eating I found me a couple I had left. The vanilla wafers. Vanilla wafers. But the sugar-free one. It's the sugar-free. But you couldn't tell that they're sugar-free. So I want to know what they got up in here that's still
Right.
sweet as hell, right? That is
Right.
It's still sweet as hell, right? They took out the sugar, but they still sweet as hell, right? It could be some of that crack to the crack, right? But they sugar-free.
The wacky cracky.
Not my, these are the sweetest sugar-free I've ever tasted, right? I don't never have to go get the regular ones because it's sugar-free. It's sweeter than the damn regular one, but no sugar. I gotta read the ingredients because I'm just saying. But as I'm saying, that's just like, well, if I can see they say all women or whatever, and then you could come in and say something. But if you're saying, oh, the 304 is this, and you're going in on the 304s and the 304 behavior and how they acting, how they dressing, how they dropping it like it's hot. I don't have nothing. I'm gonna be careful, girl. I'm be careful. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. So there was no need for me to come in and fit myself in something when you purposely said
Right.
a 304.
Mm-hmm.
But people would insert themselves in something that has nothing to do with them when somebody specifically, like, oh, not all men. What about the good men? I'm specifically throwing my venom at these people. I'm not talking about the good men. I go all out for my brothers. My brothers, I go all out for. I got your back. So my brothers, I have what Chase, Johnny, Kev, Martin. I got a lot of men that come in here. They know I'm not talking about them because I'm specifically saying who I'm talking about. You want to be a 303 and do less, or 305 and get more. Hey. What's the name
What
of that airplane? I
302s
want to be a something. What's the name of that airplane that go fast? I want to be
get?
that.
57.
Huh?
757.
Yeah, I want to be a 757. I'm 757, baby.
What the
757.
302s get? The 302s get we want the sugar without giving up the sugar, the honey. We want
Oh,
the
okay.
sugar without
Okay.
that's what we want. We want the sugar without the daddy.
Don't worry, guys. We are almost finished. We are almost finished.
Okay,
That
so
makes a lot of sense.
Now it
Thank
makes
you.
more. Now
Thank
everything
you.
comes
Oh
together.
yeah.
Okay.
Okay. All right.
Okay. He
so
was telling us he was
when he
Tony
said that I
Montana,
have
ma'am.
and somebody said, she don't know no better. Yes, I do, because I'm the
No,
one.
no, no, no. What you saying now actually makes sense. And he was
I'm the
never.
one.
I'm trying to, ma'am. Let me tell you. This is what I'm trying to tell you. That man was never giving you credit for anything.
Oh, I know.
You know
It
that.
ain't funny.
He has a tendency to just talk instead of telling people every damn thing. But it's okay. And so many years together,
Now
I
she
laughed. That's why I was in
contradicted
the living room
herself.
laughing.
That's
God
not
damn
funny.
it.
Because, but I've been here so long. I know my man, and
That is so contradicting. He stripped away any part of your education. He claimed you don't work, but now you the brains, right? Now you pinky. Now he's pinky and you're
Right.
the brains, right?
Right.
Before he was the brains and you were pinky. Now all of a
Right.
sudden you're the brains and he's pinky. You know what? I can't with these people. He just discredited everything, but he got a loving heart. He got
It,
such a loving heart.
that's him. That's my man.
That's my man. Shantae got a man at home. God damn it.
Shantae's got a man at home.
Oh Lordy. She said she
We're gonna
think
call
they
his
both
wife
slow.
Miss Ma'am got a man at home.
Mm-mm.
His
and
name
it's to forget
Mr.
that it's me who do all the leg work. Yes,
Oh, now
they
she.
are his businesses, but I'm the one that handles it. Right, like right now, my phone is jumping
Hold
for our
up.
other business.
Hold up. I thought he was gonna hire you, right? I give you a letter of recommendation.
Give her a letter of recommendation for
Oh, this
hire.
man. Listen, we're gonna have to do a lie test on the both of them. Right? A lie detector test on the both of them.
For all the years I was secretary.
Oh man.
She gonna be singing. I'm not gonna cry.
Mm-mm-mm. My.
Oh,
I'm the one that handles it.
Ma'am.
Okay.
Hey man, clock the fuck in.
That's why I just wanted to go ahead and check in for a moment, because he's a sweetheart, but he has a tendency
Girl, bye.
to forget that I've helped him get everywhere he's got.
Now she helped
Baby,
him.
literally.
I'm done. That's past tense, right? Maybe I need to go back to get my high school master degree, right? She just got finished saying she does everything, and then she said help with past tense, right? So you helped her
Right.
before, right? Which one is it, y'all
Told
people?
you she
Y'all
was his
deserve each
lover
other.
and his secretary. Okay, working
They
7 days of the week.
they deserve each other. Because both of them have given me a headache. I'm glad we are almost finished. I have a headache. I feel like I was on one. My poor people, my poor Chad is on one. My panel co-host is on one. Cause they oh, you have your masters in high school too. man.
He's standing on
Hey,
business.
can you come on the app? Can we follow you? I want you up here. I don't want him up here no more. We need to talk to you.
I just needed to speak for myself because I'm hearing people say she don't know no better, baby. I damn sure do.
Hey, Miss
know all the
Gamebread.
better.
Miss Gamebread, I ain't even gonna hold you. I said that because it sounded like a hostage situation, but you all right with me. You all right with me, baby.
You good in my book.
Yeah.
I need to go ahead and speak because ain't no hostage. No. My
Nah,
mother.
we like that. That's what we was thinking. Hey, I'm just telling you what he told us. And that's why I be like, put your wife on, because they be always up here lying.
Right,
Always.
right.
Always lying.
Right.
When he says he has those businesses, he
No.
always has a tendency to forget to say that it's my wife who goes out there and gets the shit done.
Oh my God.
Useless. They're not useless. Like you said, you can't go to a business and just
Listen.
think you're gonna.
We didn't say this lie. Your man did, right? God, shit. I can't. Her man done sit up there and lied. The whole one of y'all lying, damn it. Shit. Now she want to make herself as use, right? I'm of use, right? No, he said you is not of use. And only time you're gonna be of use is when y'all break up, right? And when y'all break up, he gonna get you the car. I mean, he gonna get you $100,000. He gonna lie on your resume. Oh man, you can't make this up. You can't make these things up. My God. Oh man.
Work the job. I know what I'm doing. So and no, he's not big mad. He has a tendency, like a lot of men do, to just talk about them damn selves.
Clock.
No, he didn't talk about it. He lied.
Whenever I hear this happening,
Right?
He had to build your
She saying
That's what he
something.
said.
Put him on the couch tonight, Miss Gamebread.
Hey, he can't get no vagina for a week after this shit. He can't. You better not get that nigga. He can't eat it from the bike or nothing. Not for you. Got to put him on punishment for 7 days for what he was saying online right now. I kept telling him. I'm like, ain't no fucking way.
But no guys, no hostage. I don't need to blink twice. We good to go.
I was about to say thank you, man.
Oh
Thank
man,
you
I
for
like her.
clarifying
Hey man.
that.
Hey, you lucky as hell, Gamebread. You lucky.
I know he really is. And
I know I'm lucky.
He'll tell you that.
You
He'll
lucky
tell me
as
that,
shit.
but then he gets on here and he tends to forget me. And I be sitting here like, homeboy.
Ladies, stop.
So
Ladies, stop.
Factory is filled with lies.
Hold on, time out.
Thank
Time
you.
out.
Thank
Time
you.
out, y'all. Give me a second. Give me a second. Give me a second. Let me address this. Let me address this.
Stop.
So,
Stop.
ma'am, do you feel like anything I'm saying right now is bashing men?
No, as far as that I've heard, no.
No, right? Okay. So he takes what I'm saying because I'm telling men the majority of the time in a relationship, we are the reason why the relationship is either good or bad. And when I say that, I'm saying we basically make relationships bad, right? Like it's on us usually. Like what he's doing. Look at what he's doing right now. Like this is for me and my wife. This would be a problem. Like if I was online, like when I say stuff that's not true, or maybe not true, but like that the other day I was telling a story and she was texting me in real time like that's not the timeline while I was saying it to her. She was like, don't, like that's not the timeline. I was like, oh shit. It was, I honestly don't, I forgot the timeline, but she like was telling me the timeline, right? She like, nah nigga, like you ain't about to be up here lying, you know what I'm saying, or whatever, misquoting or whatever, misspeaking. Cool, bet, clock it. Now I'm not going out of my way though to tell a lie to anybody to paint a picture, you know what I'm saying? Gamebread was, and I say lie because he was omitting information, which is a lie. That is a lie by omission. That is, you didn't tell us your wife did all of that. You didn't tell us she ran the business. You painted the picture that she did nothing and you did everything for her financially.
She hasn't worked in 16 years.
Sir, she works. That's a lie. She just told you she built the. Make it make sense, man. Have you or have you not worked?
Man, listen, I'm gonna tell you what she does, bro.
Where's she at? No, where's she at?
She runs the numbers for the business.
We want to hear your wife, sir.
Can we talk to your wife again, Gamebread? I really want to talk to her. She's smart as shit. She's a good. I like her. She make all the sense in the world.
Free our bestie.
Bring Mrs. Game Bread back. We like her. We need her to be here.
My phone is jumping right now. Because
Okay, she working right now, as a matter of fact. That's the answer to the question.
That proves her point. It proves her
Hey,
point.
Mr. Game Bread, go do your work, man. We appreciate you and we respect you.
You don't have to clock in. That's what I mean. She doesn't have to put
Oh,
hard work
now
in. She just
okay.
get in the
Okay.
numbers aspect.
Sure, that is
Boy,
still
bye.
hard work, and I think that's what you should change your name instead of like the Truth Factory. Change it to the Factory of Lies because she's clearly working. She's going back onto her phone right now. He was calling you Tony Montana. You're phony Montana as shit. She is working. She's
phony Montana.
She is contributing. She is putting in effort.
Yeah.
She's adding to this thing that you're fully taking credit for on social media. That is very disrespectful to her because she is not clocking in. Does not mean that it's not work. It's still work.
Damn, I'm so happy you let. I can't believe you let that woman on knowing she ain't built. She built different.
But you knew I was gonna come on here because
You know that woman built different, Game Bread.
Can I just say
Exactly.
I told you that my wife I started her own business that she don't even use on the internet, but she's
What is an LLC?
with our business.
Now he started her own business, y'all. I can't.
No, he said that before. He did say that before, along with the other stuff. He did say that.
Listen, it's eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Pick a lie by the toe, right?
If it holler, let it go. Anybody mo.
Oh my God! It went from she don't remember. If she leaves, she can get a job. But then he started her. No, that don't go together. Either way, she worked. You said she don't work. She hasn't worked in 16 years. And then you're gonna make her a resume. Why you have to make her a resume if you gave her her own business?
Right.
Boy, bye. Boy, bye. Bye and bye.
LLC stand
numbers,
for?
bro. She's
What
running
does
numbers.
LLC
She's getting
stand
phone
for?
calls. It's almost like secretary work while she's at the crib.
What does LLC stand for? Because if
Hold
you
on.
can't comprehend
Limited
that what
liability?
she's doing is work, then you wouldn't be able to even know the basics of how that works.
So you get to wait. Hold up, y'all. Hold up, Game Bread. So you get to so basically.
Very important to sometimes let a nigga think that they're the boss. Baby, I do that all the time.
And now what you're telling us, or what I hear is, no, you didn't buy her the car and the pocketbooks and stuff. You got her working for free. So technically that's her pay. It ain't like you're spoiling her.
Exactly.
But now you will have to throw away some of these lies. I bought her. No, you ain't buy her nothing.
It's probably like, babe, can you help me with this? I'll buy you that bag that you want.
And according to her, right, all the work she says she do, then she's getting gypped. Like, what I need the pocketbooks for? Nigga, you owe me money, right? That's it. Like, you think a pocketbook? No, you owe me money now, because what I'm supposed to get for the year is not covered by what you don't spend that much on me in a year.
It's only
so I'm working for free.
It's only so many purses and shoes. You want money after a while. You want money all the time. You can buy your own dang on purses and bags.
So either you spoil her or she worked for free. So technically, if she's working for free, that's her payment. Like, ninjas kill me like they doing you a favor. Like, I gotta worship you because you buy me stuff, but I'm still working in your businesses for free. So what? But they always gotta twist it. Like no, that's not saying you're not a good man. You can still be a good man, but stop making it seem like she's one of them stay-at-home women who don't have to do nothing. She's working. She's helping you with your business. So technically, why you can't give her the money and she go buy what she want. What you bringing it to her for? She worked for it, but I don't know. This man done gave me all. I'm gonna get a good sleep tonight because this man done gave me all the way a headache.
All right, we here for it. We here for it. All right.
Shit here. He knows it. I know.
Hey, mute up.
And it's okay for him to, pound his little chest sometimes. I let him do it. It's okay. But I know he know, and everybody who knows us know. I run this. It's okay. Men like to feel good. I let them do it.
Mm-mm.
It's all right.
No,
It's all right.
no.
I don't see. I'm not the person that need the pat on the back.
Hey, she's safe, y'all. Don't worry about Mrs. Gamebread. She's safe, y'all.
Very safe. Trust and believe. I'm very, very safe.
Bro, I'm him, bro.
He is a good man, though.
You ain't gotta tell us he a good man no more, Miss Gamebread. You good? We
Nah, she's her. She's
her. She him. She him.
I'm him.
We done with y'all.
He doesn't, I hear him on here all the time with this shit. And I just laugh.
No, it ain't funny.
So long, man.
It ain't funny.
You try to make things easier. But if I get on here like I was trying to, bro, you wouldn't let me up. I would correct it. He knows.
Where was you at? You in the queue?
Yeah, I was in the queue, but it's
all no, I didn't know. You got it. Oh, I didn't know. I want to follow you.
Follow you.
Jump back in the queue so I can follow you. Hold on. Next time I need to have her up here. She
jumping in people DMs, so now don't follow.
There ain't no jumping in nobody DM. Sir, don't try to do that. We ain't on that type of time.
The man of the house, please step aside.
We talking to the man of the house, sir. Don't let us talk.
Yes, sir. I'm here.
Because he's the man now. But it's a team thing, and he seems to forget that he ain't doing this by himself.
When a teammate is pretending that he is doing all the work by himself, that's not teamwork.
Exactly.
Is he forgetting though? Because he knew a lot about you, but he wasn't saying the part that you played in the business. So I'm trying to figure out what exactly he's forgetting, because
he ain't forgetting nothing.
Like he knew a lot.
Put that S on the end.
Nah, bro.
No LLC.
Come on,
S Corp. Incorporated.
He's not forgetting.
He ain't forgot nothing. He knew exactly what he was saying and doing.
That's how he speaks, and that's why.
Are you trying to convince us or yourself?
We got.
Thank you.
Oh no, ma'am.
Thank you.
Let that man.
Thank you.
Are you talking about me or him? Because he gonna keep.
We talking about you,
like
woman.
That. I mean, that's how he talk.
Hey, I'm gonna tell you something right now. I'm gonna say free Mrs. Gamebread. I think,
Yeah,
you better not never lose that. You better.
Bosses they roll in silent.
Bosses be shutting up. Yep.
I don't need to announce that I run this shit, and I know that
I'm gonna announce it. I'm him, my boy.
But if I walk out this door, he gonna
be on his knees.
I know who runs this shit, so I don't mind him pounding his chest a little bit.
Nah.
It's cute to me.
Nah, you ain't gonna.
That shit trying to be.
He gonna be like Gina.
Okay. So, it's okay. Sometimes you gotta let men make it, and I let this one make it.
That's
I don't like to talk loud and all that shit. So I let him make it, because at the end of the day, like I said, I run it. And
You have a lot of grace. You give him a lot of grace.
I'm not lucky as hell, this sounds like the ending of Diary of a Mad Black Woman when he got injured and how she took care of him. That's what it's giving.
You're right. I am lucky.
He is very lucky.
Oh Lord.
Hey, Gamebread, if you don't stop talking like that, this is gonna be your theme song.
Oh no.
She said, "I'm going to help him lie to me."
Oh my God.
She said, I know that she's lying. I know he's lying. I spoke to the realtor and I don't want to go back and forth with him. I love him. I still want to be with him. So I'm going to give him an out tonight.
That what she did.
But I don't know, Risa Tisa. The reason why I let him live, because I think that TikTok is fantasy land. I think this shit ain't real. In real life, he does not speak like this, because everybody no. I mean, they're saying I didn't made it sound like I'm just sitting on my ass all day. Well,
he definitely made it seem like you did.
I'm not allowing him to do this, because he don't do this in real life. When in real life, our people around us, they know what I do. So they know that I am the one that pulls the trigger.
But you don't think that that's disrespectful for him to come on? Wait. I'm sorry. Here's what I'm saying. First and foremost, TikTok is definitely real life, because
are we bots?
Because I know.
I'll never meet you. You'll never.
No. You're right. That's not what I'm talking about when I say TikTok is real life. The thoughts are real though. He really thinks like this. I know. To you, he's masking though. Clearly.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? It shows a lot about a person's character if they're willing to get online and lie in front of 1,000 people for an hour about his situation. That's it. That, like, you can say whatever you want to say about TikTok not being real, but I'm telling you, to get online and to lie to people about your wife that is sitting 5 feet away from you for an hour is that is sick.
I'm not lying. Who you think got these businesses off the ground?
He's driven by ego. He's driven by ego.
Mrs. Game Bread, the one with the master's degree.
Why are you trying to take away any credit that I have?
Oh Lord!
If he believes,
oh Lord!
if he believes,
hold on. I feel like you're being a very big hypocrite. I'm gonna speak to you as someone that I think would probably be like your daughter's age, right? You're a hypocrite, and I say this because you are sitting here saying that they're taking away stuff that you've contributed. You took away everything she did. You sat on the mic for an hour telling us that she just buys bags, she cruises around, and she doesn't even lift a finger to the point where you even lied that if she was hold on, sir.
Same thing.
I'm not her, I'm me. You sat here and then continued. Wait, hold on.
What does that mean?
Hold on. Because
Better finish, man.
What I mean by that is I'm not gonna sit here and let you gaslight to me the stuff that I heard with my own fucking ears. That's what I meant by that. My point is, it's very disrespectful for you to come onto social media, pretend as if she's not doing anything.
Yep.
When she sat here and you also acknowledge that she's 100% contributing to the lifestyle that you both indulge in. It's a you're being a hypocrite.
That's not a hypocrite.
You really
So
are
I'll give you an example.
That is a hypocrite. That is like a textbook definition of a hypocrite.
Let me give you an example.
I ain't living with him.
She's at home. She's delegating through the phone, right? I'm outside in the field, right?
Okay,
That's still work.
Okay, you can say that's still work. That's cool.
That is work. I'm not saying it literally is work.
It is work.
Would you have to wait, game. Let me ask you a question. If your wife didn't do that for you, would you have to pay somebody to do it?
Would I have
it's
to pay
work.
somebody to do
Yes, it's work. Exactly. If your wife didn't do the thing she's doing, you would have to pay somebody to do it. And it would cost you a lot of money, actually. It would cost you a hell of a lot of money
stop
to pay.
lying. You know it's true. You know it's true,
man.
Brad.
So
You know
you're saying I
stop
can't
lying
delegate
to win a
nothing through the
point.
phone?
He said
Stop
no.
lying to win a point.
What you mean? Are you saying
You know that you would have to hire somebody to do what your wife's doing for you right now.
And stop trying to downplay our friend because she's doing it right now. Stop trying to downplay.
We like Mrs. Game Bread, man. I ain't gonna even hold you.
So let me ask you a question. So you're saying the contracts wouldn't be won unless she answered the phone?
No, that's not what we're saying.
Boy, bye.
That's not what we're
you're
saying.
You're saying unless
Nah,
she
you're
answered
trying to.
the phone.
Look, this is
around
textbook.
the points that we're actually saying.
this-
What we said was really simple.
This is textbook gaslighting tactics right here, sir.
Thank you.
Where we're saying
It's the good man she talking about.
You see, I keep saying he a good man, Savannah. He a good man.
Good man. This the good man she talking about. This ninja, I can imagine the arc. That's why she be quiet and let him do that, because he gonna twist every freaking thing around.
I just love.
Now y'all see why
Who
I
said
say
I just love the man. Who is that? The
I
Jones
just
girls?
love it. Yeah. Joker.
That's what she sounded like.
I'm like, I see why she sit back and be quiet, because now you see why I say I don't give people too much conversation, because when you're a gaslighter and stuff like that, you're not listening to me anyway. So it's a waste of my breath. All you want to do is win the argument, right? And I'm gonna let you have all of it. You can have the whole argument. You are so right. Goodbye. See, these manipulating tactics that he's playing. So now, first she don't work. Now she's in the house. He's in the field. Then she's gonna leave out there with her. How can she be with a man like that? And you worrying about shit that doesn't even contain you. Like, if you is the good man and you the breadwinner and she plays her part, there's no need for you to even be on this man's show.
Sugar, you heard what she said. She tuned him out. She tuned him out. She
No,
hear
she
what
needs
I'm saying,
to
but
tune herself out the house. I would never deal with somebody like that I have to tune you out because we cannot have a decent conversation. They never have a decent conversation. And so you trying to take away the work that I do, Ninja? No. But you got these men. Oh, but I am the man, Ninja. We know. See, all what we know don't need to be said. So obviously, you are not the man. Because if you are the man, men don't have to speak like that.
Uh-oh. Go ahead.
No, that's all I was saying.
I was gonna say I could see even if he was like, my wife worked hard and I want to give her a soft life now, and now I'm, making sure she doesn't want for anything. But he didn't even do all of that.
He
just
can't say that because
he didn't
she
do it.
still works.
Exactly.
So if they in it together, they in it together. All this extra bullshit, like they taking this I'm a man shit too far. Too far. He interjected himself into something that doesn't contain him. Y'all doing the damn thing, but because you are undercover manosphere or undercover red pill, you have to fucking lie when there was no need. Like, people don't want it to let it be known, hey, me and my wife doing the damn thing. You know what I'm saying? So you is an undercover manosphere red pill. But if y'all got these businesses and she's helping you, she's key word, she's helping you, so she's a helpmate, right? So he could have went that route, right? Ain't that part of the manosphere code, having a helpmate? So she's a helpmate. You could have kept it right there.
But no, he want to brag how many bags he done bought her, how much she got, and all of this stuff, and what she drive.
And then he goes to make himself look good again. Here he come with when he said what she does, well, you have to pay somebody to do. No. So who gonna do it for free? That should have been the next question. Who gonna do it for free then? If you ain't got to pay nobody, because my job is invaluable, so I can't even use that on my resume. Because technically, if you don't have to pay, somebody could do this for free. The job I got is not valuable. So how am I gonna add that to my resume if somebody could do this for free? But because he's one of them she said all he do is sit on the internet and do that, because he does not value you. He values that damn manosphere red pill and stuff. That's what he values. He doesn't value you, because none of this conversation has nothing to even do with him, because it's not his lifestyle. You got a good lifestyle with your wife, but you ever throw her ass under the fucking bus.
Right.
Makes you feel good. Me. But he got the best heart ever. Lady, go ahead, bye. We almost finished, guys. We almost finished.
He's a good man, Savannah.
Oh, I'm going to sleep.
Is simply put, whatever role your wife is playing, which is a significant role, you know that, and I know that. If she were to step away from that role, would you or would you not have to pay somebody to do it?
I wouldn't.
Oh, please.
You know why I wouldn't? Because to win a contract, bruh, her degree didn't teach her how to become how to give it. I taught her how to have this hustle muscle, right? I taught her how to sell.
Sir, did you have a master's degree?
No, I don't. And degrees.
So she got a hustle muscle. She already had it, brother. You don't got no master's degree. You don't get to tell her she don't got no hustle. Do you see what I'm saying? At every turn, you downplay her. At every chance you get, you downplay your own wife.
Taught her how to sell.
That's disgusting. That's nasty work, fam.
You telling me that? So look, ain't no dummies building no pyramids. All right, ain't not one dummy building a pyramid.
A dummy can. It's the person that constructed the pyramid that matters, because they would have to construct a pyramid that will stay up. A dummy can just put it together. The person instructing it is the smart one.
Yeah,
the fact that you're going to still win a contract. The fact that you think that you would still win a contract without her also making sure that she's doing backhanded work shows me that she's the main one running the whole business, because that you are just going off. Sir, I have a business too. Sir, I have a business too. Look me up. Sir, I have a business. Look me up, okay? My point is, sir, my point
all
is,
this crumbles.
my point is,
He's still
you
downplaying.
sitting
He's
here and
still
trying to
doing
press
it.
everything on contracts won or lost to dismiss the work that she does in the back end
I'm
to
not
elevate
dismissing.
yourself.
I'm dismissing you saying that that's what it has to happen for this not to crumble down.
Hold on, give me a second, y'all. Give me a second, real quick. Hey, we had 250,000, 200. I wish 250,000 likes, man. I appreciate y'all. It's a great day. It's a great day in the live. Let's bang out some of these gift goals, and let's bang that Cash App one time. $1 a do is 961 people in here. Everybody chip in. Throw a buck in the collection plate. Are you not entertained? This shit is crazy. This shit is crazy.
Click
To
on
me,
the
this
link.
shit is. I don't know about as a married man. What I'm hearing right now is blowing my mind. Like, I've never experienced this shit in real time.
I know.
I've heard dudes. I've seen it, but I ain't never seen it to this degree. This is deep. This is deep. This at least worth $5 for the entry fee, man. Bang that Cash App one time. Keep the live alive, man. Go ahead, Game Bread. I know you want to say something, brother.
So you telling me I'm worth it?
That's not what he's saying.
I want a divorce. I want a divorce.
That's the problem that we see.
I want a
with the
divorce.
because
divorce for her.
Acknowledging the other party devalues you. You both can have value. You don't have to put her down in her achievement.
I so wanted. Oh hell! Oops. Oh, I thought I clicked off. Yo, I put the link in there for you. Click the link for me. Cause we get ready. We almost, as you see, we almost at the end. MD Vivo. You can click the link. I put the link in there. You better hurry up before it's over. This, you see what I mean with these men?
It's a mess.
It's a beyond mess. Now you want to try to gaslight us. Just because we say value her because she worked, he twisted and said, well, you say I ain't nothing, right? Nigga, see, I cannot. Every which way you turn, this lady get put down and she doesn't want to admit it. She doesn't want to admit that's a form of mental abuse. Because we are mentally abused right now.
Exactly. When you get secondhand cringe for somebody else is getting abused. We didn't.
He's lucky I'm not his woman because baby, I would have took that car he bought and we gone. You got to find me. Shit. It's ridiculous. And I'm not gonna keep explaining something because now that I know you're fucking with me, now we really ain't got nothing to talk about.
Exactly.
Every time he tried to spin it to go, no, you're right, and then you try, but boy, bye. That's my favorite thing. Boy, bye, girl, bye. This conversation is now over, all the way. I mean, it was over like 2 hours ago by just letting y'all hear it, right? Because we thought he left. We didn't know homeboy came back, right? But okay. And again, shots out to the public offender.
He came back a couple of times, Sugar, in between callers.
Damn it.
To build yourself up, and that's the problem. That is what misogyny is. It's because you want to put yourself above somebody else because you think that if they're equal to you or if they're above you, that lowers your self-value. That's the problem. You can get your value comes from within. You don't have to devalue her to put yourself on a pedestal because you're not shit.
Exactly.
Okay, if it wasn't for her, you wouldn't be in the position.
Oh Lord, he's gonna start an argument over that.
Is that really
First of all, and then second of all, yes. And then second of all, at the end of the day, this is why when we talk about women needing to be accountable, this is an example of it. When someone is showing you who they are telling you, and you're like, oh, he doesn't mean it. Oh, he's just forgetting. Oh, he's just being funny. It's hard to feel bad for you because in reality, this man is telling you.
We don't feel bad for you. We feel bad for Mrs. Gamebread.
Nah, don't feel bad for her. She's good, man. She's
Go ahead, Katie.
But
I think in our motion that on the strength of Mrs. Game Bread, because she our nigga, we need to drop Game Bread because we will.
Nah, hell no, we ain't dropping this nigga. We about to talk to this nigga.
The Mrs. Game Bread slander.
Do you say?
We about to talk to this man.
Do you saying nothing would get done if she ups and leaves right
That
now?
is not what we are saying, sir. That is not what we are saying.
Respectfully, when she said earlier that you were really intelligent, at this moment right now, I don't even know if that's true.
He is intelligent. He's getting Nani. Don't fall for it. He knows exactly what he's doing. That's why he's framing it in that way. He knows we're not saying that. That is a gaslight. He's gaslighting us. It's intentional. He's intelligent. He knows exactly what he's doing.
No, he is.
Y'all are giving this man way too much credit. I know gaslighting, but my point is, when 1 + 1 = 2, why do you keep telling us it's 55? You came up here, you lied. You say she didn't do anything. It turns out she did do something, and now we're telling her, "Don't hold on."
I said she didn't work.
You said that she didn't work, but she's working. Do you know what work is? Spell work and define it. Spell work and define it, because clearly what she's doing is work. Her phone was going off in the background. She's going and.
How you think the phone was going off? Who gave her?
If he gonna say who gave her the phone, I'm done.
If she stopped doing every single thing that she does right now.
Good.
You would not know where to start.
I can't.
Wow. Now that's somebody that's full of themselves.
If he
You're full
believes,
of yourself. I don't come online lying about other
no.
people.
No dummies building no pyramids.
You're a grown man.
Did he say who gave her the phone? I can't. Oh, can you see it? He said who gave her the phone?
Well, who gave her the phone?
Oh my God. They try this out. Okay, you gave her the phone. Okay, so boy, bye. This is why we got to separate. We got to leave these people alone. I still got to leave these people alone. They get him his amazing stories and shit. I'm surprised, she gonna probably run him a bath or something after all this is over to make him feel better, right?
Some home cooked Southern meal, cause she sound like she from
some biscuits
I don't
and
know
stuff,
about him.
biscuits and gravy and
Corn.
shit.
Extra gravy.
Probably buy him another bottle or something.
Rock-a-bye, baby.
Oh man.
You're a grown man.
Man, listen to me, man. You could feel good about yourself, man. Ain't no dummy.
You definitely can do that without lying about what other people do.
I'm not lying.
Okay, but listening to him,
go ahead.
Listening to him talk, and I'm listening to him closely. I understand he's ego-driven, number one, and somebody like that. If he believes anything otherwise than what he's saying, that'll be crushing for him. So he's running from the truth right now.
You crazy, boy.
running to the other side of the globe. How far do you want us to chase you, bro?
I'm not.
To Africa, to India. You know that. Wait. You know the truth.
Build yourself.
No. You just don't want to accept the truth because you're ego driven.
It has nothing to do with ego. It has
absolutely everything to do with ego.
So when somebody says, wait, real quick to Oya's point. So when somebody says I'm him, what is that rooted in?
That means I'm that guy.
And what does that mean? Where is that coming from?
A pathological liar.
Look, man, I'm gonna tell you what Hov said, man. I'm the one that.
No, we don't want to hear what Hov said. We want to hear what you said. We don't care what Hov said right now. We don't care what Hov said right now. We're listening to what you're saying right now, and we're basing our judgment off of what you're saying right now. And what you said did not add up to what your wife said.
That's cool, but
this is crazy.
So that's cool. So it's cool that you lied.
I'm the one that pulled the pot out. See, you're laughing because you ain't got no pot.
Laughing because you just proved our point. I'm laughing because you just proved our point.
You know how many
you're
families,
running from the truth.
You know how many families y'all feed? Y'all feed
Hello.
a lot of families. Y'all do a lot of good work in the community. I bet.
Right.
Y'all sound like a cool couple. Y'all sound like a cool couple. You sound like a liar. Y'all sound like a cool couple. You sound like you don't like your wife, but I know you do because I think you do. I can't say I know you do because everything you saying makes me think you don't really like her. I don't like everything you say sounds more like I'm like, ain't no way you like that woman.
Don't diminish me.
I would never.
Don't diminish me. Don't tell me. Don't you're diminishing me.
No,
makes
no, listen,
yourself feel better.
Game, can I just say something really quickly? I don't know how old you are, but you are too grown for this
35.
specific thing. Well, you need to grow up a little bit more. And I say this because, again, you keep trying to gaslight us like you do her, and it's not working. The truth of the matter is she contributes, sir, hold on.
That 5-year-old word doesn't work for me.
Sir, just 5 seconds.
5-year-old word.
Okay. Listen, I myself also have a business. That being said, I will always recognize other people that help me get in the positions that I do, regardless of being her. With that being said, hold on. I asked you like 55 times what LLC was. You weren't able to even answer that. My point is,
about a limited liability company,
sir. My point is,
stop.
My point
go
is,
live and start pulling the money counter out.
Can I just finish my point? My point is, it is very disrespectful to come online and say you care for someone, that you fully love them, and that you respect them. However, every single chance that you get, you are diminishing every single thing that they have done to get both of you guys in the position that you guys are both experiencing at this moment. And if you don't see it that way, that's perfectly fine. However, I can't give you glasses if you want to remain blind. You know what I mean? So it's okay. You got it. You right. We wrong.
I got maybe over a dozen pairs of glasses. Don't trip about your glasses.
You need to go
A dozen pair of glasses? Why do we care about that? What would make you think? Do you wait? On some real shit.
Nobody's
On some
talking
real
about
shit.
damn glass.
In what circle do you run in where you think that bragging about your material possessions would like humble somebody else? Like
insecure. That's what.
Yeah, like that is so like your insecurity is raging. Do you think I care?
I'm gonna tell you something that you guys don't understand.
Ego driven.
Money. You understand what I'm saying?
Oh
money attracts money. You walk in that room,
Ego.
man.
That's all I'm hearing. Ego.
You don't really can't relate. That's why you say
that's all I'm hearing. Ego.
I was 23. Game bread. I was 20. Game bread. I was 23 in school for psychology and have been on Forbes 6 months into my business. I didn't need to tell you that, but you still wouldn't be in my caliber.
Let's look it up.
That being said, I did that, sir. I did that from the ground up. You can look me up. I'm on Business Insider. It's completely okay. You can go on my page.
That's not Forbes. That could be a Business Insider.
Forbes and Business Insider, as in Business Insider coverage.
Tell me about Forbes.
Sir.
My God.
Hold on for a second, y'all. Hold on. Give me a second. We got it. Let's bring it down a little bit. I wanted to say that you reminded me of somebody. And
this person just had
this man hate women.
And stale muffin for breakfast this morning.
Hey, women.
That's what I had.
Hold on, man. Be quiet. Please.
Tomorrow and the next day.
This is gang bread. This is what you sound like.
This person just had dry cereal and stale muffin for breakfast this morning. Actually, what I had. An LLC. Yeah. And I'm gonna get one again tomorrow, and the next day, and the next day. I got 698 LLCs.
Yeah, I don't have one. I don't have
an LLC. You were in kindergarten when they asked you what you wanted to be.
That's poor man talk. We don't have LLC.
Man, basketball player? I said I want to be the president. Look at me. They say the early bird gets the worm. But Big Worm was trying to shoot Craig and Smokey over $200. He didn't have the right mindset. You think my parents helped me? My parents only gave me a place to stay, hot food, a car, allowance, and they gave me a ride to school every day. That's not nothing.
None of my parents did that.
Your wife did.
No, she didn't.
You want a cookie? Because you gave me a ride, a car, a job, money.
You think I'm the type of guy to ride a woman's car? You're crazy.
No, you're the type of guy that will go to dinner with Jay-Z over the $1 million.
No, I'm the type of guy that don't even want dinner, and I'm gonna go get my $1 million.
He woke up in the morning.
You're the type of guy to say your wife never worked.
Yeah, doesn't work. He had an LLC for breakfast. He said he don't want no food. He had an LLC for breakfast.
LLC for poor people. We don't have LLCs.
This is crazy work, man. This is crazy work.
We have a corporation and corporations, bro. We don't have LLC.
Wait, you said you have a corporation, but not an LLC. Do you know what? Okay, you know what? You got it.
Yeah. They're different. In corp and LLC is not the same thing. Okay, so we don't have LLCs. We don't have limited liability. That's when.
Hey, whatever makes you sleep at night. Whatever makes you sleep at night.
I sleep good.
All right, this ain't.
We know that.
I don't want to get into
Rest in your lies.
A business dictionary contest. Contest. I don't give a fuck how many businesses you got. I don't care if you got an LLC, CPT, LBC, 213.
Talk down on it then.
I'm not talking down on. I haven't talked down on anything. None of them have talked down on anything that you have done, actually. They're just saying the same thing I'm saying, which is stop talking down on your wife and
I'm
give
not
her
talking
fucking
down on her.
props.
My wife does not work. My wife is at home.
Here, what did I just say? What did I just say? What did I just say?
Not public.
What time you got to go to work in the
Not
morning?
public.
Monday.
You
What time
drop
you start, baby?
liars. You
What
drop
time you
liars
start,
for
baby?
less. You drop liars for less.
It's right there, Kay. If they want to drop them, they got to pay. I ain't about to drop the man. If they want to drop him, they can pay.
Hey, boo, what time you go clock in, boo? What time you clock in? Monday.
On Monday, I'm clocking in at I'll be in at 2.
I'm not coming back here one more time.
Don't come back here. We don't, ma'am. Don't let this man bring you down.
You sleeping with your biggest hater.
What time you clock in?
For real.
What if public say your biggest hater is a what?
It's a man.
Okay.
It's a man for sure.
You need to be talking
Probably
to
the
that
nigga.
nigga.
Hey, probably the nigga you living with too. Can I add it? Hold on, wait. Let me add a caveat to your biggest hater is a man. It's probably the man sleeping next to you.
Listen, they be like, I'm fighting these demons. It's like you mean to do that you sleeping in the bed with every day? That's the demons you fighting?
Hey, your biggest hater is a man, and it's probably the nigga sleeping next to you. That's all I'm gonna tell you. Y'all can take the advice or you can leave it. You can leave it where it may. But I'm just gonna tell you that your biggest hater is a man. It's probably the nigga you done ate breakfast with. That's all I'm saying.
Hey, listen, man, make sure you go clock in and call that man boss, all right?
Public, what do they say? Look to your
Hey,
left.
sir, when you talk to that man, all right?
Like we in church.
Look to your left.
Hey, go clock in and call that man sir in
You are
breakfast.
so embarrassing. You are so embarrassing.
Hey man, this crazy.
I am glad there are women like her in the world because she is a different level of woman that I can never be.
She a saint. He don't even know.
Because
sure
the
you
fact
say
that
your
I
PTOs.
could not imagine being married to somebody
You should
who
not
is my
imagine it.
biggest
You'll
hater.
never obtain it. Don't even imagine it.
Thank you for
Don't
putting
imagine.
life.
Hold on,
out
wait,
there.
y'all. Wait.
not for you.
Wait. Talking over each other ain't working. Also, you trapped that lady when she was 19. That's the only way you ended up with her.
Trap, boy.
You got her at 19. If you met her now, she would run for the hills.
Yeah.
She'll be out. You would walk up to her and talk about, I got 3 businesses. She'll be like, okay. Cool story, bro.
What time you clock in Monday, bro?
His
I
ego
clock in
is
at
so
2.
fragile.
clock in at
Your
2?
ego is
Yeah.
so fragile.
I won't be.
All right, guys. We're gonna be on another one tomorrow. We might come on twice tomorrow.
Okay.
But this is crazy. I can't take no more of this man. I
Did
can't
you
take
hear him? He said, "All right, babe. What time you clocking in tomorrow? At 2? All right, boy. Shut up."
That's why I say I can't take no more of him. I am done. Thank you guys for being here with me.
He remind me of, remember when we had the beepers, the pagers, and then people would be like making their pager go off, but nobody was beeping them. Their pagers was really off, cut off from the company.
Wow.
Or they be talking on their brick phone and ain't nobody on the other end. That's what
My God, I done had enough of him. To last me a little while. But here we go.
There's a lady, sweet as can be. She's got a podcast that sets up
In the land of real, there's a love that's true. Sugar love is her name, spreading sweetness too. Her voice like velvet, smooth as a summer breeze. A podcast, the soundtrack to everybody's ears. Sugar love, she's the queen of soul. Ooh, yeah. A podcast, the place where the stories unfold. Ooh, yeah. News and entertainment with a touch so sweet. She's the heartbeat of the community's beat. She brings the news with flavor like a cup of hot tea. Uncovering stories, bringing light to what we see. With her infectious laughter, she uplifts every soul. Sugar love.